this is going to be the first match of your Sunday Family Day. TNC Pro Team wearing their whites and looking for redemption.
Coming from a loss dun sa kanilang last na laban against Aurora Philippines, they're back at it again now. Kalaban naman nila ang APBN and they wanted this win. They wanted to show us kung ano yung rebirth, kung ano yung kayang gawin ng sabihin nating bago na luma na lineup ng TNC.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure something out kasi mataas ang kumpiyansa ng Bees. Here is APBN.
Now, we know for sure na hindi laging magandang simula para sa APBN, but they're off to a great start this season. Especially with Kel VJ at the helm. Hindi mo na sila magpapalit ng kanilang mga players. They're still gonna play with Aqua this time. And we know na with that 2-0, alam naman nating momentum ang hinahanap nito matagal pa. This time, they started strong.
Yeah, and it's almost the same na ginawa din ng TNC. Kasi if I remember correctly, yung mga sixth man nitong teams na ito, mid laners din, right? So it kind of, you know, is sort of paralleling towards pag nanalo ba, mag-a-adjust sila. Pag natalo ba, hindi. We're about to find more about that when the season moves forward. Pero sa ngayon, we'll witness more about our players here at the Smart Ping Test.
Hindi ako na magsora, guys. Sabihin ko na sa live. Hindi ko na gagamitin yan.
Hoy! Check mo yan, Dan! I-check mo yan lagi. I-pull mo lagi yung blue.
Tuturuan na kita, ha? Message ko nga pala sa katapat ko, wala. Galingan na lang natin, pre. Pero may message ako kay KilBJ. KilBJ, galingan mo, ha? Proud daw sa'yo sila ito makahapon. Ano ka sa fans? Maraming salamat. Dami niyo pa rin, ha? Palag-palag din pa rin pala talaga, guys, no? Grabe ng army.
Wait lang pa. Bebelo lang ako saglit. Si Kill ata, maraming sinasabi. Doon, pasot ako kay Kill eh. Preparation namin, wala kaming preparation. Ano lang, kapal na mukha lang.
Wala, ayoko na magsora.
Parang di ako naniniwala kay Benny, no? Ayaw niya na daw magsora, nagamit niya na raw sa live. Pero mas makikita siguro natin yung Sora kung hindi ito ibaban, right? Well, there's been so many situations na nababan na kaagad ang Sora.
Yeah, I understand though. The Sora is just a very strong initial pick kasi meron siyang flexibility options. Pwede kang mag-XP, pwede kang mag-gold. At the same time, it's a very strong hero that can force out a counter. Parang ito yung mga tipo na hero na kailangan counterin ng kalaban mo eh. So, mag-allocate sila 1 or 2 heroes that might mess up with their composition. So, might as well ban it. But we do want to see it in Benny Cutie's hands.
Kasi ano din, kung papansinin mo, parang yun nga, tulad ng sinabi mo, hindi enough yung isa. Maybe 2 yung gamitin para just to counter out. May mga heroes na pwede, like the Valentina, na pwede nang ilagay sa EXP now. Tapos yung mga Zetya na pang counter engage. So, might as well, lagi mong makikita yung Sora sa first phase ng ating drafting.
Alam mo, dahil nabanggit mo, yung variety ng picks, naalala ko tuloy, first 2 days, medyo pinahapyawan tayo ng Dark System.
Ay,
No, hindi ko magets kung like saan nanggagaling yung iba sa mga picks. Siyempre, meron namang mga plano yan, di ba? Hindi naman nila papaganahin ng basta-basta picking it here in the tournament without really thinking about it. Di gaya ng mga Leslie, yung Balmond, yung Hanabi na nakita natin kahapon. Di ba? Sino mag-aakala nun?
Nabuksan na kasi yung portal sa Dark Continent dahil sa ating idol na si Demon Kite. Bilang hari ng Dark System at ng Dark Continent, binuksan niya yung lagusan papunta sa tunay nating mundo. Kaya come and go na ngayon yung mga Class S na halimaw.
May passport.
Meron na.
So, magka-coexisting na tayo ngayon.
Coexisting na tayo ngayon.
Okay, so again, kung mabalikan natin yung nakita natin dyan on your screens, this is Kel VJ and James Pangs, both MVP performances mula kahapon.
Right, did you expect this from Kel VJ na ganito kaagad yung performance naman?
Ewan ko kasi parang yung pakiram nung na-interview ko siya doon sa media day, parang napaka-light nung ano niya nung aura niya. And I'm telling this because I think it comes from a part where he's excited. Tapos natutuwa rin ata siya na merong mga young stunners dito sa APBN eh. Diba? Kasi dyan sila James Pangs, sila Shizo, new talents that can arise. So parang nakakagana din naman talaga.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, si Shizu nga kanina, diba, during the mic check, he's still the same guy, right? You've been at the MDL, you've seen him, you've talked to him, you've interviewed him, nakapaglaro pa nga tayo ng basketball, nakasama siya, pero bihirang magsalita itong Katana ito, but it's completely opposite pagdating sa Land of
You
Dawn.
know what? Nothing much has changed kay Jizo. Talagang soft-spoken pa din siya. Hindi siya ganun ka-expressive kapag nagsasalita. Pero come in game, nandun yung ingay niya eh. Doon yung dinadala lahat ng energy niya. And I'm excited to see him again face off Benny QT. Again, the fighter gold lane matchup magiging critical dito sa dalawang teams na to.
Yeah, it's gonna be for sure pag-aagawan ng dalawang teams natin. And sorry, pag-aagawan is not a good word to use kasi para magbibigayan muna sila tapos magka-counteran. Expect a lot of flexibility mula dun sa mga choices like Yi Sun-shin kunwari kasi pwede siyang maging gold lane at maging jungler. Tapos magandang pivot din yan kasi when you prioritize something like a Yi Sun-shin, you're telling your opponents, pwede ako utility jungler ulit or kuha ko ng isa pang fighter para gawing main funnel jungle yung Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah, this is sort of, crazy already para sa ating junglers kasi tatlong options na kagad yung nawala right from the bans pa lamang. So this really pinpoints yung ideya na makapag-scale or maybe even do some damage, deal some damage sa umpisa pa lamang ng laban. But aside from that, it's been pretty classic yung ating mga bans so far.
No Jushin, Eve ang pinaprioritize na kadalasan dito but also the Sora is available para sa AP Bren. Knowing na maganda yung performance si KelVJ on that hero, I highly doubt na ibibigay pa nila. Of course, yung Eve din kasi ang napaka-gandang hero. Kaso, as the Sora, meron kang one-hit potential dun sa Eve.
Pwede nga, tapos dire-diretso mo yung Thunder form mo, can actually burst down that Eve. Pero I'd like to point out this one difference na ginawa ng TNC from the red side. The last time they played the red side, they gave up that Freya sa Aurora. Now, nung kinuha ng Aurora yun, well, natalo sila sa game na yun, ayaw na nilang ibigay ngayon for AP Bren. And they ban it out.
So yung Sora, yung magiging option dito. Pero Joshi, nabanggit mo yung Valentina kanina. That is already a flex, building upon Wolf's statement kanina. Maraming tang mga points of entry na pwede gawin tong Valen na to.
Yeah. And also, it's pang-prevent ng Sora din sa kabila para hindi rin basta-basta apiliin. Typical na heroes na matitira ngayon is the Eve as well as Zet. That's scary. Anticipating na magkakroll. Kaso may Harith potential pa dito ang AP Bren para sabayan yan. And also the Yi Sun-shin na pinatatapatin sa iyo.
Oh, there's a Fredrin.
Wow, okay. So no fighter gold lanes whatsoever. Straight up, very honest, ni-reveal agad yung dalawang lanes dito para sa TNC. At alam din nila kasi Valentina yung mid lane ng kabila. Hindi masyado mamamroblema dito sa Fredrin na to. So now, if you are AP Bren, you have to find what is faster. Now, without the Leomord, ano pa yung pwede mong pangsabay dito sa Fredrin? Guinevere comes to mind. At nilalaro yan ni James Banks. So I would assume this is Gwyn and perhaps a Khalid para naman kay kay Nova na lang pala ngayon.
May mga specialty heroes pa si X-Nova like Kalea. Pwede pa niyang gamitin yon just to get that pick of coming. And also yung Suyo might be an option din.
How about Marcel? Kasi nalaro kay Fredrin against Marcel, sobrang hirap.
Oh, yeah.
Harith might also... yun. Ang dami pala nilang kailangan i-prioritize ito, AP Bren.
There goes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So, yung idea ng Harith para bigyan ng magandang matchup yung carry on the gold lane. Yes. And also, maganda rin naman yung damage output niya against the Fredrin.
Yeah.
Kailangan lang din pa ng onting support system through an XP lane.
Yep. Which, of course, madami pa natira dyan. Sora still available eventually. Yun nga lang, pwede mataas yung chance na maban. Dear TNC, you're gonna be looking for an answer to this Harith. Although, napaka-even at masasabi kong skills matchup ang Harith versus carry. The thing is, yung Fredrin, it shows you hindi ka mag-a-assassin on your side or TNC. So, meron na agad leeway itong Harith to not worry about the assassins. So you're gonna have to look for a stun here for like 3-Mar, Fusong and Lapu, but they will choose to go for the Eve for now.
Yeah, they wanted to give at least a good damage point para doon kay Shizu kung sakali na Zaman Force man siya with those skills that he has. There is some playing ground pag kinalinhin mo yung mga skills na meron nitong TNC, there is some sort of stun and damage that could go along with it. Pero para naman sa AP Bren, good choice. Picking up that Soyu for themselves. At least meron silang contest factor pagdating dun sa mga major objectives because we can all agree that Fredrin is up there whenever objectives are being secured. Pero Soyu can at least punish them whenever it matters.
Iba rin kasi yung damage output ng Suyo kapag umabot ka ng level 15. Ang taas nung yung yung top skill ng kanyang second skill.
buga.
Ang taas nung umaabot ng 1.7 yun, if I'm not mistaken. Plus retry pa. So, yun yung kailangang abatan din ng TNC.
Yun yung katon, di ba?
Katun!
Oh, yun na.
Pag Sasuke yung gamit mo.
Sasuke,
Ito, para Naruto Sasuke nga to eh. Sabi niya, galingan mo. Huwag mo ako hulihin ha. At least ano man lang, di ba? Pero congrats sa kabalikan na sa Pinas. Good luck sa atin parehas. Galingan natin. All friendship. W friendship.
W friendship.
Etong dalawang ito, they've been teammates for quite some time now. Going back to this draft once again, the Kalea and the Fovios have been both taken out ng ating parehas na team. So again, yung XP yung hinahanap mo, Wolf. It could possibly be the Valentina, but who knows? Marami pang options. Even the Sora is still available.
That's right. And I think yung Sora, baka umabot talaga sa kanila at this point. You wouldn't fourth pick this if you're TNC with the presence of the Valentina on the other side. So, ang naging tiradala na lang ng TNC dito is target the Nova heroes. With the Kalea being banned out, may chance na yung Cho na rin ang kasunod. O kaya yung Hild the Sora, diba? Khalid, they banned still the Sora. Kasi nga, hindi nila pwedeng i-fourth pick eh.
Ayaw lang din nila maipit. And also, there are a lot of heroes on the roam naman. And they kind of share the same hero pool. Way back last season, we mentioned X-Nova as the X-Factor. Malachakno din yung hulihan niya with the Kufra and the Grok.
Yeah.
So I think may magandang contest dito for the Grok.
Yeah.
Right. Both teams are still looking for roamers here. Yung huli na sinasabi ni KLBJ kanina, he's very wary of what Chakno can do given na naging teammates din naman sila. But that final ban is gonna be important para dito sa AB brand. We're talking about Arlot and even XP laners kasi technically kailangan pa naman nila parehas and that's exactly what they're gonna ban.
Yeah, Arlot Fredrin. That's gonna be a great combo. And Chakno can now choose his hero. So, comes naman yung Grok. Ang ganda sana eh, kaso delikado against the Valentina. Magbibigay ka ng isang tech charge. They might just go for Khalid. At least, hindi nila ibibigay yung Khalid na yon dun sa AP Bren. They will deny that hero. And siguro yung pinaka-neutral na pick para sa kanila for Chakno is Hylos, which will also be a good hero here for AP Bren. Lalong-lalo na. Okay, so that's Lapu-Lapu muna. Tinetempt dito ng TNC na mag-Esmeralda ang AP Bren.
Also, may posibilidad pa ng glue from KLVJ.
Yeah.
Although medyo mahirap lang up against sa carry pagdating ng late game. Pero yung kaya niyang gawin during the early is to, sabihin na natin, masyadong maganda doon sa early game ng AP Bren.
With the dive com na nakita natin dito sa TNC, si picture-picture ang pwede natin kunin dito. Si Marcel.
Oo nga.
Tingin ko...
Si Ismail?
Tama.
Tama.
Oo, ang maganda dito dun kay Marcel, di ba nga, it's good versus the dive com. You can see meron kang Fredrin tsaka dito Lapu-Lapu na gustong pumasok tapos meron pang front to back with this carry. You want to stop that from happening. And indeed, it will be the Marcel and a great Alice pick. At bumalik pa rin naman sa kalida itong TNC. As we predicted, it will be. So far sa ngayon, gusto ko yung timpla para sa AP Bren. But as we will always predict para sa isang Marcel, pwede siyang maging good for your team or bad for your team.
Another thing that can be good for our super fans ay ang tsansa para manalo ng 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. Ang kailangan nyo lang ay i-predict ang match winner ng tama. All you have to do is to scan the QR code to know more na lumipas na, unfortunately. Pero pwede nyo naman balikan yan kung nanonood kayo online. Looking at our super fans, they are rallying towards the Phoenix Army for TNC to bounce back at makakuha ng panalo sa unang linggo ng Season 17. But AP Bren not falling behind. Wolf has already said his thoughts kanina. Joshi, what's yours?
Well, for AP Bren, yun nga sa last line na binanggit ni Wolf kanina, it could be good or bad for them picking up this Marcel. And we have yet to see kung papaano ito magagamit ng mga teams. Because, again, statistics say wala pang panalo ang Marcel.
Yun nga parang hinahanap pa rin ni Marcel yung pwesto niya, yung posisyon niya dito mismo sa liga because it hasn't been there, you know? Maraming mga teams na nagsasabi na S-tier itong hero na ito. Maybe even A-tier for some. Pero yung tier na yan, hindi nagmamatter yan pagdating sa laro mismo, especially if you know how to counter that hero.
Yeah. Ang maganda kasi sa Marcel ay pwede niyang counterin ng malala yung mga assassin, but also it's good versus fighters. For me, napakaganda talaga nitong hero na to at in practice. But then again, if you're a pro player, nag-iisip ka ng matindi. Di katulad nating nasa mga ano lamang, mga
Normies.
Hamak na manonood lamang.
Hamak na manonood lamang. Mga mortal.
Tama,
Mga hamak na
mortal.
mga mortal. Eh, pag
Buti pa
nakita
kayo.
natin,
Mga legend pa lang kami.
mga legend. Oo. Eh, pwede mo ma-punish it pag hindi coordinated yung team. But we saw in very first day, sa day 1 pa lang, merong counterplay. When you pop your golden hour, like a Zetyan, for example, pwede kang abangan eh. At yung mga teams din naman nakikita natin, nagsispread out sila maganda. But specifically for this composition though, mas maganda yung parang napipisil ko ditong kapupuntahan. Ng AP Bren kasi dive yung gustong gawin ng kalaban nila.
Anti-dive talaga.
Waiting for game number 1 to start and right on cue. Simulan na natin to. It's AP Bren kontra sa TNC Pro Team. The Bees are looking to make this 2 straight and TNC nag-aabang ng kanilang unang panalo sa Season 17.
And again, we're talking about AP Brent. If they manage to get this win 2-0 against TNC, they're gonna be on top of the standings for week number 1. So yun yung inaay ng mga Bees, and for TNC, ang inaay naman nila yung revenge, yung panalo this week because they went off losing against Aurora PH last time. Looking at this early game status, it was clearly as expected.
Yes, expected. Magiging tahimik. Pero yung mid lane duo ng TNC na sinadjust natin ay dapat ipanalo nila laban sa AP Bren. Nararamdaman natin kahit paano. Sa first wave, hindi masyado, but they did allow Lancy to get level 2 easily. Ngayon, itong kalid ni Chakdo, siya naman yung kailangan maging aktibo at maghanap ng control dito sa may river.
So far so good. Dahil nakukuha nila yung aggression na gusto nilang mangyari. Pokes coming from Chakno, frozen moment. Kaso nga lang nalow na at nagdasal na lang din si Chakno para makatakas. Still no casualties from both.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having, you know, a heal as your skill. Di mo kailangan gumamit ng flicker, and that would be enough to at least get him na mag-regroup ng konti para makapalag sila in that first turtle. No use of battle spells just yet for either of our two teams. Inaintay talaga nila yung unang pagong para masimulan na yung laban kung sisimulan nila.
Wala pa naman din dahil si Zaida ay sumubok lang na tumansya doon sa mid lane but then went off to that green camp sa Lizard. Aagawan ng bahagya itong si James Banks. He is ahead of levels at titignan din ni X-Nova yung mga posibilidad na pwedeng gawin ng TNC na pipigil yung gusto nilang plano.
Interestingly, yung Marcel dito ay hindi ka anong nag-check. Actually, kung when we consider everything, this is still a slow take mula dito sa TNC. And they have allowed KLVJ to get level 4, level 4 na rin dito si Aqua.
Whoop! Papasok si James. Andun yung Soul Sever. Onti yung buhay at makukuha pa rin niya yung turtle. And hindi pa tapos yung laban kasi si Zaida ay kukuha ng trade pero kapalit lang din ang buhay niya. Chakno flickering out para di na mamatay. That's 2 for 1 pero turtle hawak ng mga beasts.
Buhay para sa buhay, pero ang mga bubuyog ang nakakuha ng pagong.
And it's because of how they dodge itong si Trimar. Trimar had to pop yung kanyang flicker at nailagan siya dito James Fox. James Fox, napakatalas din ng kanyang retry. Of course, Soul Sever and the Retribution, napakagandang combo onto the Suyu. Even na Fredrin na traditionally ay maganda yung combo with the Retribution gamit yung first kill o kaya naman yung ultimate, it should be enough. Yun nga lang, napigilan yung unang talo doon ni Trimar. He had to pop the flicker and James Banks, nagkaroon siya ng leeway doon. At maganda nga naman yung pag-counter with Lancy's ultimate. Kaso nga lang, nakapiglas na yung mga members ng AP Bren.
Again, backtrack lang tayo ng konti. That's the benefit of having yung Suyu in terms of the draft. Nung naipakita na yung Fredrin. Kasi gaya nga na nabanggit mo, Wolf, the Fredrin is really one of those heroes na maganda ang objective takes. Pero kung sakali,
Iba ang plano ng AP Bren sapagkat si Benny Cutie ang sinubukang patayin pero buhay pa rin naman at hindi
Nova.
siya tatamaan, hindi mahahabol. Nandyan din si Nova para pigilan yung punta ni Chakno at possible na mamatay pa doon si Benny Cutie.
At natinayan pa nila ng isang gold card doon si Benny Cutie. That's gonna be difficult para sa isang carry. Sa ngayon, nakakalamang na ng 300 gold. Etong Harit, coming out from Shizu, it might not seem much, but in this stage of the game, napakalaking bagay na yan. Kaya ito, kakaunter agad ng TNC with 4 of their members to the bottom lane.
Shizu,
Susubok.
you're gonna have to wait for it.
Kaso nandyan yung Zaman Force at ginamit na para makadash ng 3 beses, 4! At hindi pa rin siya mamamatay.
Nag-moonwalk palabas si Shizu kontra sa TNC. The Phoenix Army's not gonna get him today.
Oh, and if you're just here sa venue natin, ramdam na ramdam ang intensity ng crowd natin. It's the Phoenix Army versus the Bees. Grabe, ganda ng commuting nakikita natin dito.
Ibang klase rin kasi, kaso nga lang si Aqua ay napagamit na ng kanyang Verify combo. Pumunta kay Chakno, dinasadan lang at niluhuran. Pero tuloy pa rin ang pag-agawan. Dalawang river manipulation na nakikita sa harapan. Pero si Zaida, sa kanya mapupunta ang objective. KLBJ in the middle. Kaso nga lang atras papalayo. At wala nang mangyayaring gulo. Turtle lang ang makukuha.
No casualties para sa TNC and the Phoenix gets their turtle.
Napakaganda para sa TNC noon kasi may konting push na nangyari dun sa may bottom lane na nakapag-recover sila when it comes to the gold. And the fact na wala namatay sa kanila despite all of the explosions from both teams, it means na makakapag-equalize at makakahabol dito si Zaida after niyang mamatay. Still, he will have to race against Asuyu na napakabilis din na mag-farm.
Laking bagay din kasi nung non-conversion na nangyari para sa AP Bren nung sinusubukan nila nakitilin yung buhay ni Benny QT sa baba. Hindi sila nakahanap ng kill. They've exhausted most of their skills. And at dahil doon, nagkaroon ng window yung TNC para makakuha ng pagong. But still, AP Bren leading by 1.1k in terms of the gold lead. And there are some advantages na pwede nilang gawin kahit na lose nila or na naitalo nila yung pagong na yun.
Ooh. Actually, may kakaiba pala. Pansinin mo dito, nag-prioritize ng Sky Piercer. Itong si James Panks. That's why I felt na parang hindi masyadong kumaagat yung mga paghiwa niya dito kanina dun sa second turtle natin. Yun pala yung dahilan. And this will mean na babagal ng kaunti yung tempo dito para sa AP Bren.
Yun nga yung parang nararamdaman ko kanina pa. Na even for TNC, gusto nilang pabagalin, yes. They want to scale up the carry. But this time, X-Nova nakatingin sa tatlo. Pinicturean niya lang, tapos umalis din.
Pero hindi nag-smile. So, no captures taken as of the moment. Si Chapno may plano.
Raging
Bumitaw din
Sandstorm.
ang skill. So, that's at least 2 ultimates na wala dito sa TNC.
Wala yung magagandang skills for team fight. No RWM and no even Raging Sandstorm. And maybe this time, si Nova naman ang susubok na gumawa ng play. But then again, kakalas pa rin yung dalawang teams at mukhang yung turtle na lang ang pupuntahan.
Preno kung preno eh. You know, this is very different dun sa nakita nating ibang mga laban nila. Pero meron nagabang Nova with a stun, not gonna happen. Again, sa pagong sila palaging magkikita.
No Raging Sandstorm and no Eve Box. This is difficult for TNC.
This time, X-Nova, dun sa likuran, talagang dinadive na dun din naman si KLBJ with that flicker. Kaso nga lang naiipit sa pagongan, naiwan na nakuha pa rin ni Zaida. Naagaw niya sa AP Bren. And this time, lalaban na muli. Nandiyan yung inagaw na RWM. Pero si Chakno may plano. Raging Sandstorm sa mukha ni Aqua. Pero low na rin ang mga buhay. Chakno goes down. That's 1, 2. At hindi pa tapos kasi si Tremari lumalaban pa sa tatlo. Pero sabi ni James Lance, I get a double. Kaya ako nag-Sky Piercer para maaga yung stocks ko. Pero yung dalawa sa gitna, pinipigilan na ni Aqua. May taunt na naiwasan. KLBJ going in. Pero sumalo ng mga shuriken. At aatras na rin.
That's a gold laner na naibawas para sa tatlo. TNC may have gotten the objective pero maraming nawala sa kanila.
Yeah, and that is 2 stacks para dito sa pagsugal ni James Panks to prioritize this Sky Piercer. Nakakatakot na yun yung gawin. Never try that at home, kids. Pero naging successful naman, fortunately, para sa AP Bren. And interesting na TNC nag-transition dun sa may gitna. Not respecting yung wave clear ng side ng AP Bren dahil doon nawalan sila ng isang orange buff at biglang yumaman ng matindi itong si James Panks at 5.5k kumpara sa 3.9k ni Zaida.
Again, yung turn na ginawa ng AP Bren doon sa Turtle Pit has really made so much significance para sa kanila para makuha yung kalamangan na ibinabanggit nga kanina nitong si Wolf. Now, TNC is gonna have to make a move. They did get the turtle. They have 2 objectives in their lane. They've also gotten a turret, pero tablado din naman sila. Pagdating doon sa pagpapatumba, pero dito naman si Shizu.
Napigilan ni Nova yung gustong gawin ni Chakno. May kumonect ang Raging Sandstorm, yes. Pero dahil nga dun sa value ng Marcel, napipigilan yung mga gusto nilang gawin.
You can see the presence of this Marcelo na medyo nagsasnowball na ngayon with the Thunder Belt. Di natin alam exactly kung ilan yung stacks niya, but yun see kung gaano ka-aktibo itong si X-Nova at kung gaano na rin kakunat siya kapag humaharap. Was only 1 death for him, and with this flicker, it will allow him to go for those initiations. Ngayon, dito na natin makikita sa ating First Lord kung saan ang TNC ay nakakaramdam na pwede silang pumalag. They have their ultimates available din. Kung paano nila ika-counter etong Marcel na meron ng Oracle.
At itong si Nova ay nasa spotlight. 10 times out of 10 siya ang laging unang nagpapakita, and it leaves TNC wondering nasan ba yung iba pa, paano sila pupwesto dito sa pinakaunang Lord ng ating laban. Zaida still getting his objectives, and now he's very much ready para pumalag at magtuloy-tuloy, but Shaknu and the others still regrouping. Naghahanap ng tempo at tamang ruta papunta doon sa Lord.
Alam mong action cam yung dala ni Nova eh. hindi SLR. Uma-action talaga kasi kahit tumatakbo, kaya niyang picturean. Nandyan yung golden hour. Pero wala namang tinamaan. There's a wasted ult mula kay Marcel ni Nova. At ngayon lalapag ang TNC doon sa may bandang Lord. Nandyan pa rin si Nova at nagpapakita doon sa harap mismo ng TNC. Pero again, they are stalling this objective.
It's an interesting usage of the golden hour at pwede siyang i-punish ngayon ng TNC. And ang understanding ko doon is nag-start na kasi sila.
Naku, ayan na yung pasok kasi wala ka ng golden hour. Ikaw na yung uunahin ng TNC. No more roamer from AP Bren. Pero mukha namang walang problema dahil pumapalag pa rin. Hawak nila yung Lord. Nandyan nila si James Pangs, KLBJ in the front line. Sasama rin si Shizu pero nandun pa sa may bandang kanan. Ngayon yung apat na miyembro ng TNC ay nandun pa rin hinahawakan. 12k HP on this Lord. Pero unti-unti lang, binabawas-bawasan, binibitaw-bitawan. At ngayon, susubukan ng pumasok kasi si KLBJ. Pumasok na James Sparks will secure the objective. Down low na si KLBJ at hinahabol ng mga members ng TNC. Flicker mula dito kay Trimar at makukuha niya yung buhay ng dalawa ng Shizu and KLBJ falling down. They may get the Lord but in expense of 2 lives mula sa AP Bren.
Sa AP Bren napunta ang Lord pero may ambush na sumunod para sa TNC. The Golden Hour gagamitin pero hindi naman nila magagamit para kumitil ng buhay. Both teams got what they wanted pero may Lord na humakbang sa gitna.
Of course, that is not the best trade para dito sa AP Bren. Pero the fact na nakalaban pa rin sila kahit -1 sila noon, with a stun retry na maganda ang kanilang pinakita para makuha yung Lord. They have secured it. However, the team fight really went well para sa TNC. Kahit pa nakuhaan sila ng Lord, nahiruhan pa nila ang mga members ng AP Bren with Trimar leading the charge, countering the fact na walang golden hour para ma-contra yung kanilang dive composition. When we were talking about the dive composition na pwedeng kontrahin ng AP Bren, si Marcel yung nasa gitna nung pang-kontra na yon at nakita naman natin without the Marcel, the dive from TNC will definitely happen.
Alam na kasi nila na yun lang yung way ng AP Bren para pigilan yung pagsugod ng lineup na meron sila. And because of Trimar, using also that flicker to reach itong si KLVJ na parang kung babalikan natin yung moment na yun, ang hirap nang abutin kasi ang layo niya. And melee pa yung umahabol. But because of that, they were able to kind of even out the trade at ang bilis lang din nila na-burst yung Lord.
Napakahirap ng sitwasyon na ito for both of the teams. For TNC, kailangan nilang mapigwasan itong si Nova kasi kung hindi nila gagawin yun, mahihirapan sila na makapag-engage. But for AP Bren, there's just a ton of damage, especially at this point of the game para sa TNC Pro Team na kailangan nilang alalahanin. So kung meron mang pwesto, I think this is where the king comes in. This is where KLVJ is gonna be as important pagkatapos ng golden hour. There needs to be that Alice coming up to initiate.
And so far yung talas nitong AP Bren ay nandito kay James Pangs at 9.4k gold. Pinakamataas dito sa ating mapa. Bigla na lang may Queen Swings out of nowhere. And fortunately para dito sa TNC, matagal pa naman yung Lord. So kahit pa malaki itong lamang nitong si Suyu, pwede pa silang makakuha ng enough na time para makakuha ng 4th item itong si Kari. Eventually, a 3rd defensive item para kay Zaida. And hopefully, another item dito para kay Trimar. Yun yan lang, si Trimar actually siya yung maganda yung buhay dito with 3 items kumpara sa 2 items pa lang ni Alice.
Oh, that's 41 stacks ng Thunderbelt sa kamay ni Nova.
Yun na pala.
Medyo marami-rami na at mayabong.
Marami naman yung film.
Marami
naman yung film, men.
Abot naman.
Nakahanda na rin yung mga power bank.
Pwede.
Hindi maubusan ng baterya.
Di ba ubusan ng baterya? Tapos yung mga plastic na ginagamit sa tubig, pang underwater. As in,
waterproof.
Plakado itong si Nova as we speak. Oo, sure, namatay siya ng 2 beses, but TNC will have to kill him for a 3rd time kung gusto nila makapag-initiate kasi in, out lang siya ng patuloy-tuloy if he's not handled and taken care of.
Para siya yung mga sa mga tourist spot sa Pilipinas, yung gumagalaw-galaw na ng camera. Ganun yung ginagawa niya
Human
eh.
drone, mga human drone.
Mga human drone.
Mga
Kasi
human drone.
ulit-ulit lang niyang ginagawa and maybe also because of that quantum charge, yung bilis niyang maglakad, yung ganyan no, ulit-ulit lang, tingin-tingin lang, okay, smile ka dyan nak.
Kasi hawak niya ang pick. At ngayon, pipicturean niya na naman ang iba sa mga manlalaro dito ng TNC, pero hindi lang basta pick yung hawak niya, baka ice pick din. Lagpas kalahati na yung buhay ni Lord.
10k HP onto this Lord, 9k, 9.576 at makukuha ni Zaida yun. Tapos dire-diretso ng clash at habol, lumalagapat yung buhay ng TNC pababa. Pero nandito na yung clapback, nandyan na rin si Benny Cutie to do that front to back.
James?
Pero si James Pang pumasok na kung medyo natiligado, pero double kill at hindi na mabubuhay pa yung dalawang Nero. Akala natin delikado, pero buhay and triple kill. That's the man with a million moves, and now si Zaida ang iniipit at hinahabol ng AP Bren with Zizo and Aqua. Masakit yung palo ng Appraiser's Wrath, pero hindi yun enough para patayin yung Harit. But AP Bren, 3-1 plus the Lord.
Just when you thought that TNC has got it dahil nakuha nila yung Lord, pinusuan ng tao na may 1 milyong galaw, James Pax with a triple.
And that was such a great play. Definitely pasok yan sa highlight reels na naman. Kasi instead na magpagulo siya dun sa nasa harap niya, iniskip niya eh. Ginamit niya talaga yung dash dito na napakalayo na nangaabot para makuha yung likuran kung saan naka-double kill agad siya. And then the punishment on to Chakno on this Khalid. This game started to be a very quiet game, pero yung explosive na Lord dances na nakita natin, napakaganda. Zaida was just level 14 when that happened. Talagang gaguhit na lang at makakakuha na niya siyang level 15. Saktong-sakto nung napaload na yung Lord. He got the level 15 retribution with the Appraiser's Wrath. And we can see it through the replay.
Tama.
Ay no, 14 pa lang. Ay pero ito eventually, pinuntahan na lang niya yung nasa likod. Iniskip na si Benny Cutie doon.
Dinouble jablo ni James Punks tapos biglang katon. Ganun lang yung ginawa and hindi lang yun eh. Even yung galaw ng AP Bren, nung nalaman nila na okay, low na rin itong si James Punks, kailangan natin suportahan kung ano man yung gagawin niyan. Eh yun yung pinakamahalaga for AP Bren. Even if yung man with a million moves, yung gumagalaw mag-isa para sa sarili niya, alam ng AP Bren yung gagawin kapag gumagalaw na siya.
Oh, this game. Again, boys, game 1 pa lang tayo. We're already starting to see some moves like this. AP Bren still holding on to a 2.2k gold lead, but you also have to applaud TNC. Zaida getting major objectives over the last 3 to 5 minutes. Nakukuha nila yon para hindi talaga makapag-build ang beast ng momentum completely. Looking at the items right now, a few more is needed para sa full builds ng dalawa, but we're already 16 minutes in.
Hindi rin kinakaya talaga nung sustain ng TNC yung ginagawa neto ni James Punks, and even yung paulit-ulit na pagtingin ni Nova sa mga bushes, pag-picture niya kay Chakno, kumbaga parang alam niya lahat kung saan pupunta at pinipigilan niya pa kung ano yung gustong rotation na gawin, and that speaks a lot for AP Bren kasi yung vision game nila sobrang taas. Meanwhile for TNC, siya lang yung nakikita, but here comes Raging Sandstorm, papasok, may RWM pangasawa pero buhay pa rin si Aqua. Nandito na yung pag-gante na AP Bren. Napicturean na Golden Arm si Chakno doon sa gitna, si Trimar tumikit para di siya madamay dyan, pero nandun yung first kill ng Harit ni Shizu. Mamamatay pa rin yung Lapu-Lapu, and it's 5v4 now. May Lord na paparating at pwedeng kunin ng dalawang kupunan.
Again, that's 3 heroes low para sa AP Bren. Will TNC use this for time?
Unfortunately, hindi nila kaya kasi naspatan sila dito ni Xnova.
Wow.
Napipigilan at nabibigyan ng atensyon na ang ginawa lang dito ng AP Bren after that pick-off is just to get out of there. 3-mar is such an important piece para sa dive comp ng TNC. Ang ganda rin ng ginagawa ni Nova. Kapag nag-dive yung TNC, gagamitan niya at threaten the golden hour si Benny Cutie, so hindi makapronta or damage itong si Benny Cutie kasi pwede siyang papigilan. Ayun na!
May ulti doon na magagamitin para patayin si Lancy. Another golden hour para di makapwesta si Benny Cutie. Tapos may kasunod! May follow-up damage na po para take. Pagtapos ng duration, Chakno's gonna go down as well. 3-man down from TNC. Humahabol pa ang AP Bren. It's James Punks on the front line. 4-man on the mid lane. At hindi na kailangan pa magdasal sa Panginoon ang Land of Dawn. They want to finish. They want to end this game. Boy, si Benny Cutie at nandyan at atras ang AP Bren.
Meron silang Phoenix Army na na-corner. AP Bren getting one near the river. 3 buhay ang kanilang pinabagsak. Walang nakapaligid sa Lord Pit kundi ang bees. It's all blue in the river, and AP Bren will be taking this Lord for themselves.
Picture mula kay Xnova. controlling si Trimar. Sinabi natin kung gaano ka-importante dun sa pick-off nitong AP Bren, yung ginawa ni Xnova against Benny Cutie to zone him out. It did not connect the first time but that resulted to a kill onto Chakto. The second time, bago magkaroon ng team fight, nahanap ulit ni Xnova etong si Benny Cutie mismo. And they opted to go for Zyda first. Parang na-isolate si Zyda sa likod. Frozen yung mga kampi niya. Tapos siya yung naiwan dun sa box ni Aqua. What a well-placed ultimate golden hour from Xnova.
Pero ngayon, 5 sila, nakapaligid, nakabantay. Kaya ba nilang sumabay sa AP Bren na ngayon ay susubok ng umatake?
Tinatag na ang Zaman Force at nagsisimula na ang AP Bren na gawin at kuhanin ang mga tore. Si Zyda at si Trimarin naiipit na i-burst down yung Lord at dumipit sa base. Ngayon yung 5 miyembro ng AP Bren ay aatras muna at di nila mamadaliin kung ano man yung gusto nilang gawin. Pero fake back lang pala kasi ngayon babalik pa rin. Ngayon yung 5 at dyan si Kelvin J on the front line. Pero naharang din sila James Punks doon sa likod. Another Sound Force na ginamit ni Jisoo. Tinasagan lang ni Chakno. No more immortality. Popping that from Chakno. Pero buhay makakatakas with the flicker. Zyda with a crucial taunt.
Wow!
At aatrasin. What a good thing. Pero hindi! Sabi ni Trimari, hindi pa ako tapos. Flickering in. Brave Spider para kunin at kidilin ang buhay ni Aqua.
Kung si Trimar ang nawala kanina nung Lord Fight, siya ang mangunguna ngayon. Defense complete for the Phoenix Army.
And that was an overextension mula sa AP Bren na napunish naman ng mga members ng TNC. Nung tumalon doon si KLVJ, na-stun agad siya. Kaya hindi na kompleto ng AP Bren yung kanilang plano. But Nova, ang ganda nung nakikita ko na dito na usage niya ng ultimate eh. Hindi niya ginagamit yung Golden Hour to set up dun sa mga gusto nilang kitilin. Pinipigilan niya yung susuporta dun sa gusto nilang patayin. So it's like, kung may front to back dito na gustong gawin ang side ng TNC, yung nasa likod nila na pwedeng sumuporta kay Zyda, gagamitan ng Golden Hour, tapos si Zyda or kung si Chakmo man yung nasa harap, yun yung pagtitripan nila.
So pag nagpicture si Nova, hindi nakapokus na nasa harap,
Ganun nga,
sa likod.
sa likod.
Rear view camera, pre.
Oo.
Kumbaga, ito yung mga times na blurred yung subject, pero
Yung
yung
predicate.
iba yan, background.
Bale, background.
Yung background,
Yung background.
yung malinaw.
Oh, ito yung cameraman na gusto ng mga photobomber.
Nako, ang daming mga nagpipicture ng ganyan. Yung tao ang labo. Pero hindi kasing labo ng laban na to kasi malinaw pa sa sabaw ng
Bigas.
big... Ha? Ay, isa po
Di
yung bigas?
malinaw yun.
Meron.
Hindi rin malinaw yun. Pero sige, malinaw pa rin yung punto na itong dalawang teams na to are still having some offensive moments in this game. TNC, nakadepensa sila. AP Bren, nakapagpabagsak na ng 2 inhibitors. The Lord is already at 60, 50%. Aabante ng bahagya ang TNC pero si Aqua, Nova, naghihintay para kay Lancy at sa ibang members ng TNC na makapasok. And the reset is gonna happen to just 75% of the health.
Ngayon nahawakan muli ng AP Bren. Sinusubukan na matahin kung nasaan ang members ng TNC. It's KLBJ and Nova, Golden Hour. Walang re-retry. Pinaburst down yung Lord. What a perfect play mula sa AP Bren. Pero sabi ng TNC, kami hahabol din. RWM nandyan. Waiting Sasson connecting into 3. Shakto with a setup. Pero nandyan yung counter set mula kay KLBJ. At hindi ngayon makakuha ng kill ng TNC. But here comes James Punks. Sasakasaan pa isa-isa. Pero sabi ni Benny Cutie, ako naman. Pero sabi muli ni James Punks, ako ulit. Hindi siya mapipigilan pa. 4 men down from TNC. My Lord ang AP Bren. Isa lang ang nawala. Si James Punks lang yon. Pinigilan pa ni Nova na makauwi ng tuluyan itong si Trimar. Yung Lord sa gitna, 4 na miyembro ang kasama. Muling gustong tapusin ng AP Bren ang laban. And it's seconds away from securing the first blood dito sa serye na to.
Nova, kuha mo ba yon? James Punks, round 2. Dishing it again against TNC for game number 1.
Caught in 4K ang TNC mula sa napakagandang camera flame dito mula kay Nova. Imagine being the frontline in that moment, an important Lord na kailangan nyo kunin yung retry, pinicturan ka. Wala kang magawa kundi panoorin na agawin yung Lord sa harapan mo with that retribution. And when they did try to go for that counterplay afterwards, ang ganda ng pag-in-out ng AP Bren. Ito yung mga mga teammates na hindi naghihiwa-hiwalay kapag nag-out sila. And that's the call. Kung sino yung i-go ng kalaban, susuportahan nila. And then Nova finding 5 members of TNC doon sa bush na yon, huling-huli sa camera may resibo. Itong si Nova.
Oo, nagde-develop pa eh.
Oo.
Nagde-develop pa.
nagpapagpag.
Pinapagpag pa, pero si James Panks, pare. Just when you thought, sige, iyon na ang Lord. Sige, iyon na ang retry. Pero akin, ang huling halakhak. It's been that kind of game right from the start. Just look at this again.
Akala
Now you
natin,
see him, Emo, back to the ball
Bang!
game.
Grabe.
And that's all she wrote.
alam mo, there are moments na nakita na natin, eto na yung yung clapback ni Benny Cutie. Ilang beses siyang tinatamaan ng Golden R, di siya makapalo noong mga unang clashes. Pero this time, nagamit niya na eh. Nandun na yung damage output. Yung front to back, nabubura na kung sino nasa harap ng AP Bren. But then because of this man, Nova, welcome to the scoreboard, Marcel.
Oo nga eh.
Nakpicture ka muna. Oh my gosh, Marcel.
Napakagandang galawan dito pala kay Nova. Alam mo, this really reminds me of a gameplay from a different game. Na same lang din yung gustong gawin eh. Parang gusto mong hawakan dun sa may likuran. With Nova utilizing the golden hour, hindi dun sa target nila, pero para mag-isolate. Hinihiwalay niya. Ito yung gusto nating mangyari. Ina-isolate niya yung nasa harap para hindi makaporma yung mga nasa likuran. At for sure, may makukuha sila ng kill. We saw that many times this game. Ginagamit niya kay Benny Cutie or sometimes naiwasan ni Benny Cutie, pero nandun na nakalapag na yung dance floor, hindi na makapasok si Benny Cutie. And we will see it in action once again with Nova's smart usage of this Marcel.
Ito na yung unang panalo ng hero na to. And it's on the hands of Nova. This is how you do it, boys.
I mean, when you look at it, you know, simple lang pero rock eh.
Simple ba?
Yun lang ang ginagawa ni Nova dito. Lalapit lang siya. Ano lang, manghingi lang na 5 piso.
How about that play though?
Pero ang nakuha sa'yo 50.
Grabe yun.
James Panks though, you also have to give it to him. Siya ang nagbigay ng buhay sa team na ito. Kumbaga si Nova ang nagpe-paint ng picture eh.
Oo, kita mo yun na hindi maka-free hit si Benny kasi may golden hour na nakaabang doon, and then it will be repeated once again here. Nung nakita si Benny, ma-isolate dito si Zaida. Frozen moment yung mga
Frozen
nasa
si
likod.
Benny.
Tapos tsaka nila pinocus doon si Zaida. Parang laging nagiging 1v5 yung laban. Kasi nga, napipicturean sila. And look at this moment from Nova. Grabe. Posterized ng mga members ng TNC. Markado na. Ooh. And of course, James Panks with the wonderful plays.
Iba rin kasi talaga pag alam niyang kahit pa katiting na lang yung buhay niya, but because of the massive damage that can Suyu give, alam din niya kung, alam mo talaga na yung milyong galaw niya, siguro mga 75% ginamit niya dito lahat.
Daming ginawa eh, no?
As in, ang dami talagang ginawa, but he was able to do it dahil kay Nova, dahil dun sa mga pwesto na talagang ginagawa niya from the start. Kasi parang, kung ikaw ang TNC, ang perspective mo dito, alam mo yung gagawin ni Nova eh. Alam mo yung hihintayin mo siya, alam mo na makakasalubong mo siya, alam mo na pipicturan ka,
Oo.
pero hindi mo maiwasan. Especially when you go through those clashes and it gives so much information para sa AP Bren na mag-conceptualize kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin, anong skills ang dapat nating unahin, because most of the people na nakikita ko sa RG, yung iba ginagamit yung ulti to initiate. And you know, to a point, sige, sabihin natin na pwede siyang gumana, but this is a different take on it. AP
Yes.
Bren gives us a different flavor sa kung paano ba papaganahin itong napakalakas na hero na si Marcel.
Pinaka naging fall guy dito would be Benny Cutie sa kanyang carry. Hindi niya maihampas yung finarm niya. Even if we saw from 20 minutes na 0-0 and 2, etong si Benny Cutie, hindi man siya namatay, pero the fact na hindi niya mapalo yung items niya, ang hirap na.
He was able to outplay the rest. And you can also outplay the rest with the Infinix GT30 featuring the G trigger for lightning fast reactions and MLBB certified 120 FPS for ultra smooth control. Dominate the game with the Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Dahil yan ang gamit ng ating mga players as of the moment. And of course, for you guys to dominate the Land of Dawn, you need a connection that never lets you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigabytes data for MOBB and your favorite apps, plus unlimited FB calls and texts. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
Again, maraming salamat po sa Smart for being here with us, trusting us all this time. Dahil sa inyo ay mas nakikita pa natin lalo ang ating dalawang teams. In fact, just really showcasing what they can do in this game number 1. At alam mo na ba, Wolf? Di pa, no?
Di pa.
Di pa, alam mo na?
Di pa eh.
Di pa rin. Super fans, kung hindi nyo pa alam, merong something that makes you 5 times more prone to dandruff. At syempre, ayoko nun.
Ano yun?
Isipin ko muna. Gusto mo ba ng dandruff?
Ako yun. Ayoko na.
Sayang.
Pass.
Sayang. Alam mo, pag-usapan na lang natin next time.
Sige na natin next time.
Pag-usapan na
Abangan
natin
nila
next time.
mamaya yan.
Abangan nyo mamaya yan kung ano ba ang mas pumupurga ng dandruff.
Dandruff.
Hulaan mo kung ano yun. Sa akin, ano malinaw. Yan. Impostor.
Impostor. Okay,
Impostor.
okay. Ano to?
Impostor.
Sa ikaw.
Oh.
Book.
Ha?
Book.
Book. Ikaw.
Ako, walang bahid.
Kayo, super fans, ano sa inyo? Alam nyo ba na 5 times more prone to dandruff kayo? Huwag nyong hahayaan na yung flakes ay mag-ruin ng focus nyo.
Power up with Clear Mene. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for that ultimate fresh feeling. Supercharged with Clear.
Sino kaya to?
Ako.
Yun pala ang sagot. Clear pala ang sagot.
Clear.
Diba?
Clear book, di ba?
Clear book
Clear
nga.
book.
Oh, kaya malinaw. Kaya malinaw.
Walang
Diba?
bahid.
Walang impostor dito. Wala. Pero ito.
Ay,
Ay,
parang ganda ng buhok eh.
eto na.
Ayan na.
Pahawi naman,
Bawi
kuya.
naman, boss.
Bossing, pahawi.
1, 2, 3.
Ay, hindi. Pinakita niya.
Endorse muna, syempre.
Endorse muna.
Oh, yung hawi ng buhok, nasan? Yung, meron ulit.
Kinuha pa ulit. Ayan na.
Yo!
Dali.
Walang bahid.
Grabe.
Malinis na malinis.
Papangkipa, pare.
Iba eh, no? Dapat humart si Bossing eh, no?
Ben, congratulations sa'yo. Maraming salamat dahil dinala mo ang buhok mo dito sa MPL Arena. Mabuhay ka. And of course, mabuhay din ang Clear for being our sponsors for MPL Philippines Season 17. Game number 1 pa lang. Yung mga buhok nyo, kamusta? Okay pa ba?
Okay. Nadala ko din yung
naman?
akin.
Nadala nyo naman? All goods? Kasi kukuhanan pa tayo ni Nova gaya nung ginawa niya kanina towards that game number 1. Marcel is finally at the winning column and there were really some things na napaganda ang AD Brand, but maybe we can focus a bit about TNC in this one kasi meron naman silang palagi. Nakita natin Zyda was getting retributions.
Yeah.
Everybody else was dishing out some damage, but what was missing in that game?
Yung Benny Kitty was busy pero hindi naman niya kakasalanan. It was a difficult scenario for him just because of that Marcel pick. And isa rin to sa mga na-recommend natin na heroes. Maaga pa lang nung pagkakapili pa lang, nung first 3 heroes dito ng TNC, we already mentioned that Marcel could be the pickup and it was indeed a good counter doon. At they chose to go for the Lapu-Lapu first at doon sila nahirapan eventually. Tingin ko yung dito sa TNC and pwede nilang gawin adjust yung kanilang composition lalong-lalo na tignan yung mga counter heroes sa kanila. Nirespeto naman nila yung Sora, pero bakit hindi pa sila nag-double down also respecting that Marcel. Additionally, TNC, we recommended that they have to play fast. Hindi natin nakita yun sa kanila. In fact, they allowed the AP Bren na magwala dun sa early game.
Sorry, babalikan ko lang. So, dahil gusto mong respetuhin si Marcel, you have to respect the MC.
Respect the MC.
Kailangan mong respetuhin si Marcel kung wala kang pang-counter sa kanya. I mean, we've been talking about that right from the beginning. Nung 6 pa tayo nakikita ng ating Filipino broadcast watcher sa ating stream. Marcel is really a tough opponent to go up against. And pag nawala yung gold laner mo mismo, gaya nung nabanggit ni Wolf, para kang tinanggalan ng espada sa sword fight.
Alam mo, isa pa dun sa mga bagay na gusto kong i-highlight dun sa game na yun is that yung first pick Valentina gave a lot of problems for TNC na di sila makapag-Sora. Ang hirap kumuha ng high impact na mage with the ultimate. Tapos yung Grok pa nawala sa bunutan nila dahil doon sa Valentina. So parang all because of just one hero na dictate kung ano yung gustong mangyari ng AP Friend.
Yeah, and so now it brings to a point kasi si Zyda back season 16, we've seen him as a star. Hindi na nga siya rising star during that time eh. As star na siya towards that TNC Pro Team third place finish from last season. Gamit niya ang Fred rin kanina. He was a frontliner. Would you think TNC would have a different strategy here? Maybe look upon something that would give Zaida the ability na makapag-dish out ng damage?
Tama ka dyan. Yun yung perfect na prescription ko rin dito sa TNC. Kung si James Punks last season, hindi natin nakita masyado with Assassins, in an Assassin meta, at ngayon ay binabago nila yun. So far, 3 wins in a row itong AP Bren. That is something that TNC has to do as well. Give Zaida a hero that he will flourish on dealing the damage. Tama na yung mga Fredrin, yung mga box type strategies. They have to go for damage onto Zaida.
And again, don't get us wrong. Maganda yung pinakita ni Zaida kanina.
Yes.
Getting those retries, getting those lords. Pero kung i-isolate ng AP Bren si Benny Cutie gaya nung ginawa nila nung game number 1, then he has to dish out some damage too.
So parang, kumbaga, kung expected nyo na may isang hindi mapapagalaw o isang itatarget ng AP Bren, might as well give a hero to Zaida, yung kayang gumalaw din. Yung kayang sumabay doon sa ginagawa ni James Punks on the other side. But come game number 2, if I'm not mistaken, Dangerous Grass, yes, at AP Bren. Muli ang nasa blue side.
Will be the Fanny ban. And mukhang dito na din masasagot yung Valentina question. Will that be allowed once again?
In a dead body.
What is that? Sino yun? Oh, that's Leomord.
Right. So yung Leomord has been completely taken out already. Again, yung classic lang to. Same as the ones mula kanina. The Baksha, the Fanny. I might be expecting the Hilda to be taken out again.
That's right.
Fight.
Lalo na.
Fight for the
Okay, so that's
ultimate
Hilda.
answer.
And I think this time, if TNC will allow the Valentina, hindi na siguro Fredrin yung kanilang kukunin. Maybe the carry can still be picked up by TNC. Still a pretty good hero. Tapos, siguro ibahin na nila yung magiging choice nila dito if they can even get the Suyu para hindi na bumalik dito sa may AP Bren. Kasi yun na yung isang jungler na alam natin na parang after 3 days of watching the meta, nagbalik na tayo sa Suyu patch.
Parang nandun na ulit yung need o yung urgency na kunin mo agad yon or i-prioritize mo. So, for TNC, they might actually respect that. Kasi kung,
I am a daughter of Northern
still the Freya, yung pa din yung ginawa nila kay Paren. Yeah, and again, Valentina, parang yun pa rin yung pinaka-fit na first choice.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be Valentina tapos Suyu and carry for TNC. Pero if AP Bren thinks na ayaw nilang i-let go itong Suyu, pwede nila ding i-first pick yung Suyu na yan. I still feel though that the Valentina is much better first pick para sa kanila sa AP Bren. Lalo na maganda naman ang ipinakita ni Aqua in this in that previous game.
Now thinking about it, AP Bren, you did say Suyu could be a choice. TNC would have that, pero ayun nga, Valentina is still a classic option, gives them so much room para malimit yung mga possible picks nitong TNC and another reason for them to stay in their lane in this blue side.
Pwede itong Suyu Marcel or for TNC, I feel. Oh no!
Whoa.
It's Harith and probably Suyu.
Oh no!
Hindi pa rin talaga. Kukunin nila dito yung Suyu but I think it's still pretty good para dito sa AP Bren. And kung ang Harith ang katapat nila, ang natitirang hero dyan is should be the Claude para dito kay Shizu.
Right. I feel like they also gave Benny Cutie more room para makagalaw kung sakali na mag-Marcel sila. And it goes pretty well with the Eve, with that RWM. So, just from the look of it, it's already better for the damage dealers than TNC.
That's right. But
And
then,
also, feeling ko, Fredrin pa din yung third pick. Doon pa rin sila mag-resolve.
especially may Harith naman sila. No? But I do feel like it's the Suyu and Claude here para sa AP Bren.
Come on, Dexter. It's our
Hindi
There you
the
go.
Claude.
The immortal one chose me
that's
to
a Suyu.
vanquish the
Okay.
shadows
Mag-Fred
that
rin ka pa rin
plague
ba
this
dito if you're
world.
TNC? Feel like you have the merit to go for the Yisun Shin actually. Yung TNC ka here. And also that Guinevere. Pero yung mangyayari doon, puro sila magic na damage output nila.
Oo.
What else? Hayabusa can also be picked up by TNC. But it's still very early sa moment na to. I understand kung ba't mo naisip na pwede nga sila mag-Fredrin. Pwede rin sila mag 3-mar hero muna ngayon. Like Lapu, Phobius, maybe.
I'm not the only one bound by these
Oh yeah.
chains.
Phobius para din may ano pa, may mas makakadive ng mas mabilis doon sa Suyo, yung na Valentina,
Different
even yung Claude,
perspectives
maabot nila.
expose the
And then
same
there you go.
truth.
Yung
Marcel
respeto
agad.
na. Respect
Respect the
TNC.
MC. Respect the MC, man. Legit. Ando na talaga. I saw it coming from a while away with that
Yeah.
performance from Nova. And a hint ng ating mga manlalaro kung paano gamitin to ng mas efficient Marcel is finally out of the picture. Now, if you are AP Bren, you still have the same dilemma. Ngayon nawala yung Marcel, you're still looking for a roamer, just like TNC is.
Khalid comes to mind eventually para dito sa AP Bren. Ang advantage sa kanila is pwede na sila mag-ban ngayon ng mga
See value in
assassins
me?
or the junglers. It's still the threat rin na ibaban nila. Maybe eventually the Guinevere.
Will it grant
At mukhang yung
immortality?
Sora din na babalik pa dito sa AP Bren. So,
Right.
yung two heroes na nakita natin from the previous game, banned out by TNC, but that opens up both Khalid pati yung Sora that AP Bren can play. If napili nila yung Khalid at Sora, napakahirap maging Lancy sa mundong ito.
Kasi alam mo, may tatayo sa'yo. Pero sa tingin mo, Wolf, no, what are the odds of a Sora Kalea naman?
Sora Kalea, okay din. Kaso mahihina yung Valentina and Kalea together, parang hindi masyadong combo. Yun yung nafe-feel ko lang din dito. Tsaka ang maganda ka din sa Khalid, meron silang pang-check dun sa river, which is very important in this matchup. And Guinevere indeed will be the ban.
Bilis
Ninakaw na yung Kalea.
Doon sa Kalea. Yeah, it's a pretty good choice since yun nga, Valen sa kabila, Eve Kalea kind of makes more sense in this lineup.
Sora, mahirap. Hindi free yung Sora dito kasi may Phobius din sa kabila. So they might just opt for the Uranus actually kung ikaw yung AP Bren dito. Di mo na kailangan din naman ng damage. Meron ka naman ng Suyo as well as the Cod. Uranus looks good. Tapos kuha na rin sila ng Khalid. O kaya naman Gatot Kacha if they want to look for another hero na pwedeng pang counter dun sa Kalea or pang matchup. But I still feel na Khalid is good dito para kay Nova. And of course the Uranus na nafe-feel ko na pwede na the Grok.
Grok pa din. Mas they went to that.
Esmeralda.
Okay. So makes sense kasi Eve Harith, pag pinasok ni KLBJ, Diyos na dun sa loob nun.
That's right. And what do you pick now if you are Zaida? You need a little bit more damage din dito para sa TNC. Hayabusa comes to mind, or the Harley actually, kasi puro sila magic dito, no? The Harley looks good.
Isun Shin.
Nolan maybe.
Upon the edge
Oh,
of the
okay.
void.
Nolan nga ang pinili. So, ito yung typical na Zaida na nakita natin. Yung nakikipagsabayan ng highlight reels, nakikipagsabayan ng plays, and maybe that's what they need most.
Yeah, we got what we wanted, right? For TNC na magkaroon si Zaida ng damage dealing hero coming off the Nolan. The question is kung makakausad pa siya with all of the skills and the crowd control damage outputs na pwedeng ibigay sa kanya ng AP Bren. You're looking at the Grok. You're even looking at KLBJ at this point na kahit wala siya nung Alice, that's still an Esmeralda. That would still give an immense amount of damage, lalo na't mababa lang yung cooldown yan.
Yeah, at tingin ko lang dito sa Esmeralda is madami nga talaga siyang kinaka-counter sa TNC kaso hindi siya kasing kunat ng isang Uranus at maghihintay at madali siyang kontrahin with Life Bane. And he's forced to go for the Purify. The plus side though, this is a KLBJ special. Bago pa siya maging XP lane, ginagamit na niya tong Esmeralda. Bago pa ang mga new blood, ginagamit niya na to.
Mga old god bago pa sumibol ang mga current god or mga new god, nagkaroon pa ng old pero si Chaknu mapapa-flicker para simulan ang game number 2. It's AP Bren leading 1-0 against the Phoenix Army.
Sobrang aga nung pag-force out ng flicker na yon. Good wall placement mula dito kay Nova. But again, this is AP Bren's shot. They're one game away of securing a possible top 1 ngayong week 1. At yun yung gusto nilang makuha. And yung aggression ay nandyan, sumisilip si Nova, nandyan din si James Pangs, 3 of them, even 4 of them, are trying to contest for this dito at nakuha nila yun.
James Pangs. Dahil ito si KLBJ din ay bumaba doon sa may bottom lane. Hindi nila nabantayan yung pagnakaw ng Kramer Another green, yung tinatawag na double green dito sa may bottom lane. So may isang jungle advantage ngayon itong si Zaida. And all they have to do now is utilize si Chakno para kontrolin yung sarili nilang Crammer. And this will allow Zaida to have way more farm compared dito kay James Punks.
That's already 2 flickers consumed ng TNC Pro Team para simulan yung unang 2 minuto ng ating laban. Shaknu would still have a bit more time to get his, pero Lancy mukhang kakapusin yung oras para makuha niya yung kanyang battle spell as AP Bren looks to engage bago magsimula yung ating unang turtle. Hanap ng pwesto. TNC is also gonna be doing the same with both James Punks and Zaida already at level 4. Both retributions are also active.
Gusto nilang si Lancy agad yung makuha dahil alam nilang walang flicker ay agad-agad tutumbas sa kamay ng AP Bren. Even KLVJ reaches level 4. Turtle, ready na ang AP Bren.
What a great fight. Sige mo, back-to-back minion waves na force nila yung clash dun sa may mid lane.
Kaso si Aqua ay hindi tinitigilan ni Tremar. KLVJ also, naibig sa dalawa, libre. Halos ang Turtle para kay James Punks. Now tuloy pa rin. Ang ganda ng wall placement mula kay Nova. Hindi nakatakas si Zaida. Ngayon tumutuloy sa pagtalon si Tremar. Getting 2 on the process. KLVJ and James Punks binuhat nga etong si Nova. Kaso nga lang masyadong makunat at wala nang follow-up damage mula sa TNC.
Naudlot yung unang take ni Tremar at nakatakas pa si Aqua. So lumipat siya doon para makakuha ng panibagong 2 buhay. And that is gonna be AP Bren getting an objective but TNC having the clapback.
That's really good para sa TNC. Kaso nga lang nabatay dun si James Punks. So again, makakabawi itong si Zaida when it comes to the farming. And then you have to take note, grabe yung pinakita doon ni Nova on this drop, the control of the earthen rampart. And now TNC, they will try and attempt itong purple take. James Punks is on the other side of the map, pero dahil na naman kay Nova, ay mapipigilan to.
Small details pero napakalaki ng impact na ginagawa ni Nova, those placements, those wall placements. And now we're looking at KLVJ. Ito na yung parang special niya to yung paggamit ng mga ganitong klaseng heroes.
Esmeralda, 19 na beses niya nang nilalaro ang hero na ito, only losing 6 times and winning 13. That is a pretty good stat when you think about it.
That is all MPL Philippines nga pala mga kaibigan. So nasa top pa rin siya. Kahit ang tagal niya nang hindi natin siya nakikita dito sa Pilipinas, ang daming beses pa rin nakita. Kaya naman nung sinabi natin Uranus ang magandang hero sa lineup na to, KLVJ says, hindi doon ako sa alam na alam kong gamitin.
Kumbaga, yung Esme na yan ay nasa top 5 na mga top 5 niya.
Tama.
Matik, nakabisado niya yung ganyan klaseng galawan. But the question is, will it be able to help them? Will KLVJ be able to dish out a good amount of damage pagdating ng kanilang mga clashes? We saw him given and dish an assist kanina pero hindi siya naging ganun ka-impactful. We're about to find out kung maitutuloy niya pa yan. A reset is gonna happen courtesy of Nova's wall and TNC will back away for a bit. Hihintayin si Zaida bago simulan ang kanilang pagpursige towards this turtle.
KLVJ out in front. Kita si Tremar, Lancy at Chagno. Aqua nakatago. Hawak ni Nova yung aggro na Turtle. Reset ang gustong gawin. James Punks though, hindi pa naman din siya tapos sa pag-clear out ng mga camps niya. Pero nandun din si Zaida, kaso nga lang sa gitna, si KLVJ na ang napili pang unahin. Falling Star One, paatras at mabubuhay. Makakatakas si KLVJ. Now 5 members from TNC sa turtle na nakatingin. Another wall and a tectonic charge. Zaida's gonna go down sa kamay ng man with a million moves in Aqua. Getting his own version of RWM, kaso nga lang hindi naman yon sasapat at tutuloy pa dahil tumakas at umalis ang TNC. James Punks with an easy control of this turtle. Hahabol muli yung TNC, may binuhat, kaso nga lang hindi nabuhat ng maayos. Kaya aatras na rin. Tumama pa yung pana at medyo masakit. So TNC, they clearly lost that one.
That is because they committed doon kay KLVJ na nagpigil talaga bago niya ipop yung kanyang Purify, the mastery of this player with this hero. I thought na masyadong late yung paggamit niya ng Purify, pwede siya mabigyan doon pero hindi pala alam niya yung kailangan niyang gawin. And because of that, he forced 3 ultimates kay Lancy, kay Chakno, and then kay Benny Cutie. At because of that, wala biglang team fighting tool ang side ng TNC. Kaya naman, nung pagtalo doon ni Nova, nahuli pa si Zaida, nakuha nila yung punishment, kill onto the jungler, and then that's the turtle for themselves. Another great trade that will favor AP Bren.
That's just stellar targeting mula dito kay Nova once those ultimates have been used. Great sense of awareness din mula sa
Yes.
AP Bren para nung moment na wala ng ultimates yung ibang mga manlalaro ng TNC, that is where they decided to punish. So TNC is gonna be pushed back for a bit pero magiging agresibo pa rin naman
Nako.
sila sa paghanap ng ibang mga miyembro ng AP Bren, but calculated ang ginagawang galaw dito ng Bees. Will they be able to make this potential return in this game? Because AP Bren slowly taking control of it.
Speaking of calculated, si Shizu sobrang tahimik niya lang sa side lanes. Push lang, farm lang, and yun naman yung expect nating gameplay mula sa isang Claude.
Oh.
And it's the job of AP Brent to give a lot of space. At ngayon na si Zaida yung naatasang mag-side lane, nakahanda din na nandun si James Punks if ever na gusto niyang i-assassinate si Shizu.
And look at this push mula dun sa AP Bren sa bottom lane. Hindi siya makounter na TNC kasi si Nova nandun na sa may mga entry points possibly. Was such a calculated jump onto Zaida. Unfortunately para sa TNC, makakapag-defense pa sila dun sa bottom lane, but that's half of the turret's HP gone. At magta-transition na dito ang AP Bren onto positioning themselves around the turtle.
Yeah, with all of them having ultimates at least except doon sa mga junglers. 2K gold lead ang hawak ngayon ng Bees. TNC Pro Team occupying the middle part of the map. Bibigla din naman mag-transition towards this turtle at sisimula na nilang mag-dish out ang damage towards the objective. TNC, Zaida looking for Shizu, and that is gonna be the damage taken down!
Tinamaan ni Benny Cutie ng kaniyang chrono dash at nasaktan doon si Shizu. That's the first death. At tutuloy ang TNC sa pag-zone away ng members ng AP Bren. Napakagandang sequence of events mula sa TNC.
And that's enough para dito sa TNC na makakuha ng napaka-importanting momentum. They're poising to go for the mid lane push as well.
Nandyan yung dalawang RWM, nagkapatungan na yung dalawang box, pero mangingibabaw yung kay Lancy para mag-zone ng AP Bren. But there were no minions, kaya hindi matutuloy yung push na gustong gawin ng TNC.
Again, isa lang ang kinailangan mawala. That has been the story of the last two objective takes so far. In the most recent one, AP Bren Shizu was gone. Na-isolate siya na ibang mga members ng TNC, and that was enough para makuha nila yung objective.
Interesting dito para sa AP Bren nung namatayan sila ng isa. Hindi na nila kinutos yung turtle. And si James Punks teammate agad ng purple buff na dapat ay mapupunta doon kay Zaida. And that's the reason why as well siya yung nasa top natin ngayon ng gold. He is up at 6,000 gold. Papunta na sa kanyang third item.
Yup.
And continuously ay nakakakuha ng advantage over Zaida. Still, hindi na ganun kalaki ang lamang ng AP Bren kumpara dun sa previous game. Such a doable game as well dito para sa TNC.
Consistent pa rin talaga siya sa Skypiercer's second item pickup no?
Oo.
Talagang, yun talaga yung gusto niyang ipakita na I will still build this no matter what. Kahit gaano kabagal yung maging tagpo ng laban, I need this item. Pero apat na miyembro ng TNC sa baba nakatingin. Handa rin naman si Nova. Alam niya na pwedeng may mangyaring gulo at pwedeng atakin nila si Shizu. Kaya nahaharangan na naman yung mga gustong puntahan ng TNC.
Again, Nova playing security guard, playing bodyguard in this AP Bren composition. Hanap, usap, no deal. That's been the scenario here para sa AP Bren. Kaya hindi makachempo na maganda ang TNC. Di ba? Legends lang ang nakakaalam
Legends na
nun,
nakakaalam nun,
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Pero alam din kasi ni Nova eh. Alam niya kung saan posibleng manggaling, and he's not allowing anybody without ID to enter into their side.
Somewhere in Pasig may nakangiting burrito dyan.
May nakangiting
Okay.
burrito dyan na nagla-live
Nagets niya
stream.
yun eh.
Nagets niya yun eh.
Nagigets.
Panahon niya yun eh. Pero again, going back, talagang akala mo kinakausap talaga ni Nova eh. Wag dyan, boss. Boss, kita namin kayo. Parang ganun yung gustong mangyari ni Nova palagi. And now for the Lord, na maaari ng simulan, nauna ang TNC.
-1. Yan ang hahanapin natin mula sa dalawang teams.
Correct.
With both of them having avenues to go for the pickups. And so far sa ngayon si Aqua, lagi pa rin nagkakaroon ng chance makuha yung real world manipulation. So, pwede magka-counteran pa nga. Ito dalawang teams, Benny!
Oop! Zaman Force wasted.
Oh no.
na siyang Zaman Force before the start of this Lord fight. Kaya ngayon magpupush right away ang AP Bren para makakuha ng teritoryo dito sa may bandang ilog. And this is gonna be the case for them. Zaida nagtatago pa rin. Lord ay babalik sa kanyang tahanan and TNC is gonna have some time to at least get that reset na kinakailangan ni Benny. The Zaman Force is now alive pero wala pang nagkakaatakihan dito. And now Shaknu's gonna be there. All goods pa rin.
Okay.
Still, both teams chillax in 11 minutes.
So, safe ba na sabihin na ang kailangan gawin ni Joshua ay mangilog?
Safe.
Tama.
Okay.
Bibigyan kita ng 7 out of 10.
Okay.
Dahil hindi
7
ko
out of 10.
in-expect eh. Hindi ko
Oh,
in-expect.
parang wala masyadong development. Pero to further to further add to that, Joshi, river control yung sinabi rin natin sa keys to victory.
Yun.
So that also means that this is the most important part of the map ngayon sa dalawang teams natin.
And that explains it. Nandito ang 5 mga miyembro ng parehas na teams while Zaida is clearing house sa may bandang itaas. Nag-reset na naman ulit yung Lord. Hindi mahahawakan niya ng parehas na teams.
Oh! Tech Charge Flicker mula kay Nova to get down 3 members sa tutuloy. Ang AP Bren, James Banks with a free objective kill. DJ may fall down. Yun yung 4 na miyembro. Naku, naipit na si Nova. Pinanish na lang nila yung kaya nilang ipunish. At si James Banks gusto pa lumaban. He could have TP'd pero gusto niyang lumaban talaga at pinakita niya yung damage output. Kamuntikan si Zaida, Shizu, and Aqua dun sa middle lane. Hindi sila kontento sa nakuha nila. Pero pang BMI palayo. Entry Mars gonna go down sa kamay ni Aqua. Ngayon may Purify na ginamit para makatakbot, para makatakas. AP Bren, ang alam mo tapos na pero hindi pa. Muling papasok kaso. Naipit na si Shizu at naparusahan ng TNC. That was uneven para sa akin dahil kumuhan man nila yung Lord. 3 yung nakuha ng TNC.
To be fair, TNC is very happy about that. That's the slowest tech charge na nakita natin tapos may biglang mabilis na pag-pop sa dulo bago yung dulo ng tech charge nakapag-flicker pa doon si Nova. That shows us his mastery of this hero. At the same time, nabuhay si Lancy kahit magdamag na siyang hinahanap dito ni KLVJ. And Shizu, unfortunately, ang plano nila doon was to connect with James Banks para patayin si Benny Cutie. We can see that in the replay. The slowest tech charge. Pero meron palang exclamation point doon sa dulo. Nakawala si Lancy, tapos meron pang stun doon kaya hindi naabot itong si Shizu. The Purify was a little bit late. And because of that, nakapag-RWM pa at napatay pa nga itong si Kill VJ.
And you also have to appreciate Benny QT being at the right place at the right time.
Also
Compared to
true.
game number 1, we saw him na siya talaga yung tinatarget ni Nova using that Marcel. Pero ngayon, dahil meron siyang Harith, and also because there's more tanky heroes on their side, hindi niya kinakailangan na ipakita yung kanyang sarili to a certain extent. Pero sa ngayon, TNC slowly gaining some more momentum. Nakakuha na sila ng kanilang pangatlong torre sa laban na ito and they are now swinging back and forth pagdating dito sa ating gold lead, leading by 2 kills.
Wala na rin kasing question when it comes to damage output. Dumarating na sa punto na kapag tumalan si Chaknu, kahit sino. Kasi kaya nilang banatan. Nandyan si Benny Cutie, tulad nga ng binabanggit natin kanina, malaya siya ngayon. Walang Marcel para pigilan siya. Wala ring may kayang humawak sa kanya ng ganon ka-sure. Dahil even si KLVJ, natutunaw siya doon sa frontline damage na binibigay ng TNC. And also for Nova, maganda yung mga pwestuhan ngayon ni Benny Cutie to the point na hindi siya nahuhuli.
Pare, may meet up. Nararamdaman ko yung
Bottom
meet
side.
up.
Sa may south banda.
Oo. May blind item. Hindi pa nakikita ni Kill pero nag-back away muna sila.
Okay.
So, again, I thought that was building up to something different pero mas maingat ngayon ang ating dalawang teams. AP Bren wants to take this sweep and get that top of our standings pero TNC, they want to win this time. They want to get this for themselves and with 3 seconds in, lumabas na ang Lord, lumabas na ang paglalabanan ng ating dalawang teams.
Una sa pwesto ang TNC, they are choking that left mid push para walang makadaan. Pero nandyan si Nova, straightforward, just directly checking those bushes. At aatras muli ang TNC.
So interesting na slow push na sinetap dito ng AP Brent sa bottom lane. Hindi siguro din madaling makita pero nag-iwan ng isang BMI itong si Shizu dun sa lane. At dahil sa konting damage na yon, in the long run, magiging advantage so ng AP Brent sa bottom lane.
Gandang posisyon ng BMI para makita yung mga nagtatagong members ng TNC.
Right on cue, yung BMI na nabanggit mo kanina. Nahanap yung iba sa mga members ng Phoenix Army as Streamar is the only one that is appearing consistently. Nova is doing the same. Naghahanap ng tempo. Streamar pumapalibot. Shizu bumabaril. LBJ nagtatago. Naghahanap ng tamang pagkakataon. This is the timing that the two teams need. One big ultimate is what they need para umpisahan ang ating laban, but no one is taking that chance. Walang pumapalag.
Sino
Nang
mauuna?
hindi basta-basta nag-iisip. Nova finds the others. Shaknu, Streamar not doing anything. A full minute of silence for both teams.
Sweaty one. Interestingly, yung bottom lane kumakapal na dito para sa TNC nung sinabi ko na magiging maganda yun para sa AP Bren. It wasn't unlucky, a very unlucky situation para sa minion wave ng AP Bren.
This time ay nag-aabang na lang tayo kung sino bang mauuna. Tech charge, flicker, o yung buhat ni Chakno in the flicker, another PMI.
Akala ko yung grand meet-up pa yun na
Grabe.
talaga. Hindi pa
Hindi pa
din.
pala.
Pero ito ang
na yun.
nakita ng TNC.
Ito na ba?
Nasa baba
Ito
si
na
James
yun.
Banks. It's a
Nako.
4v5 situation. They're gonna take this chance.
Dire-diretso, pinaburst down na yung Lord. Alam nilang walang jungler aside ng AP Bren. Now si Trimar na punish sa gitna. Talon mula kay
Oh!
Chakno. Wala na yung XP laner.
Benny.
Pero hawak na TNC pa rin yung Lord. They got the objective they needed. Ang kinailangan
James!
lang ay vision. Si James pumasok. Pero nasaktan siya dun sa damage output.
Oh!
Tech charge, flicker mula kay Nova. They were able to get down Benny Curie in the process. Shizu, kamuntikan na tamaan pa nung Void Crystal. And this time si Chakno naiipit, hinahabol. All he can do is buy some time. Pero si Zaida ay nakita rin doon sa gitna ng lapat patay. Apat ang wala sa TNC. They may got the Lord, pero apat ang kapalit.
Pulasan ang TNC. AP Bren, 5-man strong. Lancy, Streamar, sila na lang ang matitirang dumipensa. Will they have enough time para makabawi at may pagpatuloy ang laban na to?
6 seconds magkaka-ultimate dito si Lancy. It's now available and that is enough. Hindi na mag-a-attend pa ang mga members ng AP Bren. And napakagandang pag-counter again with
Wow.
X-Nova. Back-to-back great games coming out from the roamer of AP Bren.
Yung palang mauuna ay yung mga members ng TNC, pero sabi ni Nova, no matter kung sinong mauna, basta kung sino yung mas efficient doon sa mga ginamit na skills, and because of that, they were able to get that Lord down at hindi nagamit yon ng TNC. Plus sila pa yung nadelikado at nabasagan ng inhibitor turret sa gitna.
Scary strategy na nakita natin dito mula sa AP Bren na pinakita nila yung jungler nila dun sa may bottom lane to clear that lane. Oo, nakakuha sila ng advantage but that should not happen again, TNC. Nakikita natin na magandang decision making nila. Talagang na iisaan sila lang nitong si Nova with that flicker play and of course, shot calling. Hindi natin alam kung sino mismo yung nag-call nun but KLBJ, Shizu, as well as X-Nova, maganda yung chemistry nitong tatlo dahil sabay-sabay silang nag-i-initiate yung mga hero teamfights, yung pag-turn after the Lord objective. Nakita natin na konektado ang mga tropa natin mula sa AP Bren.
Agree, and yung kay James Banks din yung pagpasok niya, you know, it's seconds delayed. Hindi siya yung sumama ng biglaan just when TNC were already losing their skills. Pero ang naging maganda naman para sa TNC, nakahanap kaagad si Lancy at yung natira sa kanila ay si Lancy. Compared to like all of the other heroes that were there, he had the best chance to defend them against a full 5-man with only one cannon minion sa kanilang side. And as soon as Streamar was alive, AP Bren wasn't gonna let them have any. Balik na naman tayo sa panibagong 20 minutos na laban with less than 30 seconds to go for another Lord to spawn. 2.7k ang kalamangan ngayon ng AP Bren na may inhibitor silang inaabangan towards that middle ground. The Lord is about to appear in just a bit.
Last time na nakakita tayo ng 20-minute plus na game, it was AP Bren and Omega, and AP Bren won that against the late game comp na meron ng Omega noon. But this time, up against TNC, kaya pa nila yung late game ng Harit?
Well, they do have the Claude as well as this Suyu at yung Valentina. Pataas din naman yung scaling sa pag-handle with the Harit. Masasabing oo, meron. I think, honestly, sobrang pantay lang spikes ng dalawang teams natin dito with even, if we're looking at the other side, that's si Eve na makatira naman damage and of course, Zaida with this Nolan. And with 3 Mar, having this Phobius, ito yung meron silang advantage. Ngayon, ito si KLVJ, ito yung choice ng AP Bren. If they had a Uranus, makunat sila. But now with the Esmeralda, they do have the damage against Benny.
Tech charge!
Oy!
Kukonek sa dalawa, binuha ni Chaco papalayo sa makakakampi niya. Pero si Trimarang tinamaan ng mga skill damage at mamamatay sa kamay ng AP Bren. Now it's 5v4 lamang sa numero ang Hive. And they want to start and finish this lore. May binuhat doon sa Kinopia mula kay Chakno. And now it's time para bumalik. At si Zaida at target niya. Ito si Aqua patay. And even, ito si KLVJ ay kalahati. At mamamatay na rather. Pero itong si Nova ang napiling targetin muli na TNC lang sa double kill for Zaida. Kapalit lamang ng isa.
Men, akala ko sa flip top ko lang nakikita yung mga nagpe-fake joke.
Oo
Yung mga
nga.
nagpe-fake back. Totoo rin pala. Pwede rin pala mangyari yun dito. Kala mo wala na. Tapos na. Pero hindi. TNC still got 2. And just when you thought that AB Bren had the momentum, the Phoenix Army is still fighting.
Yeah, if Bren bit off more than they could chew, pwede na silang mag-focus na lang doon sa objectives at kumuha po ulit ng isa pang -1 pero masyado silang nanggigil doon. And because of that, bigla na lang yung advantage siya sa TNC.
Ooh, 1v1 with the Great One.
Kamuntikan kung tumama yung stun. Maaring makakita tayo ng duguan doon. Pero dahil di tumama ang
Alam pa
call
nila to?
ng TNC ay
Uy!
tapusin na yung Lord at
Wow!
nagulat ng bigla.
You would think that TNC will not go for that Lord play dahil nakita nila doon si Zaida. But James Pangs and the gang, masyado silang naging busy. At ngayon, ang ating laban, umaabante na ang TNC.
What a call mula sa kung sino man ang nag-call noon. TNC Pro Team just got another major objective on their side.
Uy, uy,
Pero
uy,
si
uy.
Zaida nahanap ng tatlo. Inaabangan, hinahabol. Will he be able to be taken down?
Biglang kumo-crossover sa sidestep para maiwasan yung damage.
Oh!
Pero mukhang mabubuhay.
Oh my
He's
God!
gonna run away unscathed. At hindi mamamatay Zaida with those moves. Kung may milyon ka, sabihin nating may bilyon ako.
Kyrie Irving in the MPL. Zaida with another sidestep. Galawang movements.
Teka lang, hindi pa tapos. Pinalikan mo rin ni James Pangs.
Ay!
Ayaw niyang magpatalo pero sabi ni Zaida, nasa ng milyon kung babagsak ka ngayon. And yung members ng TNC doon sa bottom lane na naghahasik na ng lagim. This is the Phoenix Army clapping back. At AB Bren and Steeman make it 4 down. At hahawakan nila ang panalo ng game number 2. We have a series tied by the Phoenix Army.
A Mobile Legends ankle breaker ang kinailangan ng Phoenix Army, and we are all tied up. We are going to a game number 3.
And all it took was to win that duel. Minsan sa mga gera, may nagkakaroon ng mga 1v1. Yung dalawang general nagbibigay ng
Oh
isang
my gosh.
pinakamalupit na soldier nila. They call it their champion. It will be a 1v1 and that will decide who will win the war eventually. At nakita natin yung James Panks versus Zaida. The future of MLBB dito sa Pilipinas when it comes to our jungle prowess. Yung magaling pumindot at dalawang pogi sa liga. Nagpakitang gilas ng 1v1. It was a very close tug of war, but in the end, the AP Bren lost when James Panks also lost that duel.
Ibang klase to, men. Everybody was at the edge of their seat. Everybody was cheering back and forth. Balikan ng dalawang teams natin. AP Bren was getting Lords, getting inhibitor turrets. Pero sa dulo, ang nagpakita ng kanilang composure na yung TNC. Just when you thought that the clash was over, papalik sila ulit with
Yes.
another set of skills.
Can I just say that was really a beautiful MLBB.
Eto yun.
Ayun na yun eh.
Eto yun, men.
Imagine, anong oras pa lang? Nasa bandang ano pa lang tayo, 6:15.
Pero prime time na rin kasi ito.
Sa bagay. Pero ano eh, wala beautiful MLBB in all aspects of that game. Lord dances, macro, micro, lista mo.
The game na nakita natin mula sa AP Bren. Napakatikas. Oy! Grabe naman yun. At Zaida. Napakatinding galawan with this last picked Nolan. We prescribed sa TNC na tigilan na nila ang pagbigay ng mga Fredrin, mga utility junglers dito kay Zaida. Bigyan nyo siya ng hero na pang damage. Yung tipong gumagawa ng malupitang crossover mala Kyrie Irving. And wins it for the team, in fact.
Man, yun yung rebound by Bosch. Back out
Back
to
to
Allen. His three-pointer. Bang! Pero
Double
wala
bang para kay Zaida.
Dribble lang kasi, dribble lang eh. Pero nung nag-1v1 sila with the Great One,
Oo.
yun na, ang grand meetup. Natuloy din.
Akala kasi
Natuloy din.
natin, yung grand meetup, 5-5.
Hindi.
Hindi pala. 1v1 lang.
Ang kailangan na magkita ay yung dalawa. But again, looking at these highlights, it was such an incredible match for both of these teams. Kumbaga, chess match sila eh. Walang lumalamang ng bahagya except for that this clash right here na nagpaikting talaga sa kalamangan ng AP Bren dahil nakakuha sila ng inhibitor turret. But hindi sila nakapag-build up nung damage to be able to dish it out up until the end. Kasi TNC gumagawa sila ng mga unusual pero ganang galaw.
Yeah. And Nova is phenomenal this series so far. Ito yung overextension coming out from AP Bren. Pwede naman nilang i-focus na lang yung Lord pero naghanap pa sila ng mga extra kills at yung extra moves dito ng TNC na may Lord pit na nakaharang sa kanilang mga miyembro, dun sila nadali and we can see this. Again, beautiful nagalawan in that duel. Zaida, pixel perfect to get out of the zone of this Suyu.
It was just a great game mula kay Zaida. Yung glimpses nung paggamit niya ng Nola noong Season 16 is still apparent till this day. Looking at the items right now, almost a 23-minute game for both of these teams. Kung iisipin mo, di ba, sa ibang mga laro, doble yung kill score nito. But it's just 9-13. That's how disciplined, that's how careful and methodical yung ginawang approach dito ng parehas, lalo na nung TNC.
And again, we saw what we saw during game number 1, yung sobrang bagal na start from both of these teams. Then eventually ramping up every single time na may objectives na parang yun talaga yung gustong ipanalo ng dalawang teams na to. We have seen, yes, a lot of forward-backward movements mula dito sa dalawang teams. Merong nananalo sa Lord pero natatalo sa Clash. But then, yung yung pinaka last page ng storya na to during that game number 2 was that 1v1 down top lane na kung saan si Zaida ang nakakuha ng panalo plus giving the win to TNC.
Yeah. Maganda yung mga palitan ng dalawang teams natin and it boiled down to mistakes na lang dun sa dulo kasi maganda naman yung performance nila sa they know how to answer kung ano yung pinabato ng bawat team. It was a very close team fighting mula dun sa dalawang teams natin pagdating sa mga objectives. But in the end, ang nagkaroon lang ng overextension was AP Bren and that 1v1 fight nga na sinabi natin na parang sila na yung nag-decide kung sino yung mananalo sa game. It was after all, in between the two junglers na nakita natin, two assassin mains dito sa ating liga at kung sino yung natalo doon, kanyang team ang matatalo doon sa laban.
Mga kababayan, kung sakali nakakapanood nyo pa lamang, kung kaka-on nyo pa lang ng PC, ng cellphone, ng Infinix phones ninyo, nag-shake and bake si Zaida. Sa laro at kahit sa yung pinakita yung MVP
Cup.
Yung GOAT of the game, di ba? Nung pinakita siya MVP of the game, ginawa niya rin yon. But this is exactly how we're gonna be starting off yung ating Sunday afternoon. Baka nga evening na eh. And, oo nga, evening na.
Yes.
Evening na, isang magandang gabi sa lahat ng ating mga manonood. We're going to a game number 3. Kaya kung hindi pa kayo nakakapagsaing, ito na ang oras nyo para gawin yon. Dahil
may 4 minutes pa.
May 4 minutes pa yun bago magsimula. Kaya pa yan. Kaso pag hindi pa nahugasan yung kaldero,
Medyo
mahirap.
Hindi ko alam kung pwede nating i-zoom out panandalian ng ating camera dito para makita
Pwede.
ating English panel.
Oo nga.
Dahil tayo ay graced sa presensya ng Bisang Brigida.
Oo,
Tama naman.
ng prinsesa ng extended series. Kasi di ba merong merong English, English translation.
Ah,
wow.
Kaso wala eh, Basta nandun po sila.
Nandun po
Guess nyo
sila.
na po kung bakit.
Opo. Balikan nyo po konti sa English broadcast.
Paling lang po kayo ng konti.
Opo, maling lang kayo ng konti. Makikita nyo.
Pagtabihin niyo yung dalawang Infinix phone,
Oo.
Tagalog,
Ayun,
English.
actually, ayun.
Yeah, bye,
Alam mo,
bye, kita.
magandang idea yun.
Diba? Para ka pa rin nanonood ng
Oo.
panel.
Tama ka dun
Parang
Tama ka
nandito
dun.
ka na rin, no? Parang
Oo.
nandito ka na rin. Pero sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, guys, the tickets are still available para sa ating MPL Philippines Season 17. Kung sakali na wala kayong dalawang cellphone at ayaw nyo na pagtabihin para makita na totoo po talaga yung sinasabi namin, pwede kayong bumili ng ticket. Siyempre, mas mura yon. And you can get to enjoy all of the intense matchups na meron tayo dito sa MPL Philippines. Now, going back to this game, ang dami na nating magandang nabanggit sa AP Bren noong game number 1. But for TNC in this game number 2, we saw them battle towards adversity. Nakuha nila yung tamang timpla, yung tempo na kinakailangan for them to get this game. It may be in a joust, it may be in a 5v5. They got that both in the late game.
Tingin ko din kasi this time mas marami na silang tools to start the fight. Meron silang, pwede sila mag-start with 3-mar on the dark wave kapag may napaangat basta tapos may na out of position. There's that. There's also Chakno that can start it. This time with the Harit, kahit yung Harit minsan, pwede magsimula ng team fight. Ang daming mga nakita natin na folks na parang siya yung mag-zaman first in, tapos yung isang chrono dash with the Feather of Heaven, tas nag-tick yun. Pag natamaan si Shizu, half HP agad yung mga squishy targets. And even a hero like the Grak, hindi masyadong tumatagal sa harap ng isang Harit. So, there is at least 3 options para dito sa TNC na mag-engage. Unlike before, they're trapped dito sa isang Fredrin tapos pwede sila matamaan ng Marcel ult.
Which leads us back doon sa naging draft behavior ng TNC during game number 2. That quick respect to that Marcel and that Alice. Laking bagay para sa TNC kasi tulad nga ng binabanggit natin during that game 2, sobrang laya ni Benny Cutie doon unlike what he faced during ng game number 1.
And for all of the others that have been witnessing yung mga pagbabago sa ating liga over the past few seasons, sila na po ngayon ang namimili ng kanilang side in terms of the map. So, DNC chose Broken Walls nung game number 1. 80 Bren went with Dangerous Grass. So ngayon naman, DNC, ang kanilang pipilian for game number 3 would be Flying Clouds. And this is going to make things more interesting pagdating sa bilis ng kanilang engagements para bumalik dun sa mga clashes.
Because technically, we saw a lot of times na na-outpoke ang TNC during the early game. So, with the Flying Clouds, magkakaroon ng significance yung mapa na to, knowing na even if they got poked, ay makakabalik agad sila. Quick reset with the Flying Clouds, mabilis silang babalik doon sa kung nasaan man sila dapat.
I think TNC, ang isip ko rin kasi kung magbo-blue side sila dito sa game na to, kung sakali magkakaroon ng change-up, baka mas pumapor pa nga sila sa kanila dito. They can get the Valentina themselves as well. I'm sure that Lancy is gonna be happy to pick that hero up again. At tapos, at will prompt itong AP Bren na baka iangat nila yung priority dun sa Marcel, which will mean na mawawalan ng hero either si James Banks o kaya naman itong si Shizu. So, I feel like the first pick can also be the priority here para sa TNC.
Right, kasi yun yung build-up talaga ng AP Bren over this last 2 games eh. Yung magandang hero para kay James Banks tsaka kay Shizu. Kumbaga bahala na yung iba. As long as we have the damage dealers, we'll find a way. Makakahanap tayo ng paraan para matulungan sila, masuportahan sila with other heroes kung sakali ng baban. Yung likes ng Hilda, yung likes ng Khalid or maybe even the others na ginagawa naman nitong TNC kani-kanina lamang. So for AP Bren, that's gonna be their challenge. Sino ang mawawala ng priority hero from the start of those 3 picks kung sakali na gagawin nila yun?
Kasi marirealize mo na naging sobrang tug of war yung nangyayari sa ating draft. Parang kung sino yung mas makakuha nga ng comfortable hero nila, yun yung parang mas nakakakuha ng advantage out of it. Kasi when we try to go back doon sa mga nangyaring dalawang game, yes, nakuha nga nila yung mga comfort nila, particularly AB Bren. Nakuha nila yung comfort nila nung game number 2, but then, for TNC, komportable na rin sila doon sa heroes na meron sila. Now, the Valentina is out of the equation.
Yung mga ma-open up dito. So, that means that either Freya kasi yung binandito ng AP Bren eh. it was Hilda na kanilang binandin and Fanny. So with this Valentina being open, ang magiging ano pa mababaliksan? Meron ka bang lista ng mga previous bans natin?
Nandun yung mga
Dalawa na yung naban. It's also the Kalea. So dalawa yung ma-open up ngayon.
Men, ibang-iba to.
Sushin.
Yung
It was the
kanina,
Jushin na
Jushin, Fanny, Baksha, Leomord. Yun yung naunang apat. And
Yep.
now, it's just the Zushin who's out.
Hilda and Fanny ang tingin kong pwedeng ma-open up dito para sa TNC. And if they do get the Eve first, ang kailangan mangyari dito para sa AP Bren is kunin ang Marcel at yung Claude.
Tol, napakaraming bukas dito para sa parehas na teams. You're looking at a Baksha and a Fanny. Yung Fanny nakita naman natin in some of the previous games. Even the Leomord is also open. Now, this gives them room para mag-pick up nung Sora. Kasi yun yung problema nila with the Valentina kanina eh. So, it just depends kung ano magiging approach
The
dito.
Immortal
Ang
One chose
unang
me to think
approach
the
nila.
shows
But
that
here you
plague
go,
this
Suyu. Hindi lang respect the MC. Respect the
SY.
SY.
Respect the SY din, pre.
Okay, so with this, pinaalog talaga with that Fanny ban
men.
na ang
Nauga eh.
nauga talaga. I would assume that the Fanny will be open because of this, but now open na ang Hilda.
Oh my
If you are TNC, I feel like Eve is the best first pick for you.
tapos sa AP Bren may Leomord
Leomord.
nakasunod.
Valor and
So,
royalty
unay
in a
ni
dead
Leomord.
body.
Never mind the Eve. So AP Bren, will they go for Eve and Marcel this time?
Eve +1, Eve Marcel, Eve Carry.
This is what a great first pick mula sa TNC.
Yeah, this kind of I felt like na caught off guard ang AP Bren dito. But there you go. Sora is finally opened and picked dito sa ating laban sa ngayon with AP Bren finally getting there. You're looking at Stone, of course, chilling at their respective areas. The sixth man itong TNC as Lancy is the one playing for their team. Next up is yung kanilang extra options. They still have the second pick here, Wolf.
So it should be the Eve yung sinasabi natin na kanina din pa. At pero ngayon, open ang Hilda. TNC can pick that up. And then, syempre, meron ding Harith and Claude. Mukhang babalik sa Harith to para sa TNC.
Yeah. Ay, instead of Akari na pag naipit sa RWM, medyo hirap na talaga. And even yung Claude ay maaring ma-cancel ng mga knockups ng isang Sora. Might as well get that Harith plus Hilda nga ba?
Hilda Harith ang nakikita ko dito para sa TNC. And then, para sa AP Bren, kailangan na lang kunin yung James Punk Zero. Potentially maubusan sila. They're gonna be left with Hayabusa or Yisun Shin sa kanilang third pick kung sakali. Kaya kinuha na agad ng TNC para hindi na mapunta sa kanila. Inuubusan talaga ng viable heroes para kay James Punks.
Grabe, as in, simot kung simot, pare. As in, walang kahit ano, kanin wala eh.
Ubus eh.
Ubus, pati pantubos, pre.
Ay, di ba nga, million moves. Paano ka gagalaw kung wala kang panggalaw?
Galaw-gaw. I mean,
Iipitin dito si James Punks na pumili ng hero na
man.
Guinevere, for example, or
Red
Hayabusa, but Hayabusa is not the best against already the heroes of TNC. Harley, pwede rin.
Oo.
Kaya lang hindi na ganun kaganda.
Kumbaga malalim yung kailangan na
Malalim.
hugot sa baul ngayon ng AP Bren para kay James Punks. Ayun na yung Marcel.
Marcel.
So, nasagot na kanina, Wolf, Josh, Kicks, yung tanong natin na sino ang magsasakripisyo na mawawala yung priority pick nila for the sake of Marcel being taken. And I think it's safe to say na it's James Punks and Shizu. Kasi hindi pa tayo sure kung yung Sora na to saan pupunta eh.
That's also true. At least meron ganun. Merong option ng AP Bren. Ang problem lang, if you are going for the flex dun sa red side, may mare-reveal ka agad dito sa fourth pick mo. So hindi mo forever makikip itong Sora. So far, TNC has denied two great heroes against AP Bren. And with this CC ban, ang sinasabi sa akin dito ng AP Bren ay kukuha sila ng Akai. And another smart decision mula sa TNC, wag na nating ipili to. Baka ang ban nila dito is actually Moskov as well as the Claude. Because that will mean na magkakaroon ng awkward na composition ng AP Brand kung saan either sobrang pang late game sila o kaya naman pang early.
Si Shizu naman yung napiling ipitin ngayon eh. No? After what they did for James Punks na kuhanin yung Leo, iban yung Suyo, kuhanin yung YSS. Ngayon si Shizu na yung napili. Ikaw na ang target ng TNC. What's left for AP Brand is to again ban heroes from the EXP.
Yeah.
Dahil kung ano man yung ayaw nilang katapat by this time.
Got him lined up in my
It's the
sights.
king.
Parang nabanata na kasi nila sa draft si James Punks eh. Like during the first half, it's what? The Suyu, the Yizun Shin, the Leo Mort, there's just so much. I mean, pwede ka pa rin naman pumili. Kahit yung Fanny, hindi rin pinalagpas. So kung ikaw dito si Coach G, malalim sa malalim talaga ang hugot mo
Kaya
dito.
hugot.
Oo
It's the
nga.
Hari. At least may natirang Moskov dito para sa AP Bren that Shizu can eventually play. Laban sa isang Yizun Shin. But then again, pwede ka na kumuha ng James Banks hero mo dito. The Guinevere is open, so is Harley. Parehas magic-based nga lang.
Saan ka pa huhugot, Coach G? Ano pa ang mahuhugot?
Julian.
At may mauhugot ba? I mean, sigurado naman ako na meron.
Meron naman.
Pero but how efficient yung pickup nila na yon, considering na itong si James Punks, I mean, we've seen him pick up the Suyu twice in this game. Nakita natin kung gaano ka-importante yung magiging hero ni James Punks towards that damage output na kanilang i-deal. There goes the Moskov na nabanggit nga ni Wolf. Shizu safely securing a hero that he's familiar with.
Baka mapilitan siya mag-akay actually and TNC. Ang natitira sa nila dito is Zetyan. There's the Alice, by the way, pala. Para sa TNC would be really good for them. Alice or Uranus, but Alice against Eve. Ang napakagandang last pick kung sakali. At wala siyang pakialam din sa Marcel because of the
Crowned by
AOE.
heaven's mandate.
And sinili the
My
Zetyan.
legacy shall endure.
And
Alice.
Alice.
Okay.
Grant immortality
Napakagandang draft mula sa TNC. It's
or
perfect. I
death.
think if you're AP Bren, you're gonna be forced with Akai. Ano pa ba? Balmond?
Hirap na rin mag-Fred rin dito.
Sa Dark System ba ang hugot?
Or what if mag-Uranus jungle sila?
Ooh.
Para dito kay James Pang. Siya
So,
naman din ang nagpauso.
Para kay Shizu, si Shizu na bahala, damage. Ikaw na bahala, Shizu, Aqua.
Oo.
Hmm.
Kaso nga lang may zip yan
Oo.
na pwedeng pang tulak-tulak sa kanya. But also that is the tankiness na kailangan nila to really... Back siya pala, no open. Oo, actually
Oo
back
nga.
siya.
Oo nga, no?
Ay,
We forgot about that. Oh, yun na lang.
Mukhang
Back
yun
siya
na
na lang.
Oo nga.
Okay.
Buti na lang, no?
Na mayroon pa pala natira.
Naalala mo ba?
Kesa mag-akay, ayan back siya.
May back siya naman.
So at least meron, this is a really good hero for them in terms of like yung rotations. Tsaka yung durability din. Kasi syempre yung Akai nandun din naman. But it's not as, I would say, tanky and doesn't dish an extra amount of damage compared to the Baksha. Pati dun sa rotation. So merong magandang nahugot dito ang AB Bren. But for TNC, you did say it yourself. Maganda yung kanilang na pickups dito, forcing James Punks into a certain position na akala natin ay hindi na siya makakahanap ng isang magandang hero, but he was able to.
Ang maganda kasi dito sa Baksha na meron bukod dun sa anti-heal na magiging sulit for later on, yung mabilis na pagja-jungle. Ito yung natatangi sa isang utility jungler na Baksha kasi halos pareha siya ng speed ng isang assassin. Hindi lang sa paglalakad from one jungle cap to another, pero yung mabilis talaga din na pag-take nung mismong jungle creep. So, lagi ko din ina-assume na nakaban yung Baksha. Kasi lagi autoban din eh. So,
Isa sa mga
may natira pa pala.
It's been a while, my friend. It's been a while. Wala, hindi bihira talaga natin siyang makita. But hey, the Baksha is gonna be James Punks' hero para sa game number 3.
For what?
TNC looking for it. Kel VJ, medyo nababat siya doon at nabigla. Pero Mark safe. Masyado na marami nagamit.
Maraming, even the flicker, pero ang kapalit naman nun ay yung kaunting XP advantage against that Alice because na-miss out ni Tremar yung isang minions if I'm not mistaken. Pero totally not worth it if you were KLBJ. Medyo nakita siya sa balak niyang gawin doon sa bottom lane.
Still, I would assume both teams facing themselves just like what happened in that last 2 games. Tamang hanap na naman si Nova. Back to regular programming siya ngayon, Wolf.
Okay.
This is the same thing that he's gonna plan to do in that game number 1. The difference is, nando na yung Alice, nando na yung Zetyan. There's at least some sort of pokes that could happen bago pa makalapit yung Marcel.
At ito yung pang-counter na nakita natin mula kay Prince nung activate mo yung Fury of the Phoenix after the Marcel ult. However, iba kasi yung style nitong si Nova on this Marcel. Panggulo siya dun sa likod, hindi dun sa target nila. So,
Uy!
does have the flicker.
Okay. Kaso wasted before that turtle, so medyo
That's
malaking ano yun. Malaking resource na nawala. And as uncorrected, walang nangyaring delay kay Trimar dun sa kanyang Alice sa bottom lane. Nakuha niya lahat ng minions niya. And now, level 4, doon sa may bandang baba, pwede nang agad simulan yung turtle. Nakahanda na rin ang AP Brand. There goes James Banks. Nova, tinitingnan lahat ng bushes. Another frame moment. Nandyan na si KLBJ. Zyda will take that turtle down. Pero yung Fury of the Phoenix ay gagamitin para sana mag-counter engage. Pero tumutuloy ang AP Brand. Getting 2. Nandyan yung RWM. Turtle may makukuha ng TNC kapalit ng dalawa.
James Banks and KLBJ get their kills kontra kay Trimar, but TNC will be able to get theirs. A turtle in exchange for 2 lives.
Yeah, definitely advantage yun para sa AP Bren. May magandang play nakita natin mula kay Benny Cutie. Naghintay niya magkamali doon si Aqua. Tapos instant na bangka with the Grok wall. But Aqua was fast when it comes to his reactions. Gets out of there. And na-avoid ng AP Bren ng isang magandang rotation pala doon kay Benny. Uy, grabe.
Look at the damage from KLBJ. Ang bilis lang tinunaw. Ito si Trimar.
Pinaulanan ni The King si Trimar in that certain scenario, and it's 3-0 para sa AP Bren pagdating sa kill score. 1,000 in terms of gold lead. Maganda ang nagiging simula ng AP Bren with TNC yet to answer dahil sa paggugulo nitong si Nova.
Doon pa rin yung, yung play na ginagawa niya right from game number 1 na titingnan yung mga kalaban. Every time na mag-cooldown yung passive niya sa isang tao, tuloy-tuloy lang sa pag-frozen moment. And again, I believe stacking up pa din. Wala pa naman siyang Thunderbelt dito. So, yun pa rin yung gusto niya mangyari. Ganun pa rin ang plano na, sige, guluhin lang natin ang guluhin kung anong balak nilang gawin.
Sipat pa rin eh. Still a classic thing na ginagawa nila ngayon. I mean, that's the fundamental thing about this game, right? Wolf, yung information na naibibigay nitong Marcel, that's why he's regarded as kumbaga hindi na yun dahil sa Golden R eh. It's because of everything else that he provides just like this.
At kaya-kaya niyang umalis din. Meron pa din siyang flicker kung sakali mapasama siya. But naman gaano kakunat ang isang Marcel. At I wonder kung kailan niya makukuha yung kanyang Thunderbelt. In the previous game, sobrang bilis din niya nakuha yung Thunderbelt niya.
Ang bilis din makapag-stack nung Thunderbelt niya kanina. But now, for this turtle, ganda yung posisyon ng TNC dito with Zyda and Chakno. Although masaspatan ni Nova yung dalawa, KLBJ doon nag-aabang lang din ang perfect moment. Pero wala pa rin. Hawak lang ng TNC ngayon. Pwedeng madaliin actually dahil malayo pa. Pero ngayon susunod na ang AP Bren. Trimar ay papasok sa kanyang ultimate. Nandiyan yung golden hour. Hindi gagalaw ito si Chakno at si James Banks. Pero tumutuloy sa pag-zone away si Trimar. Nandiyan yung pagsuntok. And it's gonna be James Banks na makakuha ng turtle plus a quick disengage.
Again, a lot of ultimates ay nagamit ng parehas na teams. Pero AP Bren na makakakuha ng turtle and no casualties. Or, as I say that, si Benny Cutie pamanatan ngayon.
Kaso nandyan si Shizu. Patulungan si Aqua. Flicker mula kay Nova. He's gonna get that kill.
And what a play. Of course, he will be taken out. But because of that, it's a kill onto Benny Cutie. At may Thunderbelt na rin. Itong si Nova. Napasama dun si Benny Cutie nung gusto niya mag-double lane, napatambay siya sa bush. At magtataka kayo bakit hindi siya umaalis doon? Well, wala siyang choice. Kapag nag-step out of the bush, makikita siya ng mga members ng AP Bren. So no matter what happens, parang nasintensyahan na rin siya doon. Because of his attempt on the double lane, hindi niya napansin na maganda yung tempo na nakita natin mula sa AP Bren. At may isang hidden tech pa ng paon napansin sa Golden Hour. Pwede siyang sure doon sa Spear of the Distraction.
Ayaw nga,
Right
pwede
on cue.
hintayin muna yung moment na kung saan tatama. Nandiyan na naman yung golden hour. Di gumagalaw si Chuck with Penny Cutie pero wala namang kasunod mula sa AP Bren. Still no casualties pero doon sa ginawa ng AP Bren kanina, 3 ba naman? May sumama doon kay Shizu na bumalik doon sa lane niya.
Kaya napipilitan si Chakno na samahan na itong si Benny Cutie. AP Bren very much aware na si Benny ang kailangan nilang banatan. Nova, Zaida, KLBJ nagkita sa may purple pit and that is still gonna be a take mula kay Zaida pero babanatan na naman siya!
Pinauna na ng suntok! At si KLBJ, malanag FPJ doon sa may purple bomb and what a good way to counter kung ano man yung gustong gawin ni Zaida. Yes, nakuha nga na yung purple. Pero yung buhay niya kapalit.
The King indeed is back. Kill DJ. Sabi niya, mapapanood na siya na mabugbog pero hindi. Kabaliktaran siya ang
Fake news.
nagiging bully dito. Fake news. Kill DJ. Natagpuang nananalasa sa Land of Dawn.
Iskama!
Iskama
Iskama si
Jama.
Kelvin! Parang hindi nababanatan pero ito, wala man lang contest dun sa turtle as TNC left to pick up the pieces. AP Bren gets another objective. Stun na naman kay Nova. Streamer tutulong. Ando pala yung tunay na stun pero si Nova buhay pa rin dahil si Chakno hindi na makakalapit.
Pero pumasok si Trimar. May RWM mula kay Aqua. Tech charge yung naggamit na rin mula dito kay Chakno. Pero babagsak siya dahil sa loob mismo ng Torre. Tinibiyang pa. Ngayon si Trimar. Saan na pupunta? Si James Pangsay nandyan. Pero dahil sa loob ng Torre, di na pupuntahan. What a sequence! Ano hindi pa tapos? Ay si KLBJ, kung di nyo matapos, ako na lang!
Scam talaga.
The King is back with scamming!
Zaida will try to defend and will be successful in doing so. And that clash kanina nung si Benny Cutie ay na-force ng flicker mula dun sa Golden Hour. And mukhang hindi ganun kaganda yung Golden Hour. But the fact that it forced a flicker from the gold laner of your opponent, doon na mas napaganda sa AP Bren. 2 beses nang dumalaw itong si Benny Cutie sa gitna,
Right.
trying to go for the play pero biglang siya pa yung napasama for his team. And all of these extra movements will mean na hindi ganun kataas ang kanyang gold na kumpara sa kanyang katapat. Fortunately though, maganda pa rin yung kanyang farm. Hindi naman nalalayo doon sa gold ni Moskov na kanina pa nagpa-farm doon sa may top lane.
Wolf, balikan lang natin yung draft kanina. We did mention the TNC look good in terms of their draft, but AP Bren, ano bang ginagawa nila dito? Why do they have a 4.2k gold lead in spite of that draft recent?
It was X-Nova for sure. Yung kanyang mga movements at napag-punish nila kay Ben Cutie. At the same time, James Banks na correct kasi nila. Akala ko ay talagang checkmate na sila dahil walang magiging choice for James Banks. But in the end, they found the best hero. Aggressive dito si James Banks with his utility jungler. Nakuha nila yung mga pagkupa, yung mga neutral objectives. At the same time, that anti-heal na meron naturally etong isang back siya, nagbibigay ng advantage ngayon para sa AP Bren.
And
Yeah.
with that, 5 seconds in, Josh, you were saying,
Yung mga ginagawa ni Tremar, it could have been different if hindi baksa to eh. Kasi yung mga pagtambay niya sa gitna, if wala pang innate tulad nga ng meron ng baksa, yung innate life drain, kung tawagin, makukuha sana ng TNC yung mga panalo doon sa mga engagements na pinupuntahan nila. But then again, because of that simple detail, nahihirapan silang mag-sustain doon sa teamfight.
may outlier para sa AP Bren. TNC, pinipilit na hanapin ni Nova. Actually, hindi pala pilit yon kasi kusa siyang nagpapakita sa ibang mga miyembro ngayon ng Phoenix Army, only having 1 kill in almost 10 minutes. TNC is gonna have to add more. Kailangan nilang magdagdag kung gusto nila makapalag sa Bees that are looking to extend and even widen the gap ng kanilang kalamangan.
Para siyang ano dito, photographer sa wedding reception na kailangan mong bayaran after nung ano.
Lahat ng
Wala kang
nakabarong.
choice, no? Hindi
Wala
mo
kang
ka pa
choice eh.
na-inform.
Oo. Yung, sir, post po kayo, tapos pagdating mo sa labas, babayad ka 300.
Tapos si KLBJ yung naghihintay sa gumaya.
May bouncer. Doon nadali.
Doon na dali, no?
But of course, ang maganda dito kay X-Nova is yung information na nabibigay sa team. At the same time, yung extra na supporting niya with this favor or devotion na meron sa kanya na tinutulungan niya kanya mga teammates. And the way that they're utilizing ultimate coming up from Nova is really different from others. You would think that you will use the Golden Hour for taking down your opponents, pero ginagamit niya lang to for the setup.
Minamadali na nila to, men. Hindi nakatingin yung TNC. Pero
Si
ito, naman yung Zaida.
Nakahanda na naman yung Golden Hour para harangan kung saan siya pupunta. Pero nakahanap siya ng paraan para ikutan at agawin kung ano man yung hindi kanya. And this time RWM ginamit na ni Aqua. Buhay nga ni Zaida ang kapalit, pero that was a crucial steal.
Padjak ng Oyabak. Tiwala pa rin ang kupunan ng TNC kay Zaida. Hindi kailangan ng kill. All we had to do was take the Lord.
Grabe yung pinagdaanan ni Zaida doon. Napakarami niyang kailangan dahil siya tinangke. Eventually sa kanya pa rin na nakuha. Siya pa rin na nakakuha ng retribution na yon. Of course, masasabi natin na that was a mistake coming out from AP Brand, but they still played well. Wala naman na -1 sa kanila after nila makuha yung kill. So they can still at least push out itong mga big minions incoming.
Dumaan lang sa gilid ng Golden Hour eh. Pixel perfect kung saan siya dadaan para makuha yung steal. But there goes KLVJ with a setup. Nandun din naman yung counter set sa ulti ng Alice. At nandito tumatalon by Sai. And KLVJ is unstoppable. Killing spree and make it 3. Natutumba sa kamay ng AP Bren.
Lancy, Zaida, sila na lamang ang natitira. AP Brand still having minions on their side. Unleashing TPs from within. 15 segundo. 10 segundo para kay Chuck. No, will they have enough time para makapalagay? Assume they still do. Pero si Lancy, Zaida, sila lang ang natitira sa ngayon.
Lahat na ginamit, RWM, lahat sinusugod palayo para makatulak lang ng turret. And KLVJ and James Pangs perfectly zoning para kunin yung inhib turret.
Deja vu.
Deja vu talaga. Nakita natin na napicturean na naman yung moment na yon with KLVJ on that initiation. Even if it was just Chakno na nakuha nila, napapunta doon si Trimar thinking that there will be support from Benny Cutie as well as Lancy, but Nova was there. Once again, Golden Hour sa likod. Pinicturean na naman yung background.
Alam mo naman ang mga photographer, yan ang
Ganun talaga
favorite nilang kunan. Ang Golden Hour.
Golden Hour
Ang
talaga.
Golden Hour talaga.
Oo.
Never doubt the Golden Hour. Never doubt the Supernova.
Oh my goodness.
Yun na
Nova.
naman yung point eh. I mean, yung counter-engage mechanic, yung pang-avoid doon sa teamfight, pang-avoid na sumali. Pero teka lang, gumugulong-gulong. Etong si James Pangs, although ang target lang ay kunin etong purple buff. Look at X-Nova. Okay, makukuha pa rin ito ni Zaida. But the expense of a retribution still available onto that door. Pero teka lang, Golden Hour ang ginamit ni X-Nova. Kaso nagdoon! Kaso with the
Grabe.
frozen moment mula doon sa passive is not gonna get that assassination done.
Tumagos siya.
Oh my God. Yun yung sinasabi nating dahilan ba't OP yung Marcel. Nasa kanya na yung upper hand. BOD, Endless Battle at Hunter Strike. Kung nakahampas si Benny, may kalalagyan talaga si Nova. But the passive, again, passive lang yun mga kaibigan.
Kumbaga kung wala yun at kung hindi Marcel yun, automatic patay na yun doon. Kasi isang tama ng bangka, 2 palo ng basic attack could have been a kill. Pero because of that instance, susubok kayo ng AP Bren. Zaida napatawag na sa kanyang Barbiel. Another Golden Hour. But Zaida nakaiwas at nakataka siya doon. Tatalon si KLVJ. Hinahabol lang din si Nova sa likod. Pero mukhang may ipit na si Trimar at di na mabubuhay. Bobby na Phoenix ay nagamit din. Pero mukhang lalaban muli ang TNC dahil kaso nga lang na doon si X-Nova. Si X-Nova, pinigilan niya yung tatlo na makalapit pa doon sa Lord.
Tinigil ni Nova ang digmaan. Tinigil ni Nova ang Giera, and AP Bren is gonna get another Lord.
Literally stopping everyone mula sa TNC ng ganun lang kasimple, naglalakad. Etong si Nova ng sobrang bilis. Pinigilan lahat ng pwedeng kumontra mula sa side ng TNC at naging combo breaker. This is how you play the Marcel. Ito yung dahilan kung bakit ang dami nating sinabing beses na OP itong hero na to. Imagine stopping a war just because of this one hero.
Bago natin tignan yung moment na yun, kung ba mababalikan natin mamaya, it could have been TNC's possession na sana kasi ang ganda nung pwede nilang gawing engage. But here comes Nova again, stopping 2 members. Pero makaka-atras ang TNC. They were able to somehow defend this Lord Siege. Nandun naman sa baba, may RWM na ginamit para mag-zone ng kalaban. Tech charge na gamit ni Chakno para makatakas doon sa loob ng box. Matutulak yung inhib turret doon sa baba. At mukhang dinadaan lang sa sistema ng AP Bren.
Still, meron pang isang inhibitor na buhay para sa kanila. Susugod itong si KLVJ at wala siyang makikita doon na miyembro mula sa TNC. Pulasan muna sila ngayon, AP Bren.
Yeah.
They have not found the perfect point yet, but they have all the points needed para matapos ang laban na to.
And how was that flex coming out from Kel VJ?
Aura farming!
Aura farming with that MSC sticker pa. Pinapakita sa kanya mga tropa, eto nga, ako yung dahilan kung bakit natin nakuha to. Oh, Kel VJ, you are so bad.
Way back noon, jungle pa siya, but this time, nasa XP lane si Kel VJ, but still the impact is there. Pinapakita pa rin niya ang kakayahan ng isang king together with AP Bren and James Panks. Hindi ito yung normal na nakikita natin sa kanya. Hindi ito yung normal na may milyong galaw. Kumbaga tatlo nga lang yata eh. Gulong, bangga, second skill. Yun na yun, tatlo lang eh.
Gulong, bangga, bato, gulong.
Yun na yun.
Plato. Let's not discount the fact that this is still not over para sa TNC. Maganda pa rin ang scaling ng mga heroes nila.
Oo.
Papunta na sa last item itong si Benny Cutie. And Zaida also fully packed naman. If they have found their opening, this will be good for them. As long as mapigilan nila itong si Nova, there's still an option para sa TNC para tumimfight. Basta din na masasabayan nila itong si Trimar when Trimar eventually dives. Yan ang win condition. Let's see how they will attempt to go for this one. They're trying to defend din itong bottom lane. Ito yung delikado nga lang sa kanila kasi yung long lane sa ating next na Lord ay nasa advantage ng AP Bren.
Yun nga, I was about to say that 10 seconds in, meron pa silang isang inhibitor pero hindi yun sa pwesto na gusto nila. So, mas kailangan pa nila mag-exert ng mas maraming effort para makontrol yung kabalang side na yun as trinatrabaho na yun itong si Zaida pero makikita siya kagad ni Nova. So that's extra info. Alam mo na kagad ang gagawin ng TNC with the 7K gold lead. They're gonna go for it right away at hindi na yata nila kailangan ng retry. Actually, nandiyan na pala si James Panks.
Ngayon papasok si Trimara, si Chaco sa likod. Pure the Phoenix para di na makatakbo pa ang AP Bren pero lalaban naman. Kakayanin naman. Papalag naman. Kaya yung dalawa tatlo itutumba. Dalawa na lamang ang natitira. Lancy, Benny Cutie, up to defend. 5 members in a Lord and Nova goes down sa kamay ni Benny Cutie pero tuloy ang opensa, tuloy ang sugod. Winter Crown moment mula kay James Panks. Now 4 members from the AP Bren looking at the base but Kill BJ will put an exclamation and AP Bren will take this series up away against TNC.
5 on 5 to 5v2 pero kasama nila ang Lord. So kahit ganon, it is AP Bren undefeated in week 1.
The best performance of AP Bren in years sa pagsisimula ng MPL PH Season 17, and it was up against a team that everybody expected as well to be really good with their roster. Yung duelo na nakita natin sa dalawang teams na to na nagsimula sa draft up until the end, it was decided by the great decision-making mula sa AP Bren. Nova on this Marcel, Kel VJ, the unstoppable Sora. Doon sa dulo, siya rin ang nagpapanalo para sa side ng AP Bren. What a great series these boys have had. At dahil dyan, nasa taas na sila ng standings na naman.
Ang daming plays doon na kung saan yung spotlight nakatuto kay Kel VJ eh. And hindi natin masisi kasi ganun talaga yung ginawa niya dito sa game na to. Nung early, muntikan pa siyang mabigyan. Muntikan siya mga first blood. Diba, sinubukan ni Trimar. But then again, after that, biglang nag-go in favor na of AP Bren ng mga bagay-bagay. And also that wonderful placement, that wonderful position mula kay Nova during that last Lord. As to where napigilan niya si Zaida na pumunta ng maaga dun sa Lord fight. Ibang klase.
Nakita na natin napakatalino paggamit ng Marcel. Gagamitin mo naman sa damage dealer. Oh my God.
We're gonna hear more from the undefeated team. It's AP Bren together with our hosts.
MPL Arena, give it up for the unstoppable this week 1, AP Bren! Wow! Oh my gosh, Odin, they continued the momentum that is AP Bren. For you, kakagaling lang nila sa isang panalo kahapon and yet another win today.
That's right. Alam mo, iba ang feels talaga ng AP Bren ngayon. Talagang nakikita natin that they are rookies no more.
Yes. At simulan na natin dahil ako kating-kating na akong magtanong. Odin, let's start with our next gen jungler, James Pang! Yes! James, like what I mentioned, you guys are continuing the momentum. 2-0 win just for our first week matches. Grabe yun. Ano yung naging ritual nyo? Paano nyo natutuloy itong momentum na to, James? Ano yung mga rituals na ginagawa nyo? Ano yung sekreto ng AP brand?
Wala naman po, ang pinaka-sekreto lang namin, ini-enjoy namin yung game eh. Kumbaga, para wala ng pressure. Kasi ang gaan maglaro pag, ayun nga, walang pressure sa game.
Naramdaman ko yung gaan na yon at usually nakakatuwa dahil wala lang, nag-enjoy lang kami.
Oo, pati mga audience natin, I think ay magaan din silang nanonood sa inyo. Pero may sinasabi ka kanina, binuhat daw kayo ni Kel VJ.
Uy!
Bakit naman?
Abangan niya kasi, inimbesa namin siya eh. Sabi niya kasi bubuhatin niya kami.
Ay, may sinasabi ko daw ganon, Kel.
Ay, walang ganun.
Walang ganon.
Sabi ko, buhatin nila ako eh.
Okay, nagbuhatan kayo, guys. At meron akong tanong sa'yo kasi alam natin na former teammates mo ang nakatapat mo with execration before. So ano ba yung pakiramdam na kalaban mo sila ngayon?
Masaya kasi di ba nanggaling din ako ng TNC. So si Eto Max, feeling ko proud siya sa akin ngayon eh.
Oh,
Then,
abangan natin yung sasabihin niya.
Ayun, baka yan.
Naiyak ka na ba? Naiyak ka na daw, sabi ni
Medyo
James.
lang, medyo.
Medyo lang. So, talagang ang mga MPL fans natin ay nakaka-relate din sa history na meron ka kay LVJ. And we also want to ask the one beside
Ito.
Denise.
Medyo nagtatago na siya sa akin kanina. Hindi ka pwede magtago sa akin, Nova. Dahil ang tanong ng lahat, ikaw ang unang nakapagpanalo ng Marcel this season. Grabe yon. Ano yung mapapayo mo sa mga RG boys natin? Sa mga RG boys natin, anong tips mo for the community, Nova?
Siguro, sa Marcel ba?
Oo.
Siguro pag magmamarcel talaga kailangan mangaras ka eh. Yung bibisyon namin yung kalaban, tsaka yung kailangan talaga matapang ka, tsaka kailangan mo talaga batakin yung hero bago mo gamitin. Kasi mahirap talaga siya eh. Yun lang.
Alam mo, Nova, isa ka sa maraming highlights this match.
Yeah.
Pati na rin nung match nyo nung nakaraan. At nakaharap mo kanina si Chuck New gamit ang Rock. Grabe yung ginawa mo doon kasi nag-tech charge ka, nag-flicker, nakahuli kayo. Masasabi mo ba na isa kang roamer to watch out for?
Ooh.
Sa ngayon, hindi pa kasi first week pa lang eh. Pag tumagal-tagal.
Pag tumagal-tagal, aabangan natin.
I love the humility. Grabe yung humility ng AP brand boys natin.
That's
Guys,
right.
that is AP brand for you. But now, let's turn it to our screen. Sino kaya ang MVP for this match? Okay!
That's you, Nova. Oh, di ba? May sinasabi si Coach dito. Wala daw. But ex-Nova, ano naman ang gusto mo sabihin sa community? Grabe sila mag-cheer para sa inyo.
Sa mga pumunta ngayon, thank you. Tsaka sa mga online na sumusuporta sa amin, yun lang. Thank you.
And there we have it. Another win for AP Brand. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory.
Congratulations, AP brand 2-0 just for this week alone, Odin.
Nagsisimula pa lamang ang ating linggo, pero talagang may pinapatunayan na itong team na to. Sobrang dominating, especially nung Game 3. And we're excited to know what the casters have to say about that. Casters, palag na to.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga hosts. Palag talaga. Kasi pumalag ng sagad ang ating dalawang teams. TNC had that game 2 but AP Bren 1-3. Napakaganda ng kanilang mga naging decision making right from the start. At isa lang ang sasabihin ko para doon. The King is back.
The King is back. At siya ang ating game MVP. Not to be confused sa ating match MVP na nakita niyo naman si Nova well-deserved of the entire series, but specifically para sa game na to with 8-1 and 6, the only time na namatay siya was when he did go for the sacrificial plate para tapusin laban patayin yung dalawang heroes na potentially pwedeng mag-clear on the side of TNC. And mula sa una hanggang sa dulo, nakita mo naman kung gaano ka siya katindi. There were even 1v1 fights at maraming beses din yan napigilan si Zyda sa larong to.
Men, literal na ito yung ano scammers talaga eh.
Oo,
Yun
wala
yung isa
eh.
sa masasabi ko eh. Hindi talaga totoo yung sinabi niya na makikita niyo siyang mabugbog ulit. Baka it's the complete opposite. Kasi sure, nabanggit mo kanina Joshi, merong muntikan, merong almost.
Oo.
Pero di ba, as a songwriter once said, almost is never enough, pare.
Tama.
Hindi sapat yung saktong damage lang. You need to be able to take him down kasi kung hindi, there's gonna be enough hit damage para ikaw ang ma-takedown niya.
Alam mo, gusto ko na itanong kung na-typo ba yung nagsulat nun kung mabugbog ba o
Oo.
mambugbog?
Oo, pwede ba naming ano yun?
Matanong lang po for confirmation.
Oo, ma-fact check.
Kasi ibang klase talaga yung ginawa niya dito. Literal na binugbog niya and figuratively because of that Sora, yung decision niya to get those Thunder Forms almost all of the time para ibigay yung damage output na nawala sa kanila from James Banks being just a Baksha and not a assassin type or a fighter type na magbibigay ng damage output. Clearly, it was a game na led through by the King, Kia VJ.
Nakita nyo naman dun sa may dulo. Siya din siguro, I really feel na siya na rin nag-call noon na talagang ikaw na. And he knows na eventually that will be at the expense of his life, of his clean record. Pero para sa side ng AP Bren, hindi na nagmamatter yung record na yon. Ang mahalaga na lang is matapos sila laro ng malinis, even if it meant na mawawala yung no death sana para dito kay Kel VJ. But the Sora para sa kanya, the first pick din naman ng AP Bren, it eventually paid off. Na kanina pa rin naman natin din sinasabi na magiging importante para sa kanila.
I mean, when you look at it, you know, both AP Bren and of course TNC really gave a good amount of effort para maipalag nila to. There was a time na yung AP Bren, there were a lot of moments kung saan maganda talaga yung hawak nila doon sa kanilang kalamangan. Thinking about it, just 3 kills para sa TNC. That's something that doesn't usually happen, especially pag meron kang Leo Mord and especially when you have that kind of draft that would work. Inagaw mo na lahat kay James Banks.
Yes.
Pero yun pala yung nakakagulat. May backshot wala.
Yan nga eh, parang nawala din talaga sa radar natin na ako, admittedly, lagi kong automatic illusion na mababan yung backsha. In fact, it's one of the most contested na rin, no? Along with Sora, along with Marcel.
Alam mo, nakaka-curious tuloy ako. Paano kaya sila mag-usap? Kasi ang gana nila kanina, so we're gonna hear more from them through this mic check.
Nasa blue yung Leo pre, nasa blue. Kel, ingat sa hype Kel ah.
Yeah.
Okay lang magano. Ingat lang sa hype. Gawin mo lang, pero ingat ka. Nice Kel, bis. Pare, pumokos kayo hero ah. Lugi ako sa retry yan ah. Paskin mo namin. Kanina ko sinasabi
hero daw, hero daw. Yung retry daw, hindi kaya.
Papakita. Pero gagawin ko best ko pre. Para sige. Tara kaya. Pero shush, next time nga, i-bait natin Lord, hero tayo. Okay ka lang sa ganun? Oo, okay lang. O, G. Sa akin na. Hero. Tara, hero tayo. Go. Tingin nga. Box kulat lang ako. Alalay sa akin, alalay. Balik, Lord. Kaya ko pa. Magkakabayo. Shush, Lord mo lang, shush. Lord mo lang.
Nice one.
Tama yung utak ko dun. Ubos. Alalay sa akin. Tingin nga. Kaya pa daw. Ubos na. Uli na. Tara. Power lock.
Wow.
Kaya ko to.
The best.
Joke lang. yun yung
The best.
Yun ang ano eh. Pero, men, in-expect ko na akala ko, ano sila, like super...
Ayun nga eh.
Pero,
Sobrang
ang linis.
linis. Ang favorite ko doon, bukod doon sa joke lang, yung isa is, di ba tama yung utak ko?
Oo. What? Pero ako favorite ko doon yung
Beautiful.
pak.
Ako din. Great impersonation. Ngayon, ano ko yun? 9 out of 10.
Minsan kasi talaga lalakas yung damage mo pag sinasabayan may hero.
Oo,
Tama naman.
Tama yan. Hindi namin alam kung paano nangyayari yon, pero nangyayari talaga yon. In behalf of Wolf and Joshy Cakes, my name is Hans. We're gonna toss back to break.
papunta dito! GG, bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
Wow! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the you, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
Class, may new student tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4!
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH Meta or sa PH Trash Talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Pares namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Savero raising his hands.
Yes, Meta, ma'am. Because we used to be best by Philippine.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka samurai.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Magsora guys. Sabihin ko na sa live. Hindi ko na gagamitin yan. Hoy! Check mo yan, Dal! I-check mo yan lagi. I-pull mo lagi yung blue. Tuturuan na kita, ha? Message ko nga pala sa katapat ko, wala. Galingan na lang natin, pre. Pero may message ako kay KilBJ. KilBJ, galingan mo, ha? Proud daw sa'yo sila ito makahapon. Ano ka sa fans, maraming salamat. Dami niyo pa rin ah. Palag-palag din pa rin pala talaga guys, no? Grabe ng army.
Wait lang pa. Bebelo lang ako saglit. Si Kilata, maraming sinasabi. Dot, pasot ako kay Kil eh. Preparation namin, wala kaming preparation. Ano lang, kapal na mukha lang.
Wala, ayoko na magsora.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
Class, may new student tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4!
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH Meta or sa PH Trash Talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Savero raising his hands.
Yes, Meta, ma'am. Because we used to be best by Philippine.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino clears, ma'am?
Ayoko na magsora, guys. Sabihin ko na sa live. Hindi ko na gagamitin yan. Hoy! Check mo yan, Dal! I-check mo yan lagi. I-pull mo lagi yung blue. Tuturuan na kita, ha? Message ko nga pala sa tapat ko, wala. Galingan na lang natin, pre. Pero may message ako kay BJ. Kay BJ, galingan mo, ha? Proud daw sa'yo sila ito makapon. Ano ka sa fans? Maraming salamat. Dami niyo pa rin, ha? Palag-palag din pa rin pala talaga, guys, no? Grabe ng army.
Wait lang pa. Bebelo lang ako saglit. Si Kilata, maraming sinasabi. Dot, pasot ako kay Kil eh. Preparation namin, wala kaming preparation. Ano lang, kapal na mukha lang.
Wala, ayoko na magsora.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the you, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
Class, may new student tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4!
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH Meta or sa PH Trash Talk?
Parang both, mama. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Savero raising his hands. Yes, Meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippines.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino winners, ma'am?
Ayoko na magsora guys. Sabihin ko na sa live. Hindi ko na gagamitin yan. Hoy! Check mo yan, Dal! I-check mo yan lagi. I-pull mo lagi yung blue. Tuturuan na kita ha. Message ko nga pala sa tapat ko, wala. Galingan na lang natin, pre. Pero may message ako kay BJ. Kay BJ, galingan mo ha. Proud daw sa'yo sila ito makapon. Ano ka sa fans? Maraming salamat. Dami niyo pa rin ha. Palag-palag din pa rin pala talaga guys, no? Grabe ng army.
Wait lang pa. Bebelo lang ako saglit. Si Kilata, maraming sinasabi. Dot, pasot ako kay Kil eh. Preparation namin, wala kaming preparation. Ano lang, kapal na mukha lang.
Wala, ayoko na magsora.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
After Savero's entry being one of the biggest news in MPL Philippines Season 17 and Onyx Philippines delivering in their first match in this season, they will be going up against Team Falcons, a team that will be making their debut para sa araw na ito to cap off week number 1 ng inyong MPL Philippines Season 17 palag na ito. It's still gonna be the 6 of us at the Filipino broadcast. It is me, Hans Galeria, joined by Joshi Cakes and Wolf, going over to the English desk.
And over on the English desk, it's still us, the other version of the We Rare Bros. It's me, Brigida, and Renmar.
And kami pa rin ang maghahatid sa inyo ng aksyon sa pagitan ng Onyx Philippines against Team Falcons. Pero hindi lang yon ang milestone natin para sa araw na ito, mga kaibigan. Because there's one of us na nabanggit minsan sa entablado na thanks for listening to my TED Talk. You're looking at the man wearing the blue coat. Naisu, congratulations
Thank you.
on being one of the speakers for TEDx. Talk to us about the experience, man. Talk to us about how it was being on stage, surrounded by hundreds of students.
It was great, man. I didn't think that I would actually get this opportunity. I've watched a ton of TED Talks, and it was an honor to be a part of it. The theme was a human mosaic, and it was, my talk specifically was about the detours of life. Like, not just thinking that it was a linear path or a straight path, but it was all the detours in life that eventually basically had me end up here in the prominent league of the MPL Philippines and an esports career.
Yeah, no, that's a puzzle I'd like to solve.
Yeah, it was great though. Yeah, that's a bit of a modeling shot.
That's the picture.
Stop the slideshow.
All right, man.
Look at there.
You guys remember the was it Mirko that was like that leaked the Naisu Century Tuna thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if everybody is not aware of it, you probably are by now, but you just have to give a recap on it again. Naisu Century Tuna. Just gonna have to search for it again. But anyway, going back to this, congratulations again, Naisu, for that incredible milestone of yours. All of us will also have our milestone of covering this debut game para sa kupunan ng Team Falcons, who recently just had a new acquisition in Haji.
Ito yung first time na makikita natin in action technically, si Haji. Sa bago niyang team, he came from green, but now he's back again at a green. But this time, different name.
Yeah, lalo na yung mga kanya man, maging kamay sa Flap and si Kyle. But of course, tinakpan na. Pero pipili pa rin niya. Ito yung mga naging teams ni Haji all throughout his career. Started sa S16 Balance and eventually to EVOS. And then to SG Dragons that eventually became Omega. Tapos ito nga, sa Blacklist kung saan nakakuha siya ng maraming mga accolades. There was a brief moment na nagpahinga at Season 11, back in 15 at yun. At pinapakitaan tayo. Napunta siya sa green na camp eventually dito sa Omega, but now came to Falcons in mid. At doon na nga, na-hone na kanyang mga muscle.
I just want to say, I'm proud of Flap right here. If you spend enough time around him, you are also going to be flexing on camera. So great to see here. But yeah, I think that everybody wants to see exactly how Team Falcons performs in this match for them.
He probably searched Naisu Century Tuna.
Yeah,
my
that's true.
God.
And if you end up with Falcons, tanong ko lang yung crowd, sino dito nakakita ng group pic na pinost? Sino ba nag-post? Si Ogun ba yun?
That was so good.
Yung group pic nila na post-gym?
Oo nga eh.
Ang patak na nila eh.
Pwede na pala yun?
Pwede pala yun?
Yeah,
Feeling ko kulang na lang may Team Falcons calendar 2027, ganun.
Men, okay lang yan. Kasi sa ngayon, kung yung batak nila sa gym ay maibabatak din nila pagdating sa paglalaro. I mean, these guys have experienced so much. And Bri, given the trajectory of Team Falcons, we've seen them before the start of the MPL PH season. And there's a lot of expectations for this squad.
Expectations which to a certain extent ay na-meet naman talaga nila. Kasi even in the recent Asian Games qualifiers ay umabot sila ng Grand Finals. We saw another version of the Clash of Titans. And feeling ko yung buong team nagkaisa dun sa idea na sige, eto yung time na parang we will slowly crawl back to the top. Kasi imagine, even 2 of their members adjusting their name.
Yun nga eh.
At talagang tinanggal na nila ang TZ.
There is this parang theory na may mga teams na ang kilala nila sa natin yung missing piece. When Onyx eventually got si Brusco, tsaka itong si Kirk, nakakuha sila bigla ng championships. And then that's also true para sa Aurora, di ba? Hindi siya nag-take effect dun sa mismong season, but they got it dun sa M7 World Championship. Some teams only need that missing piece. And ilang beses din natin sinabi na si Haji baka yung siya yung sa Twisted Minds, siya yung sa Omega, or maybe we have not found the best puzzle yet na pupunan nitong si Haji at baka ito na yun.
Yeah, it's a very complex puzzle piece, if I'm to say that. And this is definitely something na pwede na nating abangan mula dito sa Team Falcons.
Oh, it's time.
Against Onyx Philippines, humaul na ang dapat humaul at pupunta tayo sa ating kaliwa, sa inyong kanan dahil magsasalita na si Wolf para sa ating Infinix Keys to Victory.
Para sa ating, sa mga importanteng kailangan gawin ng dalawang teams natin, we'll start with Onyx. Kailangan yung mid lane duo hindi matalo sa matchup sa draft pa lang. Pati mismo dun sa kanilang execution, kailangan sila na yung manalo. And also, they have to watch out for Flap's early rotations. During the C-Ball qualifiers, there was a time na ginagamit si Flap para mag-invade doon sa mga jungle para mas mabilis yung side ng Falcons sa pagkuha ng early game advantage. Now for Falcons, they have to play dive or commit against Onyx Folk playstyle. It's clear mula dun sa C-Ball qualifier, pati na rin kahapon or nung day 1 ng ating MPL Season 17 na nakita natin yung Onyx na mahilig gumamit ng mga poke strategy na medyo mabagal. But if they play dive or commit, mababasag nila yung formation ng side ng Onyx. And that's also related dun sa ating second keys na victory para sa Falcons, which is to break down yung pre-lord formation na nakita natin mula sa Onyx.
Yeah, and that's one of the best things that I didn't expect to see from this version of Onyx. Alam naman natin yung potential na baka mag-iba talaga yung playstyle nila considering that Keller is no longer with the team. He's in Indonesia, Severo is in. And I like how, sinabi ko din sa English cast to, Onyx Philippines still emphasizes on the fam part of Super Fam, wherein you see them adjusting and playing for Severo, making sure that he's comfortable and he has the space. They'll really need to help give him the space here kasi hindi ako magugulat dito kung from minute 1, first minion wave, si Super Marco ay rekta nasa mukha na talaga ni Severo and trying to beat him in the lane. Because, Joshi, you were the one who brought this up. It was Super Marco who had some words for imports heading into the season.
Which takes us back to what Super Marco said na masasayang lang ang punta niya dito.
Oh, that's a hot take.
And
that's kind of a hot take.
That is. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. Yeah. Hot take, Super Marco, nag-develop siya into a really big boy. Diba?
Yeah.
He used to be that shy kid that only says woo, only says like 2-3 words. And now, we can get a full sentence from Super Marco. But the question is, will he be able to say something else? Pagkatapos ng laban na to, will it be Onyx or will it be Team Falcons? It is time to witness these two teams. Palag na to, Pilipinas.
Our marshals for this series. On the stage is Chico, JD, Joshua G, and Miko. Starting the season with a statement and back for an encore, Sonics! It's Onyx Philippines! The KDA machine is here to take the pilot seat, making their debut flight this season, Team Falcons! And our head referee, the Chop Master, sent. And the head coaches, Coach Hayes for Onyx Philippines and Coach Ducky for Team Falcons. MPL Superfans, ito na ang huling laban sa MPL Philippines Season 17 Week 1!
The fight is on. Face-to-face picking sides, Onyx Philippines, ito daw ang masasayang. Pero so far, maganda naman ang laro.
Super Fam with their newly added gold lane, Severo, na nagpakita na ng kanyang lakas during that game against Twisted Minds. And it's as if walang missing piece na punan ni Severo nung kanilang unang laban.
That was just a great game mula dito kay Severo, introducing himself. Pero muling magtatagpo sila at si Super Marco. Ito naman ang nagbukas ng opening para sa Team Falcons.
This is the first time that we're gonna see this version of Falcons. First time natin makikita si Flap na walang kasamang few. That's gonna be Kyle Haji, Ogwin, and Super Marco. Eto, wala na rin silang TZ, a new and improved Falcons. May konting stumble doon sa Grand Finals ng Cebol qualifiers, but we know that they're hot. They are expected to be the team that is favored in this matchup.
You know, it is very recent na yung pag-aklas na ginawa ni Kyle at ni Flap towards the House of TZ dahil nawala na sila. Parang tinanggal nila yung badge nila eh. Diba? Kumbaga tayo, parang tinanggal natin yung pin natin dito. Pero syempre, magagalit yung talent manager namin. So, hindi namin gagawin yan. Shoutout kay Madam Diana. Pero ito ang tunay na laban. This is the first time that we're gonna be seeing Team Falcons in MPL Philippines. But this isn't the first time we saw them this year. Dahil yung pinakita nila during the qualifiers, as Prias mentioned in the English broadcast, is something to watch out for.
Ano po, yung isa pang ano dito isa pang iniisip natin, dahil din doon sa maanghang na salita mula kay Super Marco sa kanyang sinabing masasayang ang punta ni Savero dito. This is a battle na magpapatunay nun. Paano yung picture ng gold lane matchup natin?
I think it's gonna be tough para kay Savero at first. Pero nung napanood ko paano siya maglaro, mukhang makikita din natin na makikipagsabayan siya. And by sabayan, I mean yung mga late game types of marksman ang pwede natin makita mula sa kanilang dalawa. The Moskov, the Claude. Siyempre, masaya makita ng mga early game-centric kind of gold laners, but I would expect both teams ngayon na pang late game yung bakbakan nila.
Yeah, I mean, that is gonna be the point of the story. You are currently looking at our crowd as we speak. There goes Super Marco. Everybody is ready to see him play. Ito yung nagsabi na masasayang ang punta ng mga imports dito sa Pilipinas. I mean, he has the resume to back up for it. He's been winning some titles, getting a world championship. That is no joke. What? What? May buksaan, player, tsaka pan?
Hindi. Support yan.
Support pala.
Oo.
Men vibe check nga natin ang konti. Nasaan ba ang fans ng Team Falcons? Okay lang. Isa pa. Sige, routine natin Team Falcons, make some noise! Okay, nandiyan sila.
And also, looking back din sa sinabi ni Wolf kanina, yung Moskov na hero, gaano kataas yung dito, yung contest? Kasi pag sinabi mong Moskov, Super Marco, isa sa mga pangalang lalabas agad kapag binanggit mo yung hero na yon. And yun din yung hero na ginamit ni Savero para ipakilala niya yung sarili niya na, hey guys, kaya kong pumalag na to.
Oo, palag na to. Siya yung unang-una eh. Doon sa trailer natin, siya ang unang-una. Onyx is of course going to be playing their second game for this week. They just got their victory yesterday. Napakagandang simula noon para kay Savero na initially isang manlalaro that was heavily criticized by a lot of people watching MPL PH na kaya niya bang sumabay? Kaya niya bang magpakitang gilas? And through the help of his teammates, we even saw it. Wolf, you did say it yourself na merong mga moments na purong Tagalog lang talaga yung naririnig natin sa comms nila, and that's a big thing.
Yung adjustments na nandito sa Onyx, commendable naman talaga. Alam naman natin na hindi ito ever magiging madali para sa kanila. We didn't expect that they will struggle, but after that first day na ipinakita sa atin, it seems like they have figured out that rotation, yung communication, I mean. Talaga nakakatakot lang yung kanila makakatapat ngayon. It's Team Falcons. And the thing is, kahit natalo sila doon sa Cebol qualifier just recently, ang isang advantage nun is malalaman nila kung ano yung kailangan nilang mag-improve. At it will be the target. Haji will be the target agad-agad dito para sa Onyx.
Those were two heroes intended para tanggalin against dito sa Team Falcons, and those were Valentina and Eve. Although yung Valentina nga may flex factor na ngayon na pwede nang ilagay sa EXP, but then removing this and also Jushin kind of gives me the impression na okay lang kahit maubusan siya ng hero, merong huhugutin etong si Haji.
Just in case you're also missing out on it, matagal nating hindi nakita ang pangalan na to sa kanyang nameplate. Coach Ducky is gonna be holding the reins once again para sa kanyang kupunan, but you're looking at Coach Bren and of course Coach Moody. at them together doon sa kanilang table. So this is a coaching staff that has already proven themselves going up against Coach Hayes that has showcased what he can do here in this league.
Alam naman natin na si Coach Hayes ang pinakaunang player turned coach na naging champion as both coach and a player.
Wow.
Napakahirap na talunin ng record na yan. But sobrang targeted nila dito with the carry, but it means that they want to get the Claude without the... Yan ang dami na open. With just the Freya, Baksha, you have your Sora, Leomord, the Claude as well.
Suyu.
The Suyu. I feel like para sa Onyx, ang kanilang ipa-prioritize dito is the Sora.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like this is the complete opposite of the match that we saw kanina kung saan majority of the viable junglers ay natanggal ng kanilang kupunan. Pero sa ngayon, there's a lot of heroes open given na Fanny lang iwala.
And also, that speaks up kasi nga yung ban ng Valentina, ganun mo kagusto na kumuha ng Sora dito sa game na to. Ayan, it's a Kalea.
Wow, okay. So denial agad wala dito sa side ng Onyx. And if I remember correctly, yung Valentina ang gustong priority din ng Falcons dun sa may Cebol qualifiers. But this time, yung Harith ay open din. So Harith Leopold siguro. Di, Baksha Claude ang kanilang pinili.
Okay.
So, pino-force ba nila dito yung pangit na matchup doon sa gold lane? Kasi the way that they got the Claude, na wala ng carry. So,
may Harith pa eh. Yun yung, ang ganda ng synergy ng Harith with this Kalea. Harith is also a hero. So sila yung mapakakuha ng Leomord tsaka ng Harith, I feel like, para dito sa Onyx. So, Falcons need to be really prepared for that Leomord-Harith combination kung sakali. Maybe they will third pick the Phobius para counterin yun. And to be fair, meron naman sila nung Baksha na may anti-heal na magiging maganda laban sa Kalea, pati na rin dito sa may Leomord. Yisun Chin is also a hero na pinili. Okay, so it really will be the Yisun Chin.
Tapos may flex factor with that Sora. Hindi pa, even though Yisun Chin, may flex factor pa. Hindi pa sure kung kay Savero o kay King Kong na mapupunta yan.
That's right.
So, for Team Falcons, okay, Farsa, I was thinking of Azit yan para dun sa counter-engage sana. Kasi Kalea at Sora. Pero again, they went for this Farsa. So, bilis ng ikot, Baksha, Farsa. Parang natural na combo, ganun.
Yep, ang mga nagtatransform din. Mabilis pag nagtransform sila, that's Team Falcons going in for the faster gameplay. And ngayon, pwede na lang tanggalin yung combo ng Kalea. So, with this Kalea, Kimi, for example, Kimi might be the ban here for Falcons. Perhaps, Bayet, siguro yung Harith din. Kailan nila yung tanggalin. At yung Harley na paborito din ni King Kong. Ito yung mood niya kasi lately gumamit ng Harley.
Gumamit ng Harley, and they are winning some games with it. At least a game, if I remember correctly. So, this Harley, ayaw nang i-explore yung option na yan, itong Team Falcons. On the other side, wala pa rin namang hero itong si Ogwen together with Flap. Very predetermined na kung saan pupunta yung mga heroes dito ng Team Falcon. So Onyx PH, with what they have, a little bit more flexibility on their side, they could potentially, extend this depende sa kung ano yung ipipick nila para kay King Kong. Thus, the Harley ban itong Falcons.
You should ban the Phobius eventually with a CC. Dito para sa Onyx. Tingin ko yung Phobius kaya nilaban. Para sa Falcons, let's say, yung mga options kanina like the Harith. Despite them having yung Yisun Chin dito, I think it's still a good ban para sa Falcon. Mahirap din i-deal with kasi that will require them na magkaroon ng additional na stunts, and they already picked up the Baksha. Typically, magda-damage ka na dito sa yung XP. Mga aplikong Benedetta. By the way, Benedetta baka iban din ng Onyx as their 5th ban.
So sa pagtanggal ng Leomord, naniniwala talaga silang hindi pa fixed yung Yisun Shin for King Kong. So nandun pa rin talaga yung point ng flex ng hero as well as this Sora. So ang tinanggal ng Falcons would be yung junglers na I think mahirapan din talaga silang i-deal with. Lalo na naka-Farsa sila at naka-Claude. So ang hirap pag may kalabang ang Harley, pag may Leomord, auto-type yun eh.
Yeah, also King Kong specials yan. At mukhang ina-assume nila talagang magiging gold tong Yisun Chin. Honestly, bihira na tayo makakita ng Lee Sun-shin dun sa may jungle role eh. Expected na natin siya na mapunta dun sa may gold lane. So siguro ito rin yung naintindihan ng Falcons. But also, that's the benefit of the Lee Sun-shin. Marcel is the ban. The Ogwen is happy about this.
Yeah, I mean,
Seems like
it's a trend so far na napapansin natin with all of those games na akala natin makakalusot, makakatagos itong si Marcel, and then all of a sudden it's not gonna happen. And Ogwen on this side, meron pa rin siya a decent amount of heroes that he can pick up.
There's still the Khalid, the Hilda. I feel like yung best is the Gatot para meron silang pang-kontra dun sa Kalea. Pero maganda pa rin yung Khalid eh. It gives them that aggression. May kasabay itong Baksha kung sakali sa pag-dive dun sa may likod. At yun na nga ang pipiliin. Now, Onyx, will they go for the Luyi? Harith pa rin yung napipisil ko dito para sa kanila. Parang lalo na nung pinili yung Khalid na walang hard lockdown itong Falcon.
Right.
Yeah.
So, that Harith is really, really promising. Tapos yung Luyi na nafe-feel ko ay isa rin sa mga heroes ng Onyx na kino-consider nila. Basta against the Claude, not so much. So baka bumalik sila dun sa, wala pala Farsa. So Lilia maybe. So yun, nakikita ko dalawa dito.
May Zetian pa din na pwedeng gamitin. Yung double vision, double vista with this YSS could be good.
Lilia or Loyi yung nakikita ko.
There goes Lilia. And then the Guinevere.
Okay, so gold lane, Lee Sun-shin, and then the Guinevere. What is your... Magbe-benedetta ka ba if you're Falcons? Ang taas ng dive potential if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, but is there still a possibility na mag-pick up sila dito ng crowd control hero
Lapu.
para kay Flap? Yeah,
Alice.
kasi yun yung missing nila just to catch the others.
I think Lapu-Lapu yung best dun sa mga options din. Kasi makunat na siya talaga at wala siyang pakialam dun sa CC nitong Guinevere. Naghahanap tayo ng options na kasabay kasi ng isang Khalid tsaka ng Baksha. So imagine the dive nito, 4 na heroes, including yung Claude against Onyx.
Oh yeah, there you go. So, 4-man dive kung tutusin.
At expect nyo ang fast gameplay. Wala dito sa Falcons. I really like what they position themselves with.
And I'm sure that our super fans can also like their chances kung gusto nilang manalo ng 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. All you have to do is to predict the match winner correctly. Scan nyo lang yung QR code sa baba para malaman nyo kung paano manalo ng 1,000 Diamonds. Now looking at our super fan prediction, Team Falcons making their debut is under as Onyx PH. 68% of the viewers are expecting or hoping that the Sonics would be able to win this. Depende na lang sa kung ano ang kanilang magiging galaw. But looking at the draft index and of course our heroes, yung ginawa ng Onyx PH na Lee Sun-shin hanggang dulo, they still made it to a point na mabibigyan pa rin nila si King Kong ng hero at this point.
And for Falcons naman, nakikits mo agad yung idea, talagang literal na flight ng Falcons yung gustong ibigay. Walang connecting flight, walang layover, dire-diretso lang ang gustong mangyari ng Falcons.
Game number 1 of the last match for week number 1. It is Onyx Philippines kontra sa Team Falcons that are currently making their debut for today. Same could be said para kay Kirk dahil si Ryota yung naglaro kahapon. So this is his time to shine. Depende. Or kontra kay Flap na gusto rin magpakitang gilas.
Interestingly, si Kurt napakalalim din sa jungle. But in the middle, that's Ogwen taking so much damage.
Wala pa siyang level 2 para ma-regen yun. And sinalo niya lahat, and even Kyle ay susubukan. That was a clean invade and a kill mula sa Onyx.
Wow! At nag-pay off lahat ng plano ng Onyx Philippines. Fast clearing the mid lane, tapos kumonekta si King Kong doon sa may pag-take ng purple buff. And Kirk fast cleared his own lane para maiwan si Flap. Oh!
That was a really good way para makatakas pa rin itong si Flap. Almost taking Kirk down, so walang magiging bawi ang Team Falcons sa pagkakataon na yon. 2 kills kagad para sa Onyx.
Napakabilis, and even King Kong, pumunta pa siya dun sa bottom lane just to aid kasi alam niyang low na rin doon si Kirk. And with Kirk, with that outplay, sobrang pumapabor sa Onyx Philippines yung early game na in-expect natin sa Falcons pupunta kasi ang bilis dapat ng galaw nila.
Yeah. And papabor na agad to sa Onyx na napakalaki dahil sinabi natin itong dive comp na pang malakas pang early para sa Falcons. Naka-leverage sila sa fact na kailangan nilang lumamang sa mga unang stages ng ating laban. And with this, it means na mabilis makakuha ni Brusco yung kanyang mga levels. Even itong sa bottom lane na si Kirk, makakaabot. And Super Prince, obviously, makauna sa pag-level 4.
Pwestuhan para sa pinakauna. And then there goes Ogwen again. Kalahati muna ang kanyang buhay pero hinihintay nila na naman!
Counter-engage mula kay Kyle. Pumunggo pero flicker. And nagamit na rin ni Brusco papalayo. Pero may counter si Don. It's Kirk. Nakukuha. Makukuha nga nila yung tatlong buhay ng Team Falcons. 5-0 and clearly a big lead para sa Onyx Philippines.
Naglaro sa ulap si Kirk and then 3-man were down para sa Falcons.
And already si King Kong nagsisimula na doon sa purple buff, committed the retribution for that one. Daylight robbery mula dito kina King Kong at sabay kuha nung Turtle. Sobrang dami nilang na-achieve in just 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 5-0. Sabay lamang ng 2,000 sa laban na to.
Almost 1K kung tutuusin per minute yung lead na nakukuha ng Onyx, and all around the map they had it covered. At yung pwesto na naman ni Brusco, malalim pero kalkulado. Alam niya na possible silang makakuha pa doon. Sa may bandang itaas si Savero ang gusto ni Ogwin at ni Super Marco. Nakahanda pa si Bruce, binuhat itong kalid na manggagaling kay Ogwin, raiding Sansa Mount, pero there goes King Kong.
Napakalaking bagay no naging simula ng Onyx in that first minute. They are now raiding on Falcons' parade.
And unfortunately para kay Ogwen, hindi na magiging madali ang laro na to para sa kanya. The Khalid with 2 deaths at 3 minutes na hindi na makakontrol yung River at hindi na pwedeng magpakita sa mga members ng Onyx. That is one of the worst days, one of the worst games in fact na laruin sa mundo ng Mobile Legends. You don't want the Khalid to be this behind.
Look at that, even Haji, nahihirapan na siya dun sa sarili niyang lane. Pidi-freeze lang ni Super Prince, making him Super Freeze.
I mean, yung freeze na yun makes it so difficult para sa Falcons na makapag-engage. Fortunately, there was still enough time for them para makapag-clear ng kanilang minion waves. Although it's already a 2.4k gold lead na hawak ngayon ng Onyx Philippines, and Kyle, naghahanap siya ng mga pwesto na pwede siya makakuha ng resources dito because he's somewhat trailing behind. King Kong already having a decent amount of gold, 2.5k to be specific, bago magsimula ang ating ikalawang pagong.
Ready na naman sila dito, King Kong, even Kirk tumalon, at nakita na naman si Ogwen, and it is his third death dito sa laban, at hindi pa tapos itong si Kirk. Si Kyle ang kanyang gusto na double flicker, sinubukan pa niya na abutin si Haji, pero hindi na umabot yung duration. But here goes Flap, nasa lubong na lang din, and si King Kong naabutan pa yung nakatakas na sana kanina, and Flap hindi binibigyan ng malayang galaw ni Brusco. 9-0, and Onyx Philippines is still on the lead.
Passive domination coming out from Onyx Philippines. Super Fates nakakuha ng purple buff. Habang yung orange na dapat ay para kay Kyle, nakuha ni King Kong. At ganun lang din kabilis, biglang nasa kanya ni Turtle kasi sinimulan na siya ni Sabero. In the span of 30 seconds, sobrang daming na-achieve ng Onyx.
Flicker buhat! Biglang si Flap ang tutumba. Ngayon si Haji ay pinasok na rin mismo ni Super Prince. With the Black Shoes out, ay makakatakas pa naman doon. But again, 10-0. Falcons is not yet on the scoreboard.
Oh, a dream start para sa Onyx Philippines ang nangyayari sa unang 5 minuto ng ating laban. Getting objectives, getting turrets, and taking the lives of the Green Falcons. The question is, paano ba makakabawi ang Falcons dito? Kasi kada talo ni King Kong, laging may reach, laging may takedown.
They have to go to the gold lane. Siguro yun na, pero nandun si Brusco.
Nag-aabang na naman siya sa pwesto. Naging sasamula kay Ogwen. At mawawala si Brusco doon. This is their first score, first kill. Pero doon sa middle lane, nakahanda na rin Kirk on that middle. Nasa loob ng tore, pero makakatakas ng Flashes. No sir, I'll get that one. At si King Kong nandyan para ipagganti ang kanyang kasama sa kupunan. Pero hanggang doon na lang ang pwede pang gawin. Madedepensahan yung turret. Pero lamang pa rin ang Onyx at sinusubukan din nila talaga na kontrolin tong pagdalaw dito sa top lane.
That was really good para dito sa Falcons na sana nung nakuha nila yung pick up doon kay Kirk. Yun nga lang, may kontra palagi. Walang libreng binibigay dito ang Onyx. In fact, nag-invade na naman sila as King Kong is able to get that purple buff. Pang ilang buff na ang nanakaw nila dito kay Kyle. In fact, King Kong is level 11, 4.6k. At yung backshot, 2.9k level 8. Ganun kalaki ang disparity ng junglers natin ngayon.
Kaya napipilitan na magsama-sama ngayon ang Team Falcons. They know that Marco is on next target. Naghahanap na naman sila ngayon. May nabalibag na naman.
Si Ogwen ang binuhat na naman doon. Mapapadasan at mapapaflicker out. Wala pa mamamatay sa Team Falcons. Pero si Gigo nandiyan ngayon. Papasok si Super Marco with a blazing duet. Pero sabi ni Kirk, sama na ako sa party. Nakuha niya yung isa. Teka lang, wala pala. Mabubuhay ang mga members ng Team Falcons. And here's the clap. Flap onto the backlines. Tatamaan si Savero. Mapapaflicker out. Yes, makakatakas at mabubuhay. Pero ito na ang gante ng Falcons.
Ang gante ng abi. Showtime Falcons entering Season 17.
Yes, lot of shutdowns in their favor. Haji getting it. Kyle getting the turtle. At ngayon, purple buff na rin yung target nila. Bawing-bawi na ang Falcons. They have erased the lead na binuo ng Onyx Philippines.
Oh, teka lang hindi pa tapos kasi si Brusco sumubok na kumuha pa ng buhay pero mabubuhay doon si Haji. And that 4K gold lead is now down to just 600.
Pawian ng haymakers ang ating dalawang teams ngayon. Team Falcons, just with one clash, was able to equalize the situation. 700 gold lead na lamang ang hinahabol nila kontra sa Onyx. But Onyx building it up slowly para umabot ng 1,000. Looking at the items once more, dumidikit ng bahagya ang Team Falcons. But Onyx doing their very best para mapanatili ito sa kanila.
Still, and importantly, makikita natin sa replay yung mga mintis na nakita natin, King Kong over jumping dun sa may likod na over chase and the shutdown. Tapos etong si Kirk, na tinry din talagang kumonekta. Sobrang gigil ng mga members ng Onyx at sila yung napasama dahil dun. And this is something na kailangan i-fix ng Onyx.
All top with that flap move para habulin pa yung mga tumatakas sana from Onyx Philippines. And now, medyo kakalma muna ulit at mag-aabang ng susunod na play. Nakabawi na nga yung Falcons doon sa clash na yon, pero again, ang hirap pa din isipin yung engage nila kasi punishable pa din. Nandyan si Brusco and even the damage is present from Savero and Super Prince.
Right, it's more about trigger discipline para dito sa Onyx Philippines, basing it on that last clash. Team Falcons was able to press the right amount of skills. Yung pag-extend itong si Flap was just right para makahanap ng kills dito ang Team Falcons. And now with less than 15 seconds to go, lalabas na ang unang Lord ng ating laban ngayon. And they will be in position for that, courtesy of the extending rivers.
Makakapwesto nga doon sa right mid push to si Brusco. Pero matagal-tagal pa naman. Yes, nandyan na yung Lord, pero I doubt na biglang bibilis ang tagpo dahil alam din naman ng Team Falcons na mauuna nga sila doon. Haji with that ultimate just to check that right mid push. Pero si Savero
That's an ultimate for an ultimate. Yung dalawang mid laners, mages losing theirs. It heavily depends kung ano lang ang kanilang kailangan gawin. Pwesto para sa Team Falcons. Dinedelay nila ng konti. Onyx occupying the middle as they are looking forward to taking down that turret. At yun ang kanilang gagawin mismo. The Little Wanderer is also going to be the same. Pero si King Kong lumibot ng konti. Ogwen was right there. At ngayon naatake na si Kyle.
Si Brusco, si Prince, sinubukan pero napa-flicker out. Wasted Raging Sandstorm. Kaya atras ang Team Falcons. King Kong hinahawakan lang yung Lord. Nandyan naman yung 5 membro nakahanda na sumugod kapag kailangan. And for Onyx Philippines, nandyan din naman. This is complete 5v5 moment. 6K on the Lord and King Kong will get it. Pero ngayon, ang call ng Team Falcons ay sumugod at humabol na lang. Ngayon si Brusco ang naiipit pero makakatakas pa yan. Kaso tuloy sa pagbuhat doon mismo sa loob ng tore. And hindi pa rin nila nakukuha at hindi nila napapatay ang mga members ng Onyx Philippines. Napakalinis na Lord take from Onyx.
That was definitely super clean coming out from Onyx Philippines. King Kong sa likod.
Oh!
Tabagan rin ng bangga na gagawin na ni Kyle. Namataan at naamoy na may nag-aabang doon sa damuhan.
Uno reverse card. Yung tamang nag-abang, siya pang nalimitahan. It's King Kong going down but it's Onyx still pushing through.
Credits to Falcons na nung nag-out sila. Walang nahiwalay sa kanila. Sabay-sabay nag-back ang mga members ng Falcons. And even when they have lost this Lord, ang laking bagay na napatay nila muli si King Kong. And they will defend their bottom lane as well.
Taas na rin yung damage output ng Farsa. Isang tama ay napilitan ngayon. Kaso nga lang, nag-up na rin yung Retribution. Ready Sandstorm pero may counter set mula kay Kirk. The cloud platform. Pero ipet pa rin si Bruce kung mamamatay. Haji ang magiging kapalit ngayon si Kirk. Na ang next na target, tatamaan, hindi. Kasi makaka-flicker siya doon sa engagement na gustong gawin ni Flap at atrasan ang mga members ng Team Falcons.
That was a 1-for-1 takedown. Haji para sa buhay nitong si Brusco. Onyx still holding on to a 1.6k gold lead. Falcons, as soon as makuha nila yung objective or mapabagsak nila yung Lord, hinabol kagad nila yung kanilang kalaban, hoping to take down more, but they were only able to take down one.
Gandaan para sa Onyx, shutdown yun. Para kay Savero, Haji yung kanya napatumba. Still, Super Marco nangunguna sa ating gold, konting-konti lang. But he does have the wind of nature. Magiging critical mamaya. Kirk as well as Savero, sila yung mga damage dealers. So it's gonna be up to Super Prince and King Kong how they can mitigate and counteract yung gustong gawin ni Super Marco.
Haji, kamuntikang mahuli ng tuloy-tuloy doon. Pero sabi ni Blam, sige ako naman ngayon. Pero with that Cloud Ultimate ay makakatakas at aatras na rin ang Onyx Philippines. Hindi nila ipipilit ang hindi nila nakuha.
Again, no inhibitors are down para sa ating parehas na kupunan. 45 seconds bago lumabas ang susunod na Lord ng game number 1. It's Onyx holding on to a 2k gold lead. But you have to take note of Super Marco. 0-6, still unscathed. Hindi pa nagagalusan, and the same could be said para kay Super Prince at kay Savero. The main damage dealers of Onyx Philippines needs to be safe para makuha nila itong laban na ito against Falcons, who are still hungry and determined para makipagbapakan.
Isang assist na lang kulang, 007 na. Wala James Bond, wala ahente. And this time, gumugulong lang si Kyle, naghahanap ng best target. Pero mukhang napaganda pa yung bunggo niya doon kay King kung napigilan yung balak na talon. Pero siya yung binigyan, hindi na namili pa. Pero nasustain niya yan with Kirk with a combat setup down back lane. Pero wala pa rin mamamatay sa Team Falcons sa trasan lang. Savero with a crucial mountain sucker to get Kyle in the process. No jungler for Team Falcons, they can start the Lord.
A great chain of stuns mula sa members ng Onyx Philippines para makounter si Kyle, ang Retribution holder. Fortunately para sa Falcons, nandun si Ogwen para pigilan yung sa likod. Kaya naman na-delay pa kahit paano.
Dalaban, susugod, diretso, pero binuwag with Super Marco kasi na first down siya ni Savero. Wala agad yung isang main damage dealer. Tatakbo na rin itong si Haji. King Kong is low, pero pwede nilang ituroy pa rin yung Lord.
Ogwen.
Pinitawan. Teka lang, si Super Prince na nandyan. Low ito si King Kong. Si Savero, nakita pa niya ito si Ogwen. Clearly a free Lord for Onyx Philippines.
That's a great ultimate mula dito kay Savero. Hanap tamang sipat lang, and that was more than enough for Onyx to take down the Lord.
It all started with a pick-off on doon kay Kyle PC. Maganda yung idea, or just Kyle right now, I mean. Ang ganda ng idea dito ng Falcons na mag-engage pa rin because they know na kaya nilang patumbay yung mga members ng Onyx, lalo na may Wind of Nature at Purify naman si Super Marco. Yun nga lang, Savero yung kanyang positioning napakaganda na punish etong si Super Marco at pinapatunayan na pwedeng-pwede siya dito sa Pilipinas. Na he belongs in this league. 3-0-4 para kay Savero.
Lord marching at the top lane. Halos sabay-sabay yung dalawang lanes at the middle and at the top.
Brusco?
Gustong bumasag ngayon ng Onyx at lalapit si Kirk. Mahuhuli niya si Kyle.
Si Kyle ang may ipit sa gitna. Hindi pinapaatras. Flap with a counter engage. Pabubuhay naman ang mga members ng Team Falcons. Depensa sa Lord. Prince, kamuntika na. May pinuhat doon si Brusco. This is gonna be Ogwen na nasa gitna. Pinarinig Sansam Kapiso. Safe! Ang buhay! At hindi siya mamamatay na wala pa yung immortality ni Brusco. Good D from Team Falcons. Pero may palutong pa ng minion wave sa kailangan ni Manage. Mababasag yung inhibitor doon sa itaas at sa ibaba.
No casualties para sa Onyx. Bagsak pa ang dalawang inhibitors. That's more than what they wanted.
Ganda ng depensa para sa Falcons na sana. Yun nga lang, hindi nila na-manage yung mga minion wave. They did weather the storm. But they had to sacrifice yung dalawa nilang lanes dito. And no matter where mapupunta yung Lord, magiging advantage para sa kanila yun. This time it will be onto the top lane. You can expect that this will be another methodical Lord approach mula sa Onyx. But this time, yung commit kind of composition mula sa Falcons, yung dive na sinasabi natin, this will be instrumental kung sakali. Nakita na natin yung konting glimpse nung ano yung pwede magawa dito ng Falcons with their dive comp. All they have to do now is to connect with Kyle and be careful, be wary kung nasan si Savero.
Right, kasi si Savero din ang makakahanap sa kanila using that Mountain Shocker of an ultimate. And Team Falcons would also have to worry about both their top and bottom lanes dahil nga bagsak na yung kanilang mga inhibitors. So this makes things a little bit more difficult for them. So kung magdadive sila sa isa o dalawa sa mga miyembro ng Onyx Philippines, they have to go all in or else there will be nothing else back for them dahil susugod ang Onyx if they want to.
Hindi lang yun eh. Meron ding concept na kailangan nilang i-burst down ng sobrang bilis. Diba? To a point na kapag tumagal yung team fight, it could have been reversed o mabaliktad pa ng Onyx. So, yung decision making dito ng Team Falcons sobrang kailangan perfect at that moment. And they have to enable Super Marco kasi by the time na yung nangyaring clash kanina kung saan pumasok siya with the Blazing Duet, he was immediately bursted down
Agree.
by Savero and even Super Friends. Those two damage dealers still deathless pa.
And you would think na maganda na yung pwesto ni Super Marco noon and yet,
Yes.
na-burst down pa rin siya. So again, Onyx just utilizing their skills to the best of their abilities at ngayon sila ang mauuna na makapwesto dito sa Lord. Ogwen's gonna take the long route. Falcons will be doing the short route as well. King Kong naghihintay together with his teammates para magabang doon sa unang mapupunta sa Lord and yet the resets continue. Haji will regroup. Same for Kyle, Super Marco and Flap. Down to 75% ang buhay ng Lord as si Savero binabanat-banata na yung major objective na yan. Kurt will be facing Kyle. Flap's gonna move forward. Haji hanap na!
Susubok umabot pero hindi na inabutan pa and King Kong sa makakakuha ng Lord na yon. Biglang kalasan, biglang pulasan, walang nakuhang trade ng Team Falcons and for Onyx Philippines, they got what they wanted. Alis tayo. Now next target.
Ganda nung nakita natin Lord Dance mula dun sa Onyx. Nakita natin yung kanilang pwestuhan at yung paggamit nila ng minion wave dun sa may bottom lane. Nakaabante rin sila ng matindi at napigilan si si Kyle. He tried to go for the play. Umabot siya actually in range of the third. Yun nga lang, nanalo sa rentrihan itong si King Kong.
Conceal harap-harapan dun mismo sa gitna ang daan. May Lord sa itaas. Basag lang ng inib turret. Naku, di pa nila matatapos yan. And this, 5 members from Team Falcons are trying to burst this Lord down. May pagtalon mula kay King Kong. Violent Requiem na kasunod. Kyle's gonna go down. Pero Super Marco, pinablazing duet na nakapag-cancel lang ng pagpasok ni Kirk. Kaya naman ngayon ay papipilitin siya umatras. Ang team members ng Team Falcons lahat ginagawa. And Kirk's gonna go down sa kamay ni Ogwin. Now, kaya pang depensahan. Minions down. Doon sa taas at sa baba. Brusco, no more immortality. Hinabol ni Ogwin sa kanyang skateboard na gawa sa buhangin. Pero wala. Di naman siyang kasamang damage. At aatras ang Onyx. What a good D coming from the side of Team Falcons.
Napatumba ng Sonics ang huling inhibitor pero nananatiling nakatayo ang Falcons.
Good in and out, coming out mula dito kay Super Marco na mukhang nakakatakot na nga. And syempre, Winter Crown, Violet Requiem, hindi naging enough para dito sa Onyx Philippines at makakaangat kahit pa paano mga members ng Falcons.
Teka lang, may binuhat doon. Ito kasi Super Marco pero may BMI ay makabubuhay pa din sa Vero popping his Mountain Shocker. Kaso nga lang hindi niya naibato yun dahil nga nakatakas na ng maigi itong si Super Marco.
Ganda naman nun, Super Marco nakapagpato pa ng BMI bago siya mabuhat. Alam naman din natin na wala siyang Purify because he just used that dun sa depensa. Super Marco proving his worth as a marksman na handa at safe na safe kung sakaling magkakaroon ng clash. At now 20-minute game once again. It started out as a very one-sided affair para sa Onyx Philippines but Falcons are showing na doable pa nga talaga. 20 seconds though before the next Lord. Wala na silang inhibitor turret. So naturally, mas lalamang sa minion wave ang Onyx Philippines.
And again, babalikan lang natin yung huling balibag nitong si Brusco kanina. That was a no-risk, high-reward move. It's just Brusco making the most out of it and great sense of awareness para kay Super Marco na pumiglas at kumawala na mabilis because it would have been over for Team Falcons kung sakaling nakuha itong si Super Marco that has only died once in 21 minutes of gameplay. Pumupwesto na naman ang Onyx Philippines towards this river looking for some entry points na panggagalingan nitong Team Falcons.
Nandun na nauna itong si Kyle sa may bandang Lord Pit. Nahawakan, pinapatunog. Nandun din si Haji. Nandun din Super Marco. But King Kong finds a magic stomp doon kay Ogwin.
Look at this though. Nauna, ang Team Falcons, i-reset nila yan. Pero 4 lang sila. 5 na. buo ang Onyx Philippines with a 2K gold lead. Ogwen nasa likod, gagamit na naman ng invisibility.
Dumaan lang sa gitna ni Savero pero may talon doon at magiging ang target nila ay si Flap. Low on HP, down 25%. Pero sabi ni Flap, akin yung likod. Super Prince with a Winter Crown. Mamamatay pa rin siya sa kamay ni Flap. Ngayon si Savero. Ang target ay si Ogwen. Low on HP, may immortality pa yan men. Kaso nga lang, iniintay na lang siya na mabuhay pa ng Onyx para patayin muli. Ngayon si Flap ay nandyan pa with 50% HP. Nandyan din si Kyle. Kaso yung talon mula kay King Kong, nahuli niya si Flap. No more immortality. Patay at hindi pa tapos. Itutuloy nila kay Kyle. Kaso si Greg sa likod, may nanakap na dalawa. Super Marco in the middle of the team fight, dying to the hands of King Kong and Savero with a god-like. At si Kyle na lang ang matitira. It's a wide out and King Kong will just start to finish things around. Onyx Philippines will get game 1.
Kirk dances with the clouds. Onyx Philippines takes game number 1.
Onyx forced team fights. Akala natin tapos na dahil may lamang na sila doon sa may Lord. Pero nag-force pa rin sila with King Kong finding an opening, tumalon doon sa may bush at nakahuli ng isang lapu-lapu and extended the team fight for them. And they had another pick-off and then si Kyle na nagulat din. Gusto niyang iligtas si Flap. Kaso yung mga plato, wala siya nagawa at yung overstay, it was enough para mapaangat na naman siya. Pero dun pala sa likod, dahil wala nang purify, etong si Super Marco, Kirk was able to find the opening. Everyone from Onyx played so well that game. But on top is definitely si Savero, the first import. 8-0-4 ang kanyang score.
That was such a clean game mula dito kay Savero. Parang ano rin siya second option na roamer just because of the Mountain Shocker. The benefit of having that as your ultimate, giving out information para sa iyong kupunan, speaks volumes about how Onyx has been able to find a lot of these Falcons dun sa pinagtataguan nila.
Yung mga ganong engagements, yung mga akala natin wala nang kasunod, biglang meron palang darating pa. And those are perfect timings mula dito sa Onyx Philippines. Talagang yung Lord ay naging Lord bait na lang at all. Changing targets and eventually getting that turret down. The base down and this game win for Onyx Philippines.
Extra team fights yan ang tema para sa side ng Onyx. Kirk, dinala tayo sa langit ngayon sa Alapaap. Napakagandang performance with this Sora. Bigla tayo na-remind na kailangan nga talagang i-manage itong hero na to. And it was Kirk that show us how it's done with the flicker dun sa last play na hindi rin talaga in-expect ng Falcons at sila pa talaga nag-suffer mula dito sa ating MVP. Let's look again at the highlights of this game. Nag-start siya ng 10-0 na dire-diretso para sa Onyx at yung may ambag din na matindi si Kirk dito with King Kong finding the opening. Imagine, nakapako doon sa lane itong sila Lapu-Lapu kasi nag-cut ng lanes. Itong si Kirk dun sa may bottom lane. Tapos meron pa siya mga outplay katulad din itong mga paggamit niya ng ultimate para makahuli ng 3 miyembro dun sa may likuran.
This is just a lot of skills na ginamit nila towards that start na pakiramdam ko ay nahirapan na makahabol yung Team Falcons. But eventually, nakuha nila yung isang clash. I believe it was at that point once the 10-0 kill score was over. Kasi yung Onyx, they were thriving towards those pick-offs na pag may natalunan na itong si King Kong, wala na talagang kawala, especially those without the Purify skill.
Sobrang naging naging fall guy itong si Ogwen. Siya yung naging biktima lagi kasi kailangan niyang gawin yung trabaho niya, which is to basically to frontline and give vision para sa Team Falcons. But then because of the maximum sabihin nating punish na kayang gawin ng lineup ng Onyx Philippines, yung layer ng crowd controls, even the damage output during the early was too much to handle if you're Team Falcons.
This was another thing na napansin natin towards Onyx Philippines. When Kirk continues to initiate, parang nahihirapan din yung Team Falcons to actually go forward and bounce back. O kung baka mag-counter attack sila dun sa ginagawa kasi halos dalawa or isa yung napipick off kaagad before the main team fight starts.
Poke na nakita natin mula sa Onyx nung day number 1 of MPL PH Season 17 ay medyo nakita natin yung semblance sa may bandang late game pero nakita natin naman this time yung mga forced team fights na parang paborito ngayon ng Onyx Philippines. Every time na magko-cooldown yung mga spells nila ay lalaban at lalaban sila. Gusto ko lang din i-take note yung ginawang heroics ni Super Prince dun sa may dulo kung saan siya na yung tinalo na ng Falcons. Siya nang ginamp at nabuhay pa rin din siya. Ang ginawa niya lang din is talagang inabsorb na niya yung collision ng Falcons. Hindi na niya ginawa yung flicker muna. Talagang inaccept niya yung napupuntahan siya. Went in for the ultimate, sabay Winter Crown, and then yung immortality na nakita natin. Tsaka lang din siya nag-flicker. At makita natin para kay Super Prince, alam niya yung trabaho din niya dito. Hindi lang din siya damage dealer. Additional na sponge din siya kung sakali kasi meron nga siya nung reset button with that magic shoes.
That was Onyx Philippines taking game number 1 in this best of 3 series. Napakaganda lang nung kanilang manner or layering in terms of those attacks na kanilang ginawa. But for more knowledge and details about our players, here is the Smart 5 Chiefing Test.
Nakakapagpabagabag. Sa mga Sonic fans dyan, salamat sa pag-suporta sa amin. And salamat sa pag-suporta sa amin at patuloy na kami suportahan. Sonic fans dyan. At para kay King Kong.
Guys, preparation namin ngayon. Ano preparation natin? Nag-gym, consistent gym, nag-TikTok. Sa mga fans namin dyan, thank you so much sa manonood dito. Manood lang kayo hanggang dulo. Suportahan nyo kami sa TikTok namin, sa ano namin. Suportahan nyo si Plap kasi gusto niya ng viewers.
At least yung kay Ogwen na kompleto,
Kompleto,
diba?
eh.
Ano kaya yung kay Brusco? No? Kay King, letter A, I love you. Letter B, ano ba?
I love you pero baliktad.
Oo nga.
Okay.
Letter C,
I love you with feelings.
tama. Kasi letter D, sip purified water. It is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Quench that thirst, take a sip. Maraming salamat sa Sip Purified Water for having us here at MPL Philippines. At kung sakali na hindi nyo pa nakikita, you might be seeing the Max 5D on stage. That's clever engineering keeping these teams locked in. No distractions, just pure performance. Brought to you by TT Racing Philippines because we have your back. Just like the seats that my lovely gentlemen have here on their side.
Pwede nyo gamitin yung voucher code na MPL S17.
Yan.
Or kaya yung voucher code ko na TT Wolf.
Yan.
Gamitin nyo sa
pwede.
website for the biggest discount na pwede nyo makuha dun sa website.
Yun. Okay din pala. Sa akin din pala, TT Hands naman yung sa akin. So, just TT Joshi, manifest mo na. Di ba? Manifest mo na. Yan.
TT Joshi, gamitin yun na. Kahit wala pa.
Kahit wala pa. O, di ba? I'm sure naman nanonood sila.
Tama.
Di ba? What better way para magparinig than on live broadcast?
Oo naman.
Andito ka na rin eh. Pero going back to this game, Onyx Philippines, 22 minutes, nakuha nila yung magandang laban na yon. But for Team Falcons, I'm sure that they're gonna be going back to the drawing board, hanap ng kung paano mas magandang simulan yung laro nila compared to game number 1. But let's take a pause on the games and head to the interview together with Denise Valdesancho.
Hello, MPL superfans. This is your host, Denise, and we're here at the Wall of Fame. At kung babalikan lang natin, just at the first day of our opening week, we had Michael Martinez sign here at the Wall of Fame. This is where we induct and we recognize the greatness of our Filipino athletes. And joining us today are two legends from the 33rd Southeast Asian Games. Let us all welcome Justin Kobe Macario and Jolly Bulaong. Hello, guys. Hello, Justin. So Justin here, he is a gold medalist in the men's freestyle Pomse event. Congratulations, Justin. And congratulations also another gold medalist, Jelly, who got the gold in the women's 60-kilogram MMA event.
Thank you so much.
You guys are so amazing. I was there in Thailand. And it's so great that you guys got the gold for the Philippines. First, pag-usapan natin the very reason why you guys are here. I'm pretty sure you guys are ML fans. I heard, Justin, you're an Onyx fan.
Aba.
Anong kwento dito?
Nag-start siya nung Fanatic Onyx pa sila. Bago yung champion ng M7, tapos yung season na Fanatic Onyx. Then sobrang paborito ko si Kelra at si King Kong.
Uy.
Doon pa lang sa tawag sa kanya, gold standard. So, may ano talaga. Yun yung maganda, di ba? Parang nakaka-feel din yung aura nila. Yung ganun. Parang,
Special shout out to Kelra.
Yeah,
And King Kong, meron nag-idolize sa inyo na gold medalist from the SEA Games. Yes. And Jolly, I've heard you're a Badang user. Anong kwento dito sa napili mong hero? Bakit ito yung favorite mo daw?
Right. So, noong 2023 Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia, I fight Convocator, ang tawag nila. Pero that was traditional mixed martial arts for them. So, kapag lalaban ka sa sports na yon, kailangan may tali ka sa ulo and armors. So, I look like Badang. I had a video na nag-trending kasi parang dinaya pa ako ng Cambodia noon, which was the host country. Then nag-trend yung video na yon. I really look like Badang. So after noon, parang sabi ko, gamitin ko nga siya. True enough, para din talaga siyang MMA fighter. You corner your opponent, then babarage mo siya ng punches. So I can relate doon sa hero.
Yeah. Ako curious ako no right after this interview, hahanapin ko yung video na yun.
Alright, yes.
Hanapin ko yun.
Yes.
And you resonate personally with this character, like what you said.
Yeah. I can relate.
You can relate. Ano pa yung mga nilalook forward yung dalawa? You guys are here as MPL fans. What are you looking forward to?
Siyempre, makanood ng live dun sa mga favorite teams namin. Yan, so inaabangan ko mamaya yung Onyx, sila King Kong.
Let's go! Jolly, ikaw, what are you excited for?
First time ko manunood ng MPL na live. So I'm looking forward kung same ba siya pag nanonood ka ng mixed martial arts sa live. Yung bang tension, yung bang excitement, ganun din ba kapag live nanonood? Sa MMA kasi, exciting pag natatalsikan ka ng pawis, ng dugo, especially when you're in front. Dito siguro, excited ako makita sila na mag-trash talkan and all of that, magyabangan. So, really looking forward for that. Sobrang excited ko talaga.
Now, Jelly, you'll see a lot of that. A lot of tension, a lot of excitement. But of course, hindi kayo nandito for nothing. Did you guys saw your frames at your back? Ready na ba kayo? Let's get those signatures.
MPL Season 17. Palag na to.
Yo, that was so cool. Maraming salamat kay Kobe and kay Jelly for gracing us with their presence. Yung literal na mga gold standard ng Pilipinas. Kelra, sana napanood mo yun, men. Kasi may mga gold medalists din dito na sana ay gusto kang makita. But nevertheless, they are here to show support. And we should also support them sa kanilang mga susunod na laban in Pumse and of course in MMA, just like what Jelly and Kobe said. That's so cool, you know? Yung badang ni Jelly, parang ano pala?
Kailangan natin makita yung
Kailangan
video.
natin makita yung video
Tapos
na
i-recreate ni Burrito.
Tama.
Okay, petition, Burrito, to recreate yung
Tama.
video ni Jelly sa kanyang badang. Pero ang hirap din pala ayain ang banding ni Jelly. Baka gusto niya sparring bigla. ML lang tayo, Jelly, ha?
Mahirap. Badang eh.
ML lang.
Oo, badang. Si Burrito ang kaya nun. Kaya ni Burrito, feeling ko. Pero ito, TZ, no more. Drenap na nila ang TZ from their IGN. So, para na lang silang Flap at si Kyle. Wala. Kumbaga, Flap no TZ, Kyle no TZ.
Ang daming beses ko na nagkamali kanina.
Naninibago
ko rin na
naninibago pa rin
TZ
eh. Diba? Nasanay tayo eh.
Yeah, but they wanna make their own names kasi nga naman kung TZ pa rin yung kanilang susundan, parang idol pa rin nila itong si Carl TZ, which is true naman, kaso kailangan nilang gumawa ng sarili nila mga story. Yun yung sinabi nila sa interview nung in-interview sila.
I gotta go my own way, man.
Gotta
Parang
do my
ano pa
own
nga,
thing. Do my own thing.
Gotta do my own thing.
Hirap din kasi isipin na wala nang TZ si Flap, wala na rin si Kyle. And for the longest time, sanay na tayong sabihin yung Kyle TZ, Flap TZ.
Tama.
Parang siyang wolf na walang gitara eh. Yung mga ganun eh.
Para siyang wolf na walang salamin.
Raiso na...
Parang Hans, na hindi Hans G.
Oo.
Joshi na Josh lang.
Na walang cakes.
Na walang cakes.
Oo nga, no?
Parang...
Naiso na walang century to. Hindi.
Yan. Peanut butter without the jelly.
Parang midnight tas walang 97.
Yun!
Yun eh.
Parang burrito na.
Walang
wala
muscle.
na pala.
Burrito na walang muscle.
Okay.
Parang burrito na walang... Pero hindi, men. Ito nga yung starting point nila eh. Di ba nakakatuwa na kahit ganito na sila katagal sa liga, meron pa rin silang gustong branch
Tama.
ng careers nila na gusto nilang i-explore, di ba? Like, gusto nilang makilala, not as, you know, TZ descendants, but also names of their own. Although, hindi naman nila maiiwasan yun, syempre, na matawag pa rin sila.
Yes.
Given na
I swear
marami
to
silang
protect it
naipanalo,
till my
but
last
this
breath.
could be a start if they win this series. Heading forward into game number 2 of match number 2, Team Falcons on the blue side, Onyx leading 1-0 at the red.
You know what? Going back doon sa mga napag-uusapan natin right from the start of this day, Onyx Philippines, meron din silang shot of being number 1 sa week 1 just by winning this 2-0. Yun yung kailangan nila kasi they lost a game against Twisted Minds. So, magtatay yung tatlo, TLPH, AP Bren, and Onyx on that number 1 pala pag nanalo na sila dito.
That's right. Napakagandang simula syempre dun sa mga teams na nagsastruggle sa previous season. But this time, Focus being banned by Falcons. Mukhang sila ang magsosora muna sa ngayon. But of course, yung Valentina ay kailangan din i-consider. Ibibigay ba yan ng Onyx? Highly doubt it kasi naman din nila nung first. By the way, shoutout sa ating newly promote. For lack of a better term, I would say promote, pero ayan, si Coach Hayes na ngayon ang nangunguna at the helm ngayon para sa Onyx.
And he's doing pretty good. You know, over their first week, tila nahanap niya yung timpla nitong apat na nasa Onyx Philippines and Savero, who's been really stellar with his debut. Again, for Coach Hayes, this is his debut bilang official head coach nitong Onyx Philippines. But for now, he's facing Coach Bren and Coach Moody from Team Falcons. Tanggal na yung Guinevere. So may mga nirespeto dito na picks. That's Kalea and the Guinevere na ginamit ng game number 1.
Dinidare ng Falcons, ng Onyx, napapili ng Falcons. Kalea ba, Valentina? It will be, Valentina is the best option among the open ones. Yung Sora at yung Kalea, pwede niyang kopyahin parehas. But Onyx can opt to go for those two heroes kasi one at a time lang naman yung pwede mong kopyahin. But the Kalea's ban pala. So it will be just the Sora sa ngayon.
Sora Leo?
Honestly, Leo, Yison Shin. Hindi magkasabay, of course. 1 or 2. Yison Shin, syempre, priority yan ng Onyx. But with the ban, the Guinevere, that will give them the go signal na kumuha. Or, what if sobrang nakakabaliw, pagsabay nila yung Suyu at yung Yison Shin.
Parang straightforward na. Sige, YSS gold na agad to. Pero yung gamit nilang jungle is still a Suyu. Damage is there. But there goes that Claude and Leomord.
So meron naman silang pinagsabay na alam mo na kung saan sila pupunta. But these are power picks mula sa Onyx.
Will Falcons go for carry or Harith? Yung delikado kasi kapag nag-Harith sila is may Leomord sa kabila, pero at least nasagot nila yung Claude. If they go for the carry, nasagot nila yung Claude ng malala, but they don't have the AOE to eventually stop itong si Leomord. Mas maganda nang mag-focus dito sa carry, feel ko, pero yung Sora na hindi pinansin ng Onyx as their first pick, hindi na ako magugulat kung aagawin agad to ng Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, because if not, kukunin talaga to sa Red 3 ng Onyx Philippines. So, with that Harith, again, yung pinoint out mo kanina, nasagot nila o kahit papano, maganda yung matchup on the gold lane and even on the Leomord. Hindi ganun ka-stagnant yung hero na gagalaw-galaw siya, hindi siya ganun kagandang target.
What is your Kirk hero without the Phobius? Ano yung sagot mo dito sa Sora? There are players that want to pick the Esmeralda laban sa isang Sora. I brought it up kasi pwede rin siya dun sa Harith. But baka mas pumabor na lang yung Onyx sa Uranus or Alice para at least hard tank yung ipangaharap nila dun.
I mean, when you're looking at it, also very straightforward yung picks ngayon ng mga heroes ng parehas na teams. No? You kind of know where both teams are going to be going with their first 3 heroes, and the glue is going to be picked up para makomplete ang composition ng Onyx for the first phase moving forward to the next 2 bans for both teams.
As expected, yung hard tank na hinanap ka natin, instead na mag-Uranus or Esmeralda or Alice, glue ang mas pinili dito ng Onyx. Which is parang kakaiba din kasi hindi ko 100% sure kung kaya niya talagang sabayan itong Sora dun sa may XP lane. But at the same time, nagagawa naman niya yung hinahanap ng Onyx, which is yung tankiness na yun.
Tsaka isa pang question, kung gaano siya ka-efficient against sa Harith na, again, malikot nga, sobrang mobile enough para hindi niya tamaan o hindi niya mas paman ang kanyang first skill. Ban Suyu ang naging plano ng Onyx Philippines. And for Team Falcons, might as well remove roamers.
Yeah. Khalid and Hilda. Hilda most specifically, ang magandang iban dito if you are Falcons. Pero yung Oni kasi meron pa silang option nung Gatot Kacha kung sakali. So Hilda, Khalid, Gatot Kacha open pa. They don't have to ban the Grok because they will be happy if the Grok is picked up by Onyx kung sakali. So the tingin ko dito is is the Lungi kasi alam nila hindi sila naka-Claude. So in fact yung Claude ay nandito sa side ng Onyx, so maganda nga naman na i-counter na yun.
Yung matagal ng combo na napakalayong BMI. Diba? Yun yung iniwasan ng Team Falcons. And also, Super Friends has been master of this Louis. Sobrang alam na natin na nakadikit na rin sa pangalan niya yan. So might as well remove that hero. And for Onyx Philippines, another jungler?
Yeah, Baksha or Fredrin ang pwede na lang iban kung sakali. If they're not that scared of the utility junglers though, pwede rin naman na Hayabusa yung iban nila. Also a hero for Kyle. But I think yung Baksha yung magandang iban eh. Lancelot.
So they're willing to open yung mga utility junglers, Baksha and Fredrin. Pwedeng piliin yan ng Team Falcons as we speak. Parang mas at risk pa yung Onyx when Team Falcons are using Assassin. So this leaves me to question since alam naman na natin na naka-Leomord na itong si King Kong. If you are Team Falcons, are you gonna go that route?
You have no choice kung sakali. Pero tingin ko talaga utility yung kukunin dito ng Falcons eh. Still have that Yisun option kung sakaling gusto nila ng parang damage options pa.
Right.
However, I feel like the Baksha na hindi binan dito ng Onyx eh, babalik yun dun sa Falcons at magiging masaya yung Falcons because of that. Now, Onyx, will they go for their roamer now or yung kanilang mid lane? Pwede sila mag-last pick. Okay, ano yun? Is that Valir? Valir ba yun?
What?
Oo nga.
Whoa!
At ginamit si Fritz ang gumamit ito season 15, was it?
Yeah, well like again, question number 1. Nagulat ako dun sa Yuzong na ban kasi I mean presumably yung glue na kagad yung magiging EXP lane, but I think they're keen on flexing that and then a Valir
kasi
popped up all of a sudden.
Kasi may roam nga, may roam glue. Yeah. And also, the Hayabusa, bumalik pa rin sa sinabi natin kanina. I honestly thought na mas maganda iba na lang yan kaysa Lancelot, but that is their option. And then the Cho.
And also, nagkaroon pa ng, ng mas dagdag na assurance yung Hayabusa pick because of that Valir pick as well. So, kapag nag-utility ka, kawawa ka dun sa Valir. And then they went for that assassin route. Together with the Cho, pick off wise, yes indeed. Pero the Cho Valentina combo.
Yep.
Yun eh, parang...
Mapapa-hilda ka na dito if you're Onyx. Tingin ko, ibalik mo na yung glue. Kung sakali naman, consider nila yung na position 5 glue or roam glue. Put it in the XP na kasi ngayon parang napakaganda ng Hilda. Best versus the Hayabusa.
Right.
Hindi siya target ng Cho para doon sa Sipa. Gatot is another option for sure. Ayun na nga, Rome Glue nga.
Rome Glue is confirmed. Hahawakan yan nitong si Brusco. Another, may bago na naman tayong na-unlock na fineflex dito sa MPL Philippines. I assume you've seen this in a bit of those matches. Pero what exactly should we be expecting mula sa isang Rome Glue since sanay tayo na nakikita siya sa XP?
Contact play. Yun yung makikita natin or kung naalala nyo yung palagi nating nakikita sa broadcast, yung sandbag. Yun yung kanyang magiging trabaho dito. At syempre, yung mga wave clear ay matutulungan niya itong isang Valir. At syempre, it's a breath of fresh air na makita ulit si Patrick.
Nga pala. Welcome back, Patrick. It's been a while, Patrick, my friend. Si Pepe, ito my friend din yun eh.
Saan ka nakakita? Imagine mo magkakaroon ever ng interaction kung sakali si Kilua tsaka si Patrick.
Never imagined na magko-collab yun. Hunter, X-SpongeBob.
Tsaka si Kakashi din pala pwede.
Tsaka si Patrick. Oh my gosh. Multiverse.
Actually, ba't iba yung mga characters natin eh?
Eto
si Iori.
Oo nga, si Kakashi.
Is this the collab game?
the collab game.
Makikita din natin. And ito yung binabanggit natin from that blue. Yung early pokes and yung damage output. Kaso, may hirapan din sila doon talaga sa clear wave during the early. Kaya mina-maximize ni Ogwen at ni Haji yun.
And makikita ko dito na ito yung aggressive moves ni Flap. Yung sinasabi natin na early rotations mula kay Flap.
What a crucial push mula kay Super Prince Kyle. Kamunti ka na maipit doon. And again, yung push na yun, napigilan yung engage na gustong gawin ng Team Falcons.
Right, he slightly wanted to dish out more damage, pero siya yung nabawian sa mga pagkakataon na yun. Still, both teams are alive and well. Si Brusco ang mamamataan ngayon, and that's gonna be the first blood para sa kupunan ng Team Falcons.
Great plays coming out from Falcons na nakumunik dito sa may gitna. Hindi tinantanan yung ginawa dito ni Brusco at na-rewardan sila because of that. Kyle, syempre magiging mas masaya siya kung siya yung nakakuha ng kill, but that's still an assist para dito sa ating Hayabusa. Starting off good dito sa ating laban. Ang typically Hayabusa ngayon ay nahihirapan na sa pag-farm, pero pag na-draftan mo na properly, if you defended the jungle well, now Kyle is a quietly level 4. So it's gonna be good for Falcon.
Medyo masakit yung damage ha. Pero bumalik din naman yung damage na yun, pabalik kay Super Marco. But then on the middle lane, may gulong nangyayari. Tinawag si Barbiel. Brusco is low. Nandyan yung Ugi Shadow. Kill is enough to take down one. May ibig nga lang din si Kyle. Counter trade coming in from Onyx Philippines. Flap is gonna go down as well. Double kill para kay King Kong. At hindi pa tapos si Kirk sa gitna. Ay mapapawian din ni Hadzi at ni Ogwen. Kaya naman nagiging palitan. 3-2 ang score. Turtle ay hindi pa rin nakukuha.
Puksaan sa game number 2 is legit. Like legit. 2 minutes and 25 seconds in.
Tapos kakapahinga mo na ng saglit ay meron na naman ginagawa itong si Brusco. Nahihirapan si Kyle but still makakuha niya na yung turtle. Papasok ngayon si Flap. Pero wala nang mangyayari. Disengage for both parties.
Slight indecision mula sa side ng Onyx na nakawan na sila ng turtle at nakarecover na si Kyle. To be fair, ang ganda ng outplay ng mga members ng Onyx, particularly etong si Super Prince doon kay Kyle, kaya napatumba nila. At Kirk staying in the mid lane, King Kong choosing to go for his own purple buff. Yung mga ganong klaseng decision nagbigay ngayon ng advantage para sa side ng Falcons. At 2 beses na rin napatumba itong si Brusco.
Right, they're holding on to at least a 400 gold lead sa ngayon. And Super Friends debuting this Valier. At siya rin ang gumamit nito noong nakaraang MPL PH Season 15 playoff. So again, this meta kind of unlocks a lot more of the heroes na hindi natin madalas nakikita na ngayon ay lumalabas week 1 pa lang.
Yung day 1 pa nga lang, may Balmon na lumabas eh. Diba? Kasi kahapon may
Leslie, may mga
Leslie pa. Ang daming nangyayari. Ang daming lumalabas. But the thing is for Falcons, hindi sila ganun masyadong makalabas onto their areas dahil din sa constant poke na ginagawa ni Brusco at ni Super Friends. But then we're looking at a 600 gold lead from Team Falcons. Another engagement might happen pero doon pa sa Turtle.
30 seconds pa naman. Imbes na mag-double lane ng mga gold laner, etong si Flap ang nagdo-double lane para sa Falcons. At dahil doon ay lagi silang may threat doon sa may gitna. Kung papansin nga, ito sila Super Prince umuuwi-uwi pa para lang talaga makaligtas. But hindi naman din ganun pa kalaki advantage ngayon ng Falcon.
Looking at it right now, 10 seconds bago lumabas ang susunod na pagong ng laban na to. Brusco just tanking the damage. Gaya nga ng sinabi mo kanina, Wolf, papunta sa ikalawang pagong ng game number 2. Kirk kind of falling behind in terms of the rotations, but the River's gonna be helping him para mabilis na makarespo at makaalagwa. Brusco taking a bunch of the damage na binibigay ni Haji and Ogwen, and now they're gonna be going for the turtle.
Split! Turtle ay makukuha na ni Kyle doon sa likod. Nandun si Flap para mag-zone kay King Kong. Brusco's gonna go down. Flap with a cloud ultimate, but Kirk is gonna be happening to be there doon sa likod. Ang susubukan yung targetin itong si Flap, pero hindi na rin siya susubukan pang buhayin ng Team Falcons. 4 na miyembro. Super Marco dances his way to the 7 force at makakakuha ng isa.
3 kontra kay Marco. No problemo, says Team Falcons.
Napakagandang simula din para sa Falcons nung nakuha agad nila yung espasyo around this turtle. At na-zone out itong King Kong. Kirk tried to go for the play with the flicker. Pero tinarget niya doon si Flap. At alam naman natin, ang Sora ay napakakunat kung fighter versus fighter. Ang bakbakan at doon pa nga na-punish doon si Kirk. Onyx, hindi katulad nung previous game nagkakagulo-gulo na rin dito. And itong roam glue unfortunately is not working. It's looking really bad for them now.
Yeah, I mean, yung mga indecisiveness na nangyayari between Onyx clashes are kind of biting them in the butt as we speak. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, desidido sila na ito yung gagawin nila. If we take the turtle first, kung tayo yung una makapwesto sa pagong, then we'll be the ones to take it pag hindi sila nagpakita. And that's exactly what happened in that second turtle. 2 objectives, big objectives have been taken by the blue side. And Onyx grasping for things here para unti-unting makabawi. Pero si Savero, nanataga na ng isang death compared to game number 1 na hindi man lang siya nagalusan.
Back game number 1, he was 8-0-4 but ngayon maaga niya nakuha yung kanyang first death. Malaya Super Marco nakakapag-farm. And ang laki din kasi ng difference when you try to look at it. Yung blue roam, kailangan mapuno mo yung passive o yung mark bago mo masakyan. But Ogwen, straight up, isang pindot, may pick-off na pwede mangyari for Team Falcon. So, nandun yung pagka-straightforward ng draw at the same time for Team Onyx, for Onyx Philippines, nandun naman yung kailangan nilang ng mga prerequisites bago mangyari yung gusto nilang mangyari.
And again, wala namang contest this time na gagawin ng Onyx. Team Falcons taking all 3 turtles in game number 2.
Unfortunately, yung mga ginagawa dito ng Onyx na mga pinakita nilang mga new heroes with the roam glue as well as this Valier. Maganda sana kung nagiging successful yung mga ganitong klaseng picks, but the reliable and on-demand na mga heroes mula dito sa Falcons, courtesy of the stuns, most specifically on-demand stun with the Way of the Dragon. Haji kapag nakakopya ng maganda, so sobrang dali lang din ipop ng kanyang damage output. And of course, mula kay Flap, this Sora, the strongest hero na alam natin ngayon sa meta, napaka-reliable at dependable na mga heroes sila. Katulad ng sinabi ni Joshi, parang isang pindot lang. Mayroon ka talaga makukuha pick-off. Whereas for Onyx, they really have to outplay Falcons pa.
And we did saw it kanina, right? Kirk taking the game number 1 MVP using Sora, and now Flap is, you know, trying to replicate the same thing na ginawa ni Kirk mula kanina. Haji already copying that ultimate mula dito kay King Kong. At palabas na in just a minute. Ang unang Lord ng laban na to, Ogwen and Haji, nandun na sa orange buff ng kanilang katunggali. Susubo kumuha, but so Super Marco can swiftly take the turret down.
Depensa lang. Kumbaga alalay lang hanggang sa magawa ni Super Marco yung gusto niyang gawin, which is to take down the turret. But doon sa baba, Savero versus Flap. Outplaying. At mabubuhay siya doon. Meanwhile, Kyle natulak. Merong Brave Spider na iwasan niya with a quad shadow. Another Brave Spider mula kay Kirk. Kaso nga lang nandun na rin si Brusco at hindi na siya makakalis pa. Open and Flap ay nandyan. Susubok ba ang Team Falcons na kumuha ng counter? Nandyan yung Sipa mula kay Ogwen. Brusco, another split na matatagpuan. Nasakyan itong si Flap. 4 na miyembro na yung umiipit sa kanya. All this effort just to get a trade against Onyx Philippines.
That is a 1-for-1. Walang jungler na si Kyle, pero babalik din naman siya sa loob ng 5 segundo. Prince Kirk hinarapan ni Haji, and then there's Ogwen trying to find where King Kong is. Distract.
We have to see it.
We have to see it. Ang maganda dito para sa Falcons is ang daming flickers na nakomit ng Onyx, and in this third fight, walang flicker ang mga members ng Onyx Philippines.
May sipa na ginawa, but that was more than enough. It's A-okay. Team Falcons, malinis na kinuha ang Lord.
Napakalinis nun. Even Haji uses the stolen Phantom Steed ultimate para lang makapag-zone din, makapag-provide ng damage. Good kick mula kay Ogwen. And now Team Falcons is enjoying a 3.4k gold lead. At hindi nila pinagpapahinga even si King Kong sa kanyang mga maliit na green camp. Nandoon si Ogwen, nandoon si Flap.
Death on Flap dun sa may bottom lane para mas madami pang nagawang maganda para sa Falcons kaysa sa Onyx. Tulad nga lang sinabi natin na madaming mga flickers ang kinailangan kumit ng Onyx Philippines just for the takedown. And now, kailangan nilang lumabas sa kanilang base para magdepensa. Well, the Holy Shields will be out soon. 1 minute and 30 seconds na lang, pero you want to keep that intact as much as possible.
And here we go. Savero, nangalahati ang kanyang buhay. That's gonna be enough poking mula dito sa kubunan ng Team Falcons. Kyle, lumayo. Lord, papalapit sa inhibitor na gusto niyang mabangga at this point in time. Prince and the others are looking to defend. Hindi na nila palalapitin pa. Pero sasalubungin sila nitong si Super Marco and Flap.
Ganun siya katapang, men. Chrono Dash sa harap ng Glue at sa harap ng Leomord. Alam din niya na hindi ganun kadali na ma-burst down siya. Phantom City ginamit na, naipit na doon si Owen. No more initiations, but look at Flap with a 4-man setup. Kaso nga lang, unti-unting babagsak ang buhay niya. Kaso nakatakas pa. Nandun naman si Savero with a blazing duet. Pero nakasan agad si Flap. Inalay ang buhay para mismong makuha na at makatakas ang Team Falcons.
Xavier Savero making sure na dalawa ang babagsak. Walang nawala sa Onyx. Successfully defended.
And Falcons try to go for the play mula kay Ogwin and Flap. Yung nga lang na-punish sila doon with a good outplays coming out from the Onyx Philippines. Tapos nakakuha pa ng extra kill doon si Savero. Magalaking bagay din na meron silang Holy Shields dun sa gitna. Kaya naman kahit may lane doon, hindi na rin nakapag-push mga members ng Falcons. Of course, you'll be happy if you're Onyx on that defense. Tignan mo paano nila in-outplay itong si Ogwin. And of course, punishing Flap over extension. May isang wall din kasi na nakaharang para hindi makapasok yung si Haji as well as si Super Marco without using their dashes. And Savero, napakagandang galawan mula dito sa ating gold laner, the saver of Onyx so far.
Laking malas din ni Kyle na dumating yung minions doon sa side ng Onyx Philippines na share ng maayos yung ultimate ng kanyang Hayabusa. Could have been a kill or two mula doon sa dalawang natitirang backline, Super Friends and etong si Kirk or King Kong. Kaso nga lang, dahil sa minions ay na-share yun, another shot at trying to take those inhibitor turrets down. Team Falcons invading yung jungle camp. Successful naman sila na makukuha yung purple buff ni King Kong. Now for the Lord, they might be ready in position.
This is
silang retry,
Leomord without a purple buff. Pero tama ka, Wolf, wala din retribution ang Team Falcon. So they're gonna be taking their sweet time. Pero mukhang hindi. Willing sila na i-risk ito. Kalahati ang buhay ng Lord.
Nakaharang lang si Flap at si Ogwin doon. May sipa naman na pwedeng gamitin. Libre ang Lord for Team Falcons.
Hinarapan lang ni Ogwin at ni Flap. Finlexan sa muka si King Kong dito. Na mga macho boys mula sa Falcons.
Pinakitaan ng bicep.
Pinakitaan ng biceps at hindi na nakaporma doon si King Kong.
That was, again, high risk, high reward para sa Team Falcons. No retribution, still taking a major objective. Developing a 5.3k gold lead para sa kanilang kupunan. 13 minutes in, Lord marching at the middle. All 5 trying to defend para sa Onyx Philippines, pero susugod na ang Team Falcons.
Here comes the charge. HP ng turret sa bandang gitna ay babagsak into zero. Teka lang, nade-defensahan pa! Tapos may barbil na tinawag. Ogwin is down on Marine Brutality. Andun yung counter setup mula dito kay Flapper and Burst sa bigla ng Onyx Philippines. Sa habol! Sige, habol! Takbo hanggat may lupa. Pero sabi ni Kyle, susubok siya na kumuha ng counter. May shadow doon na hindi man lang kumonekta. Pero it's enough just to shoo away the members of Onyx Philippines.
Wow! Excellent defense mula sa Sonics. No casualties, no inhibitors down, and 1 taken out.
Di pa sila napasagan na Torre. Napakalaking bagay doon. Now Savero is up with the Winter Crown. After nung fight na yun, nakita rin natin itong si Brusco with the Athena Shield. So, mas tatagal na yung laban. The longer the game goes, the happier Onyx gets.
Teka lang Super Marco ay mainit na. Si Super Prince ay nakita pa ng Shadow Kill! Tutumba yung midlane duo ng Onyx Philippines!
Pulasan ang Sonics Falcons. Naglayag at lumipad, finding 2 na naliligaw sa gitna.
May gulpi de gulat mula sa side ng Falcons. Hindi talaga in-expect ng Onyx yun na magkokonekta. And sinasabi nga natin minsan kahit yung Harith pwede magsimula ng mga team fights. And Super Marco shows us how it's done.
Yung maliit na slow nung Zaman Force, enough na yun para makahabol. Now si Kirk ang nagiging target. There goes Kyle and Flap. Yung nawalan ng TZ, ngayon gusto nilang mawala mismo si Kirk. And it's Super Marco getting that kill. 5 men from Team Falcons. They decided to move out at umalis. Didisiplina muna ang Team Falcons.
Napabagsak na rin nila yung gitnang inhibitor. So Team Falcons having a 6K gold lead and super minions right at the middle. All while they're waiting for this Lord. Pero mukhang hindi nila hintayan. Ogwen wants to go for it. Pero nakita siya ni Brusco. Super Marco magka-cancel. Turn naman yung kabayo.
Nilabas na ni King Kong si Barbiel. Nilabas na rin naman ni Haji yung kanya. Pero mag-aatrasan muna at still ay didisiplina. 18-17 seconds bago magkaroon ng Lord. At yun ang iniisip ng Team Falcons. Yes lamang tayo sa numero by now. Pero kailangan nating mag-abang dun sa Lord. Kailangan nating pumwesto ng maaga.
There was a time kanina nung nasipa dito si Kirk. Hindi ka nga naman talaga fully crowd control immune kapag gumagamit ka ng isang lapu-lapu. There is an opening kahit sa bravest fighter and Ogwen identifies that na punish pa nila doon si Kirk. But all Kirk was planning is to defend dun sa may bottom lane. Ngayon ang Onyx, ito na yung Lord na hindi na nila pwedeng ibigay, na hindi na sila pwedeng threaten sa mga pag-flex ng mga members ng Falcons.
Both having retributions pero mabilis na naman ang ginagawa ng Falcons.
10K in the Lord, 8K at hindi na makakalapit pa ngayon. Susubok na lang silang kumuha ng counter kill. Si Brave naipit sa gitna. May shadow na ko-connected daw. Babalik pa ba? Ito si Kyle. Naipit si Ogwen. Tinamaan ng mga stun. Pinapaulan na. Nakapuha na Brave Spider. Ngayon si Marco sa likod. Si Kisayama dash. Pero nandyan din naman si Kyle para tumulong dun sa damage output. Makakatakas sa Super Marco. But they found Savero! Tutumba ang goal lane ng Onyx Philippines. Lord marching down the middle lane. At pwede pang dumiretso, pwede pang tapusin. Nakahanda na rin naman ang Onyx Philippines. Depensa, opensa, sabay-sabay mangyayari. Kakayanin, matatapos pa.
Import is down. Team Falcons are looking to finish this and extend patungo ng game number 3 pero mabilis na yung binubuhos sa Lord ng damage output and they will be able to successfully take it down. Pero meron pang waves. Itutuloy kaya nila.
Nandyan yung mga minion waves na kasunod pero hindi na itutuloy pa ng Team Falcons. They just want the inhibitor down bottom lane. Successful naman sila doon pero maliligtas ng Onyx Philippines yung top lane. Pero for now, alam pa rin ng Team Falcons, lamang sila at ititake nila to ng mas mabagal pa at mag-aantay sila ng perfect timing.
We said na yung Onyx magaling doon sa mga first team fights. Mukhang naintindihan ng Falcons na pwede nga naman mangyari yun. Kaya ginawa dito ni Super Marco, nagtago siya dun sa bush. Alam natin na bago dito sa Dangerous Grass. He might not have fired the killing blow doon kay Savero pero siya yung dahilan kung bakit eventually napatay ni Haji. As well as Kyle, yung ating gold laner. We can see that through the replay how patient Super Marco is. Hindi mo na nagpakita until he found the right opening at talagang committed na yung Onyx with his first team fight. Nakita niya yung kill kay Brusco and then eventually itong si Savero na hindi nakapag-Winter Crown, tinamaan ng isang Synchro Fusion at isang Chrono Dash normal attack at naging half HP. At ang nangyari doon, hindi man nga natin nakita na si Super Marco yung nakakuha ng killing blow. But that was enough para mapatay si Savero and then eventually take the bottom lane turret.
So that gives them a bit more advantage dahil manggagaling ang Lord spawn sa bandang itaas ng ating mapa. One where Onyx needs to worry about yung kanilang bottom lane dahil may super minions na lalabas. So this is an advantage that Team Falcons could maximize. Pero kung yung Onyx ang ating pag-uusapan, yung adjustment na kanilang ginawa, thinking na nawala na si Savero kanina, it could have been over already pero nagawa pa rin nila yung wave clear para makapalagat, mapatagal pa ang game number 2.
Literal na atrasan lang eh. Walang extra movements, walang kung ano-anong gagawin. Rekta lang, dedepensa lang tayo. Yun lang ang ating paplanuhin. And again, looking back to what you've said, doon sa exact area na yon, doon nangyari ang gulo. Kung saan nadali ang Onyx Philippines.
May red zone eh.
Oo, may red zone. So again, mauulit ba yung ganong klaseng mga abangan? Pero look at those pokes coming from Super Fritz, clearing those bushes na pwedeng panggalingan ng Team Falcons.
Hindi sila nagbibigay ng bottom lane. May konting slow push siya na naisiset up dito yung Onyx. Pero nasagot agad ni Kyle, mas lamang ulit sila dito sa may bottom lane.
Harapan na. Pero si Kyle TZ medyo nahuhuli. Aware yata dito ang Onyx, but the Lord is gonna be reset once again. Flap nagtatago. Hanap siya ni King Kong. Haji's gonna do the same. Both facing off ang ating dalawang teams as Brusco's taking the damage as well. Pero yung Lord, tamang sipat lang. Nood-nood lang muna bago siya pumili ng side with 75% health left.
Napapagod na rin yung Lord kung saan ba siya kaliwa kanan. Si Kyle nakakita ng shadow opening kay Savero pero di niya pupuntahan. Aatras ang ibang Team Falcons. Nandiyan si Flap with a blinker setup, getting 3 and eventually 4. Papasok nga lang pero defensive blazing duet mula kay Savero. Inabot lang sa Dominter. Ground pero sa gitna si Ogwen at si Super Marco. Patay si Savero. Patay din naman si Haji. 1-to-1 trade at hindi pa tapos and Ogwen is trying to give Brusco a hard time. No more immortality. Tatlong miyembro yung nandyan ina para patayin ang Blue Roam ng Onyx Philippines. At hindi pa tapos. Another setup. Salmon Force. Si Kirk tinamaan ng isang quad shadow. Wala namang ultimate na pwede bitawan ito si Kyle. Pero now, ito na! Biglang naging available to get down Kirk on the process. Wala yung apat na miyembro ng Onyx Philippines. King Kong alone, left to the bed. May way of the dragon pang binitawan ito si Ogwen and Team Falcons taking flight. Here are Team Falcons tying the series.
Lilipad ng matayog ang Falcons, extending this to a game number 3, primetime Sunday in the first week of Season 17.
With adjustment mula sa Falcons, alam nila yung gustong gawin ng Onyx. From game number 1, the forced team fights, and in that last clash, nakita natin yung pagtalon netong si Flap. However, may konting kontra ang side ng Onyx as Brusco wanted to go for Super Marco. Hindi tinantanan ni Brusco yung Harith. Pero may nakahanda si Super Marco. Meron pala siyang Winter Crown na tinarget niya nung nasakyan na siya ni Brusco. Now, all of a sudden, wala na yung mga members ng Onyx Philippines na way para talunin itong Harith. Wala na silang panghawak. At to add to that, yung start ng teamfight na yun ay wala agad ultimate itong Valir coming out from Onyx Philippines. That's Super Friends na napakaganda talaga ng gameplay niya with the Valir from before, but it is proven right now na hindi talaga kaya. Super Marco celebrating.
Man, na-training na siya nung pagti-TikTok niya. Galawang movements is real. Super Marco, MVP of game number 2. I'd like to commend him personally, especially dun sa clash na hinintay niya talaga na maubusan yung skills bago siya magpakita.
Yes.
Kasi that doesn't regularly happen, especially sa ganung klaseng posisyon.
Parang siguro ilagay natin sa posisyon natin. Kung tayo yun, nung nakita natin na apat na tinahabol yung mga kampi natin, game na.
Back na.
Oo. Ay, ikaw back na. Ako game
Wala
na
sa pwesto.
Tapos mamamatay na lang eventually. Pero again, what he did, and even onto that last fight, yes, pareha sila nung pareha sila ng game plan with Onyx Philippines. Yung Team Falcons nakatingin kay Savero. They were able to take down Savero on that. Pero yung Onyx naman na nakatingin kay Super Marco, in-outplay niya.
Yeah.
Diba? Nanalo sila doon sa 2v2 na yun.
You can see na ulit sa ating mga highlights, ang daming beses din na nakita natin na siya yung parang nag-uumpisa ng mga team fights for the team. And siya rin yung dahilan kung bakit ang taas ng DPS dito ng Team Falcons. Excited na akong makita yung sa may gitna. Ito pa yung biglaan din na play na hindi rin prepared ng Onyx Philippines. Kaya naman nakapag-push pa din sa may bottom lane. And nasipa pa nga dito ang ating Lapu-Lapu. Eventually, hindi na natin makikita. This is the end of the fight, but watch out for the back-to-back na Lord fights na naipanalo dito ng Falcons just because of what Super Marco was able to do. Granted though, maganda naman yung Lord dance ng Falcons dito, to be fair. Yung ginawa ni Super Marco is to save the team fights when it didn't look good already para sa side ng Falcons. Pero kung usapang Lord dance lang, Flap as well as Ogwen, napakaganda na kanilang pwestuhan. And then Haji, ever so reliable na pag harap pa lang ni Prince at may mastan lang na kaunti, meron agad na damage na napakakate. Big chunk of damage na mawawala sa Onyx, mapupunta sa Onyx, I mean, because of what Haji was able to achieve.
And to add to what you were mentioning, Wolf, yung una nilang naging Lord fight from that last 2 Lord dances, wala nga silang retry. Those are, again, some of the calls na nakikita natin dito sa Team Falcons na willing silang i-take yung mga risks na ganun. Willing sila as long as they have the information kasi humaharap si Flap, humaharap si Ogwen. Nandun lang yung tatlo, binabanatan nila ng todo yung Lord, hoping na hindi magpakita ng mabilis itong Onyx Philippines at hindi nila ma-realize na teka lang, parang may mali. And then, it was that.
parang ang ganda rin kasi talaga nung ginagawa nung double anchors na yon, Ogwen and Flap. Imagine yung threat na kayang ibigay. Again, we're talking about the draft na ginawa ng Team Falcons as to compared to Onyx Philippines, sila straightforward na isang pindot nga, may sipa, either pick off or zone out. Pero for Onyx Philippines, may kailangang ma-meet na requirement si Brusco. May condition para magawa niya yung pagiging glue niya o magamit niya yung glue niya para doon sa game na yon.
I feel like we're gonna have to talk about that much more later on. Pero kung kayo, if you think you have what it takes to run the show with E-Project Esports for Everyone, we're giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
Alam mo, tama ka dyan. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
It's time to turn that passion into action. Visit our website for more information.
That's pretty cool. In fact, meron na mga dumadayo sa atin, di ba? Na sa mga bayan-bayan, sa kanilang mga barangay, competing in those major tournaments as well. Kasi pwede nyo ring aminin, iba pa rin pag dito ka mismo nanonood sa loob ng MPL Arena para sumigaw at para suportahan ang inyong mga paboritong teams.
Binili ng tickets for as low as 250 pesos sa pamamagitan ng pagbisita sa MPL PH website. Available din ang regular at season passes.
Yan, huwag nang magpatumpik-tumpik pa. Secure your seats now at magkita-kita tayo live sa Victoria Sports Club. Palag na to.
Palag na talaga because it's just the first week at yung dalawa sa unang 3 araw natin ay punong-puno ng game number 3. Again, tuturo lang po namin yun.
Pwede tayo
white
angle lang. Kahit saglit lang.
Po.
I-wide lang namin.
Konti lang.
Ayun, di ba?
Kita sa gilid. Ayun, nasa gitna.
Yun sila.
Ano ba gagawa natin?
Yun na-agree po. Yun na-agree.
Blessed.
No, it's not me. It's them. It's them.
Actually,
we have a new theory.
There's a new theory.
What is?
The new theory is because the 6 games that we've had on day 1 and now day 3 was when Renmar, me, and Wolf forecasting.
See?
The day of sweeps was yesterday.
So
with
kayo
Freedom.
pala.
The QC boys.
Might be us.
I'm a QC.
Girly.
You just doxed yourself.
We just all doxed.
Okay.
So tamay ka na. Tamay ka na. Pero guys, we're happy to be able to talk to you like this. Pangalawang game number 3 na ito.
Second game
This
number 3.
was just an incredible series altogether. An incredible day so far.
Yeah, really. It's interesting that a lot of the game 3s have been really boiling down to is someone getting early kills. For Hayabusas, it's are you getting your level 2 to 4 advantage? If not, then you're gonna have a rough time. And then I like how you see Onyx experimenting. You get the Lillian game number 1. You get the game 2 Valir. I honestly thought the Glue and Valir would make it way too hard for the Cho and Valentina, but that wasn't the case. Haji and Ogwen got to recover and they played really well.
You know, which brings me to my point. Wolf, you've mentioned that kanina. What would have made the glue better in the roam kung sakali na gamitin nila yun ulit?
Tingin ko, parang hindi, mahirap talaga siya paganahin dun sa roam roll para sa akin, unfortunately. Siguro kung mas maganda lang yung simula para sa kanila at mas kumulat at nakuha agad ng first item yung glue, mahimada. But my recommendation is glue XP, sabay kuha na ng Hilda para mas ulit na nga yung roam nila doon.
You know, guys, we're happy that we were able to talk to you like this. I didn't expect to hear you guys. We were just pointing it out.
Same.
Pero yan, para lang makita nyo, dikit-dikit kami dito. Malalaman nyo lang yan pag magpunta kayo dito. So maraming salamat to the English broadcast. We are here once again.
There we go.
Tatlo na naman tayo. Diba? Wala, ang astig pala no. Pwede pala yun.
Tsaka ang galing no kasi nag-English sila tapos tayo nagtatagalog.
Tagalog tayo.
So imaginein mo kung may gumawa nung dalawang Infinix Phones na pinagtikit. Naging 12 yung kasama niya.
So Wolf, hindi mo na pwedeng sabihin na wala bang Tagalog.
Hindi talaga.
Kasi nag-English sila.
Ganun
Tapos
na
Tagalog mo. Diba?
Okay, sige, may immunity.
May immunity ka dito sa
pero
test
we're still on to you, Midnight.
Oo nga, Midnight. Wala pa rin Tagalog.
Wala ka pa rin Tagalog, Midnight. Okay lang yan. Tagalog ka pa rin. Going back to this game, heading into game number 3, Super Marco. Nagsalang ng perpektong laro. I'm just reading it as is. Ang ganda lang
Paano kung newscaster ka, kunwari?
Super Marco, nagsalang ng perpektong laro. Falcon, tumabla kontra Onyx P. Dapat si Denise to kasi siya yung babalik.
Actually,
diba? Si Denise tsaka si Odin, dapat sila yung mga pagbasahin natin ng mga headlines.
Sana marinig natin silang sabihin yan. Pero again, going back to what happened during that game, it really is Super Marco Show, may mga front act siya. Literal na front act. Nandyan yung si Flap at si Ogwin.
1 point ka na, 1 point.
1 point. Si Wolf kayo.
Naka-5 na ako.
5 ka, 5. Okay, ako 1 pa lang. Okay, nagtatali pala. Pero again, yun nga, yung front act nila was very too straightforward to say na, okay, sige, subukan mo lumapit. Sige, halika dito. Parang ganun lang yun eh.
Ganda rin kasi nung pinakita naman ng Falcon, hindi naman natin pwedeng i-deny na outplay din talaga nila yung Onyx. I think beyond the draft, it was also the gameplay na nakita natin mula dun sa Falcon, especially dun sa pag-connecta nila dun kay Flaps. Nakakatuwa din kasi nung sinabi natin sa key to victory na abangan nila yung early rotation kay Flap. And when I say early rotation, yung literal na after the first wave, yung ko-connecta agad, tas 4 sila. Tapos biglang laging 3 dun sa may mid lane para mas makalamang itong si Kyle.
You've mentioned Flap and then Super Marco. Let's talk about his counterpart in the gold lane. Savero, day number 1 stats, it went off with a win. Pero looking at it, by the numbers, ang ganda din ng pinakita niya in his first match. Personally, did you guys expect that this is the performance na ipapakita niya sa atin over the first week?
Ako hindi talaga eh. To be honest, I never expected na ganon kabilis makaka-jive in nung laro ni Savero with the Onyx Philippines. But then after that day number 1, believer na ako eh. Hindi na ako doubter. Kasi because of what he showed doon sa kanyang game, and those were games na meron pa siyang solo highlights eh, yung mga SOD niya nung Moscow. Even though that game lost for Onyx Philippines, but then the overall performance is Savero, parang ang tagal niya nang nandyan with Onyx PH.
Ako naman personally, sinabi ko naman sa aking mga content is, this is a rank down para sa Onyx instead na level up. Kasi alam naman natin, Kelra yung kailangan niyang palitan eh. But am I impressed? I think eventually, after kung gawin yung statement na yun, after a few weeks, parang laging pulutan ng mga comment section si Savero at si Aaron Shiki. To the point na parang biglang gusto ko nang maging malakas sila. And right now, I'm very happy to say na etong si Savero talagang exceeded expectations.
Right.
Even sa mga games kasi na natatalo dito yung Onyx, hindi naman siya talaga yung 0-5 na nagiging pabigat para sa kanila. Hindi, parang in fact, maganda pa ang performance niya even in losing games.
Right. He's exceeded expectations para siguro sa mga fans, but he's met the expectations of Onyx PH, diba? Hindi naman siya kukunin dito if he doesn't have the skills, the mechanics to be able to compete at a high level, especially in the strongest region of MLBB na nabanggit niya din, diba? So at some point, he's very much aware of what he can do. Kasama pa yung kanyang teammates that would continuously guide him to be a better version of a player in himself. We are gonna be moving forward to the game number 3. Tablado ang Onyx PH at ang Team Falcons, but they're gonna be switching sides for the final frame of this game. Onyx will be taking out the Valentina, Falcons will be banning out the Zushin, pero yung Valentina ang nakita nila na tinik sa kanilang lalamunan.
Although, nung game pa nga na yun, yung sa game number 2, pilit pa na nakukuha lang ni Haji yung Phantom Steed. Hindi pa ganun kaganda technically, di ba? Pero alam pa din ng Onyx Philippines na malaking threat yung Valentina kasi pwede naman silang kumuha dito ng Eve Prayo, Sora Prayo.
Yun na nga eh. Parang hindi siya really just about the dun sa in-game. Pero yung fact parang na pinoproblema mo na siya sa draft, parang yun yung hirap kapag nabigay nga yung Valentina. Plus, syempre, you have to respect the Haji playstyle with this Valentina. Madaming beses natin nakita para sa Falcons. Sora, ang tingin ko ang pag-aagawan ng dalawang teams natin. Onyx might just ban the carry kanina, yung kanilang binan dito sa third ban nila.
So that is gonna be the choice that they will make. Again, third bans yung sinisilip dito ng parehas na teams. I'm surprised na hindi masyadong tinatanggal yung mga junglers para sa parehas na teams compared to like game number 2 kasi doon ko naramdaman yung Leomord naging prime choice, and then later on biglang nag-dip down yung mga options na pwedeng gamitin sana ni Kyle. So the question that I have in my mind is meron pa bang gustong subukan ng Onyx PH na hindi natin kadalasan na nakikita. And there it is.
Consistent yung Banguin. Parang, again, giving me impressions na the YSS Leomord combo is gonna be the same combo that they're gonna be using. The Leomord first pick ay nandyan. Tapos, pag hindi kinuha yung YSS, kukunin nila yung YSS on their Blue 2.
Kaso yung Sora parang ang hirap din ibigay ulit dito sa Falcon. Ang thing kasi kapag first pick mo yung Leomord, meron pang Suyo sa kabila na masasagot siya. Whereas pag nag-Sora ka, and kung sakaling mag-Leomord pa rin ng Falcons, you have that Yisun Shin still and then meron kang Sora. Pero, tama ka, hindi rin ako magulat kung Leomord yung first pick dito para sa Onyx.
I'm trying to lip read yung sinasabi ni Coach Moody. I think you're practically saying the same thing. Pero nakakatuwa lang na, you know, the thought process is there. They're thinking of like different variables sa puntong to. Kadalasan, Valentina yung nakikita natin sa blue side first pick. But now that it's gone, papalitan niya ng even. This is a bold move mula sa Onyx.
Well, that will give Sora and Claude na potential dito para sa Falcons. Or Sora Leomord.
Either of that two kasi yung Claude, you would see the value of it. Makakataka siya dun sa RWM. Maganda yung damage output niya. Together with that Leomord na possible agaw na nga against King Kong. Or as wild as a YSS Leo. Sila mismo gumamit nun.
Pagsabay nila, no? Ang problema dito sa Eve first pick is madami niyang sagot. Tapos madami silang mabibigay. And Sora, I think, is definitely a bad hero na ibigay. Khalid ang ipapares dito ng Falcons. Ka-counterin nila yung choice ng jungle dito para sa Onyx.
Still, this gives them some sort of flexibility para dun sa Sora, but the Khalid will obviously go patungo doon sa roam position just so he would be able to target yung Eve sa backlines.
Leo Harith ang recommendation ko dito para sa Onyx Philippines. Leomord, syempre, maganda overall as their jungler. Pero yung na-achieve ng Harith is hindi ka basta-basta maka-counter ng isang Claude or carry third pick mula sa Falcons. At pwede ka pang mag-force ng mga Esmeralda choices. But if you're Onyx, siguro dahil ayaw mo, parang may sarili silang global ban So iibayin nila yung mga pick sila dito. Baka mag-Harley Cho pa nga yan Or a Phobius even para dun sa Sora. Dito para sa Onyx. They will just go for the Claude this time. Harith ang kukunin dito ng Falcons, I feel like.
Oh yeah, bago pa, or, tama, para maganda yung maging matchup at hindi sila maipit sa carry, sa kanilang gold lane, or even Moscow. Also, kung ganun nga yung mangyayari, baka Leomord ito, yung third pick. Ako yan, dyan na yung Harith. So yun na nga, parang binigay na nila kay Super Marco yung, sabihin natin, bit of advantage dun sa gold with this Harith. Although, kaya naman din kaya namang i-outscale ng isang Claude given na maganda yung magiging early game. So yun yung next na target ng Onyx Philippines. Give them a hero na magko-compensate dun sa early game nila.
Ang problema kasi sa isang Harith, kung Claude ka, is hindi ka nakakapag-wind of nature, mas pina-prioritize mo yung Winter Crown. And nakita naman natin kanina kung paano siya din na-up ni Super Marco. So it's gonna be the same. And Ogwen holding on dito sa kanyang Khalid na magiging aktibo na naman. Although natalo ang Falcons sa game number 1, there was a time na napakaganda ng binapakita ni Ogwen na pangit sa una pero bigla sila nakakuha ng shutdowns at eventually nakakuha pa sila na mas marami pang farm doon kay Ogwen.
Yeah, so this Team Falcons picking up the Harith gives Super Marco the ability again para makapagsimula nung laban, and in fact that Purify is at least gonna help him para medyo hindi mag-worry dun sa pag-engage na gagawin itong si Brusco using the Cho. Now, we're transitioning doon sa paglipat or pagban ng mga junglers para sa parehas na mga teams. It's the Baksha, the Fanny, and also the others, even the Guinevere na tatanggalin dito ng Onyx Philippines. So they're really focusing on taking down Kyle's hero para sa puntong ito. Kasi kanina nga nakakita pa tayo nung Lancelot na tinanggal, di ba? Ganun kalalim. So I wonder if Team Falcons would still go that route or will Onyx Philippines triple down if that's even a thing. Kasi tinanggal na nila yung Gwyn, tinanggal na nila yung Baksha. They might even do the same.
Yeah. And now, yung Fred rin, baka rin yung iba din dito ng Onyx. It seems like ang kanilang read dito is mag-utility jungler itong si Kyle. And to be fair, kapag nag-Harith din naman talaga ang Falcon, they would want to go for that one. It's except kanina wherein they went in for the Hayabusa. So, ang hula ko dito is 4th pick Haji Hero, last pick Kyle Hero.
Adjust pa, no? Kasi mayroon pang Akai nga na pwedeng gamitin if they really want to. Para lang talaga for those counter engages. And it's up to Onyx Philippines, what would they give para dito kay Kyle na hero or what would they not?
Yeah. Nafe-feel ko na yung Harley para sa Onyx eh. Oh, good ba the Zet yan? Kasi yun yung counter dito sa my Eve. That will leave Falcon to just go for Farsa. Yun siguro.
Mas okay na siyang piliin ngayon, no? Compared to like game number 1 kasi doon medyo nahirapan sa pwestuhan si Haji. So, again, Farsa, very good choice here.
Maganda rin yung Kimi kung naisipin, but I do want to see the Farsa plus the Khalid. Ang benefit ng Kimi is kung sakaling mag-utility jungler sila, meron pa silang isang scaling hero from the mid lane position. So at least na yun din yung pangsabay nila. However, Eve and Cho, not the best para sa isang Kimi. Ganun din naman para sa Farsa, pero at least mas malayo ka. At Fred rin nga, indeed, ang kukunin dito. At I think it's incoming. Harley ni King Kong ang makikita natin.
I mean, you did say na mataas ang posibilidad na mag-utility itong Team Falcon. So, building or doubling up on the Kimi na pwedeng piliin dito ng Team Falcons is not a long shot. Siguro yung magiging worry ko lang talaga is the magic damage being the only source of damage so far para dito sa kupunan ng Team Falcons.
And also parang yung Fred rin sobrang tapang na move na against Culloden and Eve.
That's right. May suyo pa nga pala na pwede din sa Harith.
Oh.
And indeed, it will be the case here para sa Onyx. Okay, this Fred rin ang kinounter dito ng Terisla.
Meron ako naaalala kasi tinuro nyo sa amin to. Ano bang meron sa Terisla? Kumbaga parang, okay na to. Pag gusto nyo lang na merong stable, Terisla na yun.
Tank siya na merong stun kasi tapos malakas siya dun sa lane. But most specifically, maganda siya against physical damage na Sora na maraming instant damage and the Fred rin na hindi makakakilos doon at mapapwersa na makapag-dash agad. And syempre, maganda rin siyang tank. Tingin ko yung Falcons, Farsa yung last option nila dito. Ano ba? Novaria siguro.
Yun?
Pwede
Lilia?
rin. Or Kimi na lang.
Parang nandun eh. Okay, Kimi nga. Kasi I was thinking of Lilia para meron siyang independency. So, hindi siya ganun ka-alagain. Pero because of that, they need damage. Although mainly magic yun for the side of Team Falcons. Kailangan nga nila talagang magbigay ng scaling hero kay Haji, which happens to be a Kimi.
So at least there were still some ways para makakuha ang Team Falcons ng scaling hero. But Onyx, it seems like their heroes are simply pure dive aside from the Eve. They know that if they engage just like what happened in game number 1, baka may makuha silang isa, maybe even 2.
Engage-wise, we're looking at Team Onyx Philippines. Nandyan yung pick-off ng show, team fight na ibibigay ng Terisla, yung counter-engage. So there are a lot of ways for Onyx Philippines para humuli. And the job of Team Falcons here is wag magpahuli.
Wag magpahuli. Ang tanong ay sinong mahuhuli? Kasi dapat meron in this game number 3. Debut game para sa Team Falcons in Season 17 against Onyx, who's looking to continue their win streak. It's all gonna go down right here in this last game ng linggo.
Pokes coming in from Ogwin. Agad-agad nasisimulan ng misyon. Pero may counter Pokes mula kay Brusco. So, even out. But then again, wala pang level 2. Itong si Ogwin, ihihil lang niya, na natural regen lang niya yung Pokes na ginawa na yan.
Men, ganito yun kanina nung game number 1. So, Ogwin, medyo mas careful na siya ngayon. Sinusubukan niya na dahan-dahanin ng bahagya kung ano yung dapat na engage na ginawa niya kasi na-punish siya upon Onyx test with the attack kanina in that first minute. So now, no casualties in the first minute. This will not be a deja vu moment para sa kanila. 300 gold lead para sa Onyx.
Kita mo agad yung adjustment wala kay Ogwin eh. Kasi kung hindi nangyari yun ng game number 1, baka lumaylay pa siya talaga ng lumaylay doon at sumubok na mag-counter poke. Pero dahil nga sa nangyari ng game number 1, you clearly see the discipline out of it. Wala pang nangyayari. This is just so normal from both of these teams. Pero si Brusco, nakatingin na naman. Good immobilize mula kay Haji. para pigilan yung knock-up na kasunod nun.
Right, so again, looking at it, wala pa namang battle spells na nako-commit para sa ating dalawang teams. It's just them saving it up para sa pinakaunang pagong ng laban na to. That's gonna be appearing in nearly 15 seconds or less. Onyx trying to put themselves into a position na mas maganda yung ruta nila sa pagtungo doon. But then, Team Falcons occupying the riverside. Brusco minamataan. Ogwed ginamit na ang kanyang mga scimitars. And then, it's Falcons getting first dibs sa pwestuhan, but Kirk and King Kong dishing the damage.
Level 4 na rin naman itong si Kirk, so pwede nang pumalag sa team fight na gusto ng Falcons ang Onyx Philippines. Sayawan sa Turtle, broken walls, dun sa kabilang butas. Nila papagapakin yung Turtle, pero binitawan din naman. Ngayon Onyx Philippines pa yung may hawak no Lord. Flap easy, going for that flicker engage. Nandun yung penalty zone. Kyle will get the Turtle. Blazing Dubit mula kay Savero at si Owen ang target. Pero dun sa kabilang banda, yung apat na miyembro ng Onyx ay nasusoon away lang pala ni Flap. Walang mamamatay from both parties. And it's Team Falcons getting teka lang! Anong walang mamamatay? It's Savero falling down to the hands of Team Falcons and Kirk as well. Two men plus a Turtle. The lead is on to the hands of the Falcons.
Fake back na naman ang ginawa ng Team Falcons to start off game number 3. Great sense of awareness. Noticing na itong si Savero papalapit na para tumulong dun sa clash na gagawin nila in that first 2 minutes. Team Falcons quickly took down yung Pagong, and then right after that transition towards the middle side, being able to take 2 heroes down. Great targeting mula dito kay Super Marco and Ogwen upon unleashing that raging sandstorm to be able to take down both Kirk and Savero, which is an incredible moment para dito sa Team Falcons kasi yun yung gusto mong makuha talaga kung ikaw ang kanilang kalaban. And then a penalty zone again.
Thunder formula kay Flap. Papakapakapapak at tatamaan talaga dito si Kirk. Mamamatay sa kamay ng Team Falcons yung engagement na gusto nila. Sila pa yung nadali. Super Marco and Savero naiiwan lang dito with a 1v1. There goes Art of Thievery, Zaman Force and Blazing Duet down top lane. May nangyayari ding gulo. Hindi pa tapos yung 1v1. BMI out. Atrasan, but Team Falcons clearly is having their lead.
Wolf, they're simply building up dun sa nakuha nilang first turtle and then taking 2 kills initially. And then right after that, biglaan na naman silang pulasan ngayon.
God, sa bottom lane na napadugo na rin dito si Savero. Ito yung na-feed off na advantage na Falcons. Sabi mo nga, nag-build up lang sila mula dun sa Turtle. At bakit nga ba maganda yung advantage ng Falcon dito in the early stages? Well, we did say itong Sora yung kailangan talagang kunin at ramdam natin yung epekto ni Flap.
Flicker, sipa, mula kay Brusco. Onti yung buhay ni Kyle. And enough naman yung damage ni King Kong. Pero si Brusco pa rin makakakuha nun. Kirk, magsusolo lang doon. Pero si Flap ay gagawa din another Thunder Ultimate. At si Kirk ay tinamaan pa. Sky Piercer pickup mula kay Haji. Nananalan sana ang Team Falcons. And this time, hindi pa tapos kasi meron pang ibang gustong gawin si Savero at si Super Marco doon.
Well, there was a good kick. Ito na naman, ito si Ogwen. Pinapahirapan si King Kong. Of course, the body of Smith is good against physical damage. At alam natin naka-physical defense din itong si Kirk. Pero hindi niya kayang tiisin yung damage ngayon ni Haji with 1, 0, and 2. And currently with the Sky Piercer on this Kimi, the last pick na na-predict din natin na pipiliin ng Falcons, kumumpleto talaga ng composition nila. And now, with a better draft ang Falcons ngayon, ramdam na natin ang strength ng kanilang lineup.
Right, Onyx is slowly falling behind pagdating dun sa kanilang level gaps. King Kong on the other is still on par level 8 at hindi pa siya nalalagasan ng kanyang buhay. Brusco also the same, pero sayawan sa ibaba.
Another ultimate showdown. Boom! Mula kay Marco at Savero, and Marco siya ang mananalo doon. Nakaabang naman yung Team Falcons, pero that's still a solo kill given to us by Super Marco. Hindi na nakatulong pa si Brusco plus a turret on the bottom lane.
Ang tunay na confrontation ay sa Game 3 pala magaganap. Super Marco winning that joust.
Siyempre, yung momentum na kay Flap. Na-dodge pa nga. That's the penalty zone being dodged by Flap, the Sora. Napukang bibig ng panel na to for this whole day. Mula dun sa mga napanood natin nung series number 1, hindi nyo naman siguro masisisi na sinasabi natin napakalakas ng hero na to. At napag hinawakan na ni Flap, Kitang-kita din natin yung strength niya with this hero.
1.1k gold lead on Flapties Sora against dito sa Terizla ni Kirk. And 0-3 para kay Kirk. Siya din talaga yung nabibiktima. And even Super Marco's having the game of his life. Yung espasyong binibigay. Another flicker sipa mula dito kay Bruce Squad. Si Ogun na naging target pero no sir. Hindi nila makukuha. Counter-engage mula sa Team Falcons. Susugod at habol. Energy eruption mula kay Kyle pero wala siyang ibang tatamaan doon. But still, ang target ng Team Falcons, maaaring yung Torres sa gitna.
Since yung dalawang flickers ay nawala na para sa Onyx, inisip nila na baka kaya natin pabagsakin yung gitnang Torre, but that is not gonna happen. Instead, lipat na lang sila. Plan A, B, C was the turtle and they will see to it na papupunta sa Team Falcons itong major objective na ito.
Pinatagal pa ng bahagya bago kunin. Pero ngayon, si Savero ay kamunti ka na habulin ni Blanco. Ito their ultimate! Nandun din si Ogwen. Welcome to the Philippines!
Sandwich by the members of Falcons. Grabe! Oh my goodness, that looks so beautiful. Superhero landing mula kay Flap, pati na rin kay Ogwen.
RWM gagamitin Super Friends to contain Team Falcons. Pero aatras lang din sila. But look at Kyle! Papasok mismo doon sa Torre para iton itong si Kirk. Super Marco doon sa may kabilang banda. Pero Torre lang ang gustong kunin. Even the purple buff, lahat ng gusto ng kunin ng Team Falcons, nakukuha na nila. Walang pumipigil.
Simot to the bones, pati itong bottom lane. Nawalan pa nga sila ng Holy Shields at 8 minutes into this game. Ang masama pa doon, nawalan pa ng dalawang cards na dapat ay mapupunta dito kay Savero. Taghirap na talaga mga tropa natin mula sa Onyx Philippines. And Falcons are just flexing on them. I think that they have the better lineup in the end. At mas maganda rin yung nakikita natin na synergy, yung sandwich method yun. Hans, nakita natin, napakaganda. Pasok sa reels yun.
Pasok ka sa reels talaga. I mean, if you're thinking about it, yung lack of trying to find the vision dito para sa Onyx has been kind of their problem. Sinusubukan nilang hanapin yung iba sa mga members ng Team Falcons, pero napakalinis naman ng paggalaw na ginagawa ng dalawang junglers. Nagkabatian muna para umpisahan.
Wow!
Lumapit pa!
Hindi na kontento sa 2 metro. Papasok pa mismo si Baptiste sa loob. Ready sasamula kay Ogwen. Easily punished by Onyx Philippines. Masyadong malalim ang Team Falcons. And Kyle, naiipit pa siya doon sa gitna with a vision or with that dash. Mula sa front line ay makakatakas doon sa sitwasyon. Savero, nagtatrabaho lang sa bottom lane. Wala siyang ibang kasama. That was an overextension from Team Falcons.
Yeah, that is the goal para dito sa Onyx Philippines na mag-punish ng mga ganong klase ng pwestuhan mula sa Team Falcons, and that is what they have to be worried about.
But now the Lord gonna be controlled by Falcons. Alam naman natin nasa kanila pa rin ang weapon advantage over Onyx, especially dahil meron silang 4,500 gold lead na pwedeng ihampas sa Onyx sa ngayon. Nakikita din naman natin na 7.5k na ang pera. At yun na nga, ikatlong item para kay Super Marco, freshly picked up. Kung sino ang humarap dito sa side ng Onyx, mabibigyan talaga ni Marco.
Tonawi, kung sino yung lalapit, even yung Lord ay tinunaw na ng ganon kabilis, libre para sa Team Falcons. Yung Lord na yon.
This was just such great zoning mula dito. Yan ang Ogwen and kay Flap ni hindi na nga kailangan pang lumapit nito mga members ng Onyx because of the presence na ibinibigay ng Roamer and EXP. Sumubok din yata na kumuha si King Kong ng purple buff nitong Team Falcon side, pero hindi niya nakuha iyon. It was unsuccessful and now sinisimot na ng Team Falcons yung kanilang jungle before the Lord finally marching on. It's Ogwen and Kyle. Kahit pati pagdayo doon sa kabilang jungle creeps ay ginagawa na nila. Nothing left for King Kong to eat, and Onyx sama-sama sila ngayon sa gitna. In sickness or in hunger, it's how it usually goes.
Ubus na ubus.
Tagtuyot para sa Onyx Philippines. At hindi pa rin titigil ang Falcons. This time, mapapop din nila yung Holy Shields dun sa may gitna.
Or, panidepensahan.
Depensahan pa, natiis.
Natiis ng bahagya ng Onyx Philippines. Still no popping of that energy shields. And this time, susubok muli ang Team Falcons. na umopensa. Then again, Ogwen and Kyle, silang dalawa yung nakapronta. Meron lang din nag-aabang na Hadji para doon sa kanyang ultimate. Kinakasa, ibinato, nahatak si Kirk, immobilize. Here comes the Lord Charge, pero penalty zone sa likod, atrasan, kalasan, alisin na doon sa loob mismo ng parisukat. Naipit na rin si Brusco, wala na rin yung dalawa pa. Ngayon yung tatlo na dedepensa, may Lord pa silang kasama. Sinusubukan na ng Team Falcons na dominahin lahat. Kyle's gonna go down. Bursted na rin yung Lord. May minions sa taas. May parating sa gitna. May parating sa baba. Lahat ay sinusubukang depensahan ng Onyx Philippines. But here comes round 2. Andito na naman ang Team Falcons papasok.
Dire-diretso sila at hindi sila tumitigil. That's gonna be another inhibitor taken down. Team Falcons already with 7K gold lead na angat kontra sa Onyx Philippines, and 2 inhibitors down at ibabaon pa nila ang purple buff bago umuwi.
Nasama pa dito sa mga tinarget ng Falcons. At ang nakita natin doon was the first pick Eve coming out from Onyx na totally countered, hindi lang dahil dun sa mga heroes ng Falcons, pero dahil pumalag sila sa labas nung zone, nung box, na outplay nila ang Onyx, not only with their heroes, but also their positioning, and Falcons because of that, cleanly nakakuha ng dalawang inhibitor turrets.
Imagine, it's Hadji and Marco, almost the same cooldown timers, really the same cooldown timers. It is because they were caught doon sa dulo ng RWM. Pinap nila ng sabay, umalis sila doon sa loob, lumaban sa labas, at ngayon susubok muli ang Team Falcons na kumuha ng posisyon dito sa Lord. Pero nauna na doon si Brusco. Nag-aabang doon sa may New Bush. Pero makikita din siya ni Ogwen and even ni Flap, hindi na yata nila i-dare na kumontes pa for the Lord dahil 5 miyembro na ng Team Falcons ang ditong nagmamadali para kunin ang Lord.
Malayo na din si King Kong. It felt like Onyx didn't even think or didn't even consider na i-contest yung Lord na iyon. They're just gonna go and settle with the defense, only having 1 inhibitor left sa kanilang base. Team Falcons already charging in, most of them close na mabuild yung kanilang full item. And then for Onyx Philippines, it's them a chance to defend para sa kanila. Ito umpisahan niya ni G, pero makakaalis, makakaalagwa ang Onyx Philippines. Tatalhin nila paunti-unti ang Lord sa kanilang base.
Wala namang flickers na nagamit doon, so okay lang for Onyx Philippines. Lord marching top lane, Ogwen forced entrying dito sa middle lane. Babasag na yung Torre. Nandyan si Flap na sumusubok ng setup. Pero wala pa na dito pa lang ang Blinker Cloud Ultimate. Pero disown sa likod para mapigilan yung mga members na sumama. Pero mega kill for Hadji. King Kong's gonna go down as well ng nagmamadaling Team Falcons. Kaso mayroon pang clear wave mula doon sa Claude. Kakayanin ba niya? No sir! It's gonna be Falcons on their first match, on their first win. Welcome to MPL S17.
1 match down for Team Falcons, looking for redemption in Season 17.
The last defense para sa Onyx, Trinity pa lang ang nahawa. The last defense para sa Onyx, Trinity pa lang ang nahawakan ni Savero. No defensive items yet. At nakita natin kung gaano kabilis inubos ng Falcons ang mga miyembro ng Onyx.
Kyle and Flap, they might lose the TZ, but they're getting the W here sa kanilang unang laban sa MPL Philippines.
And again, Super Marco talking the talk and walking the walk as well. Sinabi niya na sayang ang punta, but Savero put up a valiant effort together with Onyx Philippines in their second match of Season 17. Back to the drawing board it is for them, but just an incredible mechanical movement para dito sa Team Falcons, holding on to the lead for the majority of this game.
Gandang performance mula sa Falcons. Look nice. Look at that sandwich. Nakita natin mula kay Ogwen pati kay Flap. I hate to bring the bad news pero yung draft talaga na binigay nila yung Sora in favor of the Eve where the Sora already counters the Eve. Doon pa lang nahirapan na ang side ng Onyx Philippines.
Even yung point na hindi nila prenayo yung Phobius, pag-usapan natin ito mamaya.
I mean, we can talk more about that later. Kausapin natin ang ating mga players together with their hosts.
And with their first match, Team Falcons getting a reverse sweep.
Oh
my goodness.
That is how you wrap the last match of this week. What a flex by Team Falcons.
Team flex nga pala tong team na to, no?
Yes.
Pero ngayon, uunahin ko si Super Marco. Super Marco, alam natin na ang matchup nyo ni Savero ay talagang inaabangan din ng lahat. So how would you rate his performance here in MPL Philippines?
Ano pa?
And how would you rate Savero's performance?
Malakas naman si Vero, pero sa tingin ko may improve pa siya.
Yan. Aabangan natin ang mga susunod na kabanata para sa kanila. Pero alam mo, Super Marco, napansin ko lang din na parang nakikiflex ka na sa kanila. Saan ba nagagaling yung confidence mo this season?
Kay Coach Dax po.
Coach Daki! Coach Daki, tatanungin na kita dahil nabanggit ka na rin naman ni Super Marco. Welcome back to Team Falcons!
Welcome!
Alam mo, namiss ka ng mga tao dito eh. Namiss ka ng mga tao dito sa MPL Philippines.
Hello. Hi.
Ano bang meron sa Team Falcons ngayon?
Wala namang masyadong nagbago. Siguro, with an additional, personality, I think we just discovered another form of chemistry.
I love that.
Yeah.
Nakita din natin sa loob ng gameplay nila, Denise.
Over on my end, we have Kyle. Kyle, during the preseason interviews, maraming other players and teams na nagsasabi, kayo raw yung isa sa pinakamalakas this season. Dapat daw kayong abangan. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Wala yan. Fake news lang po yan.
Wala. Wala yun.
Wala daw yun,
Odin.
Sobrang humble talaga ng mga players natin, no?
Yes.
Pero isa pa dito, yung isang may star quality rin in the mid lane, Haji, our KDA machine. Nabanggit ka na rin ni Coach Ducky na magiging iba raw yung chemistry ng team nyo because of your addition. And for the past seasons, mukhang hinahanap mo rin talaga yung right team for you. Can you just say na Team Falcons is the right one?
Di ko po masabi, masyado pa pong maagay. Pero ano po, pagkadating ko po ng Falcons, bumalik po ulit yung confidence ko sa paglalaro.
Sa paglalaro lang ba? O Ben, sa paglalaro lang ba? Kasi nakikita ko nag-flex din to ng muscles eh. Sa paglalaro lang ba o overall?
Ano?
Overall ba yung confidence ni Haji?
Oo, kasi kahit sa gym parang tinuturuan pa kami.
Yun! Yan yung mga inaabangan ng mga fans. Pero Haji, how do you maintain that mentality na sinasabi nila na ikaw na rin daw ang missing piece ng Falcons? Naniniwala ka ba doon sa sinasabi ng ating mga super fans?
Siguro mga 80% pa lang.
80% pa lang. Yung 20, saan namin maaabangan yun?
Siguro, mga susunod namin na laban.
Okay. I'm excited to see that.
Eto, I wanna ask the big question here to Flap. Flap, na-mention kahapon ni Carl TZ about your rebranding. Wala na raw kayong TZ. Ano nga bang dahilan nito? At ano masasabi mo sa sinabi ni Carl TZ?
At di ko po alam yung sinabi niya pero yung sa akin may nag-challenge lang din sa akin yung boss ko. Parang challenge niya ako na kami, rebrand, ganun. Tapos gawa kami sariling legacy. Kaya ayun, trinay ko rin.
So panibagong Kyle at Flap na to for this
Opo.
season. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Team Falcons.
And with that reverse sweep, let us see who performed well in this match. Sino ba sa tingin nyo ang ating match MVP? Okay, eyes on the screen, please. Our match MVP for Team Falcons is Super Marco.
Congratulations!
Congratulations, Super Marco!
Sobrang proud ni Coach Ducky sa'yo, ha? Ayan, Marco!
Binuhat.
Ang daming nanonood sa inyo, halos nagtayuan yung mga audience nyo kanina. What do you wanna say sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa inyo?
Sa lahat po ng mga nag-effort pumunta sa venue, tsaka sa manonood dyan online. Thank you sa mga suporta nyo.
And that's it, our match winner, Team Falcons. You may now take your bow. And as you walk, you are still proving yourselves to be titans in this competition.
I can't stress this enough, Odin. That is how you wrap up the last match of this week. Oh my God.
Grabe yung Game 3 na yon. They were very dominating. Although, pabalik-balik yung naging eksena doon sa game na yon. Let's see kung ano nga ba ang tamang analysis with our casters. Casters, palag na to.
Maraming salamat, Odin, Denise, for that one. It is Team Falcons. Kita mo yung kung gaano sila kakomportable sa isa't isa. I mean, that's already apparent. But then, adding Haji into the mix, that was a great point. He's unlocked a newer version of himself, and Flap with a matching kagat labi.